Peace, peace, peace. You're now tuned into G Consciousness Live. What's going on with the family out there? Y'all see what the topic is? The Bible is the best tool for salvation versus the Kemet theology. Yes, I said Kemet theology. Man, let's wait till the people fall in and come in. I got some things, man, that I really want to deal with and discuss first before anything on what these brothers is dealing with. See if my sound putting out good. Check out the sound. Check my sound out. Check out the sound. All right, sound good. Peace to the family out there, the chat room. Like I said, y'all see the topic. The Bible is the best tool for salvation versus the Kemet theology. Now, what made me want to have this discussion, fact of Israel doctrine, what he's bringing out on his panel. Let me read the title to y'all. And as I say, I'm a Christian apologist, so we did with all of it. We got answers for those that need the answers, and we believe those answers are in the book, it's in the Bible. So we're dealing with that. And so we're not one-minded. We're not just dealing with one thing, we're dealing with it all. So whereas one person is over here dealing with something that's dealing with probably a certain part of theology, the other person is over here dealing with Christian, I would say with textual criticism. So we dealing with in all of those areas, and we got brothers that's and looking into the scriptures daily, basically to answer those people that are out there that are that's showing forth some type of criticism towards the Bible. So let me do this real quick. Let me do this real quick and show y'all what this brother's title is. And let me show y'all why Israel not do things the proper way, even when it comes to promoting debates. Let me bring this out. Check out. Now, if you look at it right, the hell out the way. He did a show entitled today, "People, We Need This Bible Debate." Not the Kemet. Not the Kemet. This and that Bible fake that. Right? So he's saying we need this Bible debate. And definitely, we do need to have discussions when it comes to this biblical text concerning, different things that we disagree on. I agree with that. But I have to disagree with this, is that when you're holding a debate and it's for the people, it has to be a way to where you're not overcharging the people. And I think the Israel doctrine, as he said today, he's going to cut those prices, which is good. I think that's a good idea, because you can't hold a debate as if it's a Sinetta event and then, want people to try to sell that debate. No, I can't sell the debate. That's your job. You sell it because you're the one that's pricing it. Hear the debate. I definitely want them to hear it. But if you're overpricing that debate and you on some Sinetta type of event to where you're charging people $25 to $30 to listen to it, and then you're not even giving them the prices, you just putting the fly out there, but you ain't really telling them the prices, what it is openly, so then you cut the prices. I can't really put my name on that. So I'm gonna let you handle that. You handle that, you promote that, because if I was to promote it, I would do it a different way. I would go about it a different way. I wouldn't charge people $25 to $30 as if it's a Sinetta event, especially when there's not going to be certain things that's there for that $25 to $30. And I feel like that if we ain't got people that's watching us, 25 to 30 people while we're online, what's the point of charging people to come out, or what makes you think people gonna come and pay $25 to $35? I mean, $25 to $30 to come and listen to us, and they not even listening to us, man, Israel doctrine. You know, when it comes to our channels, our panels, we only getting probably like, if that, to 30 views. That's kind of that, you know what I'm saying? So we have to think about that. And so, me personally, I'm not, you know, I understand that if I put my money somewhere, right, that it has to be used for a purpose of people to get the information. And I think that people want the information, but some people ain't got $25 to $30 to hear what you got to say. So I told the brother, I said, well, listen, man, maybe you should lower that price down. Now it's the week into the debate, and now you want to cut prices. No, you should have cut. You should, from the beginning, you could have promoted that better. With you could have promoted it better with those with how you priced it. That's the first thing people look at. If you want to do good marketing or promotion, or promoting something, your prices got to be decent. But now you trying to get these people a Sonetta event, $25 to $30, because that's what he's doing. You can't do Sonetta. Sonetta got thousands of people watching him within a minute or so when he click on. But you only got 20 to 30 some people, but you selling these tickets for $25 to $30. Come on, man, it makes no sense. So we got to conduct business and promote a little bit better. So then you telling me that I'm not promoting it. Well, that's one of the reasons I'm not promoting it. I don't want people to say, hey, man, we got this debate that's going on. It's going to be a great debate, but it's $20 to $30. Come on, man. They going to say, well, that's one debate. I'm just going to wait till it come out in the red box. So we got to understand, man, we got to do a little bit better and promote better. We got to promote better. And I think that that's something that Israel doctrine is not doing properly. He need to be taught that. You don't just jump out. You don't just jump out, you know, out there, and you don't, this your first event to where you're doing this. You know, you play with it a little bit, you know. And so I think that we've seen in the community and watched enough of people how they set up these debates. Why this brother ain't viewed that and looked and said, well, maybe I can set up a Eventbrite or whatever it's called online. We have a debate. We don't have to pay for the venue. And we just make it a pay-per-view event where we charge people like $5 to $10 to come and watch it. People gonna come out their pocket faster with $5 to $10 debate, especially if you bringing together the Christian apologists and also the Israelites to listen to that debate, rather than you $5 to $30 and then think this gonna be some type of big explosion or some type of event. When you tell them it's $25 to $30 off the flip, they already saying, man, that's kind of steep. People didn't use their vacation money. School finna start back. They got to buy uniforms, and summertime. People having babies in the summertime, so the baby's on the way. Cause I got one on the way next month. So if you really want people to hear the debate, you promote it better, and the best way to promote a debate better is your prices. How anybody don't know that? You got to know that. So I'm telling this brother about, listen, I definitely think that we should keep having debates or discussions concerning the Bible to bring out the truths of the Bible, and to see who dealing with falsehood and who dealing with the text. We definitely need to do that. But when it comes to, is this Bible the best tool for humanity, versus when you're looking at Kemet I think the Bible is the best tool. Let me check my chat room. I think the Bible is the best tool. Agenda of those that are turning back to Kemet or turning back to West Africa. It didn't work for you then. Why are you turning back to it now? It doesn't make any sense. You better evolve in your thinking. And then say, well, the Bible is the white man book. And it's only African Americans that's unlearned that's saying that. Because when you really study the culture of this book, movement of people that have Near Eastern customs and the Levant area customs. They don't even have European customs. So how is it a white man book from a Western perspective? That doesn't make any sense. You got the Dagger Squad saying stuff like that. Or you got a squad, or even just black people in general of America saying that, because that's retarded. Just because someone now here's the thing. If the Europeans or the Greeks came down, things that Egypt was doing, and they took on some of Egypt's customs because they seen some things that was similar, things that they found that was unique about Kemet, about Egypt, and they took on a lot of their customs. And we see what took place with the Ptolemaic period. Y'all can say, well, the white man gave you this book that went into Egypt and took on Egyptian customs, but y'all still deal with Kemet though. It doesn't make any sense. European or Caucasian that's telling you that this book came from them, that's not the case. This is a book that has Eastern culture in it. Things that the Europeans do, this Eastern culture, yes, they do East culture, but we recognize our Near East culture when we see it, when we really study these things. Just as like somebody say Horus was born on the 25th. Where is that at in Egyptian literature? Use that argument. So it's the same thing with people that's using these foolish arguments concerning the Bible. That room. People that's using these foolish arguments concerning the Bible. Because it's unlearned. It's saying that. Because when you really study. Peace built for speed. Trent Krill 7. This debate is Sunday on the 30th. It's July the 30th. And it's going to be at 6 p.m. at the Hard Rock Hotel, downtown Chicago. Yeah, so the whole thing. So and I'm gonna put brothers in the chat room, but the whole thing is that it's just about promoting the debate a little bit more better than what you're doing, Israel Doctrine. This is not a Sonetta event, so let's not come out be outrageous with Sonetta prices. Why ain't you promoting the debate like you should? Because look at the prices, bro. When I tell people the prices, people telling me, man, I ain't gonna pay no $25 to $30. How is that? When Sonetta come on, Sonetta got as I stated, from 500 to 1,000 people watching within probably a minute. I got 13 people viewing right now. You got 34 people viewing. So what makes you think that if 34 people coming to view you and And a lot of those people don't even deal with what you're dealing with. A lot of them that's really trolls that they gonna say, well, let's pay $25 to $30 to go watch Israel doctrine and Iran debate in the community. Don't even deal with the Bible. Now, if we was promoting that debate among the Christians and also the Israelites, and they paying $5 to $10, remember, some of them brothers got like 5 wives. You think they're gonna be able to pay $25 to $30 when they already think they know the entire Bible anyways? Nah, they ain't gonna do that. So you tripping, bro. So you tripping, man, with the overall on the whole thing, man. And so that's why I met with this, and really not too much, if you wanted to debate, you got it. Thing, so you promote it. I'm promoting it to the fullest what I can, but I can't really do too much because you overcharging the people. $5 at the door, $30 at the door. At least Sonetta gonna have food there. What you gonna have? Just a nice room? Nah, bruh. That's not how you do that. You crawl before you walk. You crawl before you walk. That's what you do, bruh. You tripping, man. So yeah, I think that we should get these different one when it comes to just not the Bible, but defending the whole book. Defending the whole book, showing people this beast system, which consists of Egypt, different cultures that take on this beast mentality or this beast way. If anybody's saying that Kemet is better, get in here right now. If you saying that Kemet is better than the biblical theology, you need to get in here right now because we got something to tell you. And if it is better, what I need to go back to West Africa for? What's profitable in West Africa? Profitable there. Because if it was profitable, right, it will help you to evolve to a higher consciousness or a higher state to where you could demonstrate within the community. They got problems over there more than what we got over here. Half of them people trying to get over here. What I need to go back to West Africa for? And when they do get over here, they doing the things that you supposed to be doing. I mean, that you supposed to be doing. Because they get coming over here realizing that there's that you can come up over here, because when we look at the heathens love basically entertainment, or they love to certain inventions and different things. So they coming up with different ideals, getting money, taking it back to Africa and buying land. People, even they got enough sense to do that. We're the biggest consumers when you talk about Africans that come over to America. We even consumers among them. How is it that we're in America and we can't find a way how to get this money, but they come over, they come get the money, advantages, but at the same time, what advantages that we don't have that we can go forth and go do it? Because they only got a limited time to do it. So ain't no excuses why we can't uplift the black communities in America. Trying to be playing around, trying to pick up some type of history lesson and talking about you going back to Kemet or you going back to West Africa and how they used to think when we was gods, reminiscing, looking silly, singing sad songs. Nah, you better evolve in some type of whatever God you saying that you trying to choose is gonna help you, helping you back then. And if you say God is the problem, well, maybe you on the wrong side. So bottom line, you need to upgrade in your mentality. Your mentality. Go back to West Africa for what? What's being built over in West Africa? Fail, the love of the money, or the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life. That's how they fail. They was too busy looking good, too busy building monuments that don't mean nothing today. Only looked at to be glorified, but how is it helping the community? Dazzled by stone. Wow, that's great. Wow, whoop-a-dee. They fail back to what a person failed to. Let me get these brothers in here, man. That's why I'm not because I'm not playing no games with this. And to be serious with this, and you got brothers to compete with Sinetta. I'm not trying to compete with Sinetta. I'm putting brothers on the panel as we speak right now. Let me get this brother Allen in here, man, because I think that these brothers, man, need to stop promoting this beast that they've been promoting. Are good and it's not good. Egypt was not good for the people, man. At one part of time, they probably was, but they still was dealing with the other government systems around and still was doing the same thing, taking advantage of the people, man, taking advantage of the land. That's what they was doing, man. Controlling the boundaries and controlling the people. Wasn't no slavery either. You was a lie. They was enslaving the people, enslaving the minds, and took their land. How you think? Oh, Egypt, they came from the south. Well, when you came from the up into the north, who was in the north? If you're talking about the out of Africa theory, who was in the north? Did the pre-dynasty pharaohs or the great house, when they came into those areas, Norma and his fathers, who was they dealing with? Who did they take over up there to get that position that they got? The authority to do that. They live in the beast way. If I'm stronger than you and I'm united with different people or tribes of people, what you want, they gonna go take it. And that's their mentality. That's the beast system. What did they come with? Religion, economics, and politics. Tell me Egypt didn't come with that and you a lie, because most of their kingdoms was built on trade routes. Say otherwise. It's the same system. So why is it Black Americans get back and to get out of white supremacy or the beast system that we see and get right back into the beast system, which was an Egyptian kingdom that was dealing with blacks and other cultures of people just as well. So the beast system is not just one people, which we say this white supremacy this system is cultures of people that gain off of the people. Economics, politics, and religion. That's what Egypt came with. They came with their netters in those lands. But the North had different point of views on religion or creation of their gods than those people that was in the South. So now we start getting off into the conflict of Horus and Seth, or Heru and Seth, or the people that's from the desert that's talking about people that was from the desert, or the people of chaos. It's the people that's coming into Kemet, the Nile Valley, for those resources. This is a movement of people that's basically dealing with economics, politics, and religion. Of Horus and Seth are two people that are conflicting with each other, mainly because of religion, politics, and economics. What Kemet want to get in here and talk about that? So why would you jump out of one system and then jump into another one as if that one is correct? It's the same system. That's why when you look at the Europeans, the main thing that you see is them taking on Babylon and also Kemetic deities. Why is that? It's the same system. If you don't know that, then you didn't lost your mind. We did discuss it. Let me see if I can get these brothers in here. It says the brothers got agenda, man, instead of doing things the right way. What you call, nah, bro, do your stuff right, man. Do that stuff right. I'm inviting people to the chat right now.
Hey, yo, what's good?
What's going on, bro?
All right. Man, we've been, that hangout last night was pretty good, man. We put out some good information.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
Let me see.
So this one right here, we basically focusing on Kemet. What's the
right? Somewhat. I sent you the link, Carl. Yeah. So bottom line is this: is that we having this debate, and after we have this debate, we're moving on to other things just as well. This one thing, yes, we're going to do biblical debates, but in truth and honesty, all of these fields that we see, not just one thing.
LeBron, I'm gonna be right here, but I might be silent for a little bit.
Hello?
All right, cool.
What's going on, Garfield? What's happening? Oh, what's going on, Alan? What's happening? I ain't speak to y'all in a minute.
What's up, man? What's happening, man?
What the hell is what y'all got me in?
I mean, you didn't see the title?
No, what's the problem? What's going on today?
No, I'm just going off of what's going on with that situation over there with Israel doctrine and bringing it over here. And so my thing is this with you brothers, because I see that you brothers, and I've been waiting for this for the longest. I've been waiting for
what?
Alan. I've been waiting for Alan and Garfield to put out that information that talked about revelations, as y'all stated, concerning this beast system that we see in this biblical text. I've been waiting for that. When y'all gonna give us that information?
What information? What are you talking about?
Yeah, what
Alan, you know what I'm talking about, right?
What beast information are you talking about?
You guys said, John, the book of Revelations, right? Was there's some information or some literature where revelations come from that information that you guys had or you guys have. Where's that at? When you gonna produce that?
Okay, so what you try to put us on the spot? I got it. Right.
I need you to bring that out, bro.
Because you know I'm their master teacher, so they learn from me. So let's get it right. Let's get it. Garfield don't back down from nothing, but don't invite me to no live hangout like this again, brother. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't try to put me on the spot like I'm a rookie.
All right, well, hold on. You
but
knew
I'm
it was
gonna just
live
put the
when
information
here,
out.
right?
No, when I came in, I said, "What's going on?" to figure out why am I even live on a show. You know what I'm saying? You gotta tell people before you're trying to catch us out there like we're liars. Listen, G-Con, we have a love-hate relationship and we both bipolar. All right. One day we love each other, the next day we can't stand each other. So if you're gonna invite me to a hangout, don't try to do that no snake shit. Don't do that.
Hold on. First,
we don't have this information
brother.
and that.
Hold on.
No, don't do that. Don't do.
No, hold on, Garfield. Let me help you to understand something. I'm not inviting you on nothing sneak. You got in the hangout over there, you and Alan, right? Y'all been talking about Kemet, this and that all the time.
Who
represent Kemet right now then?
Hold up, bro, hold on. For the past 7-8 months, you on West Africa, B. We talking to West Africans on the joint. That's what we talking about. When you talking about Egypt, I wasn't talking about that. I was talking to him how West Africa, where we came from, got the Bible. Now, if you want to debate about that, we can do that. I don't even like to entertain the religious dogma. So this is what I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you that prior to the Portuguese in West Africa, not East Africa, before the Portuguese, we didn't have that Bible. There was no Christians over there until 1490.
I have no problem.
About.
Well, hold on.
Hold on. System? What's this shit?
Well, hold on.
You talking about some shit from a year ago?
Alan, hold on for a minute, bro. Now, you was just in there on Israel Doctrines panel, right? You said that number one is we need to start dealing back with West Africa. That's what you said, right?
That's what I said.
So let me ask you this. What is West Africa to evolve what we see for us in our world, what we see this present today in this world? What is they doing? What's so spectacular that I need to lead this biblical text to go back to West Africa?
Number one, if we look at, first and foremost, it's about
Alan, hold on 1 second. You see, when you're in a dogmatic mode, or whether you want to go around and teach that we need this and we need that, you won't hear that from us. Each individual has to make. Hold on a second, brother. If you're gonna invite us, let us speak, man.
Right, go ahead.
Next thing we're gonna be, you're supposed to be the religious guy. You're supposed to be the religious guy. Come on. The point is, Alan, don't fall into this trap of what is West Africa doing for us, or what West Africa has to offer, or whatever. Each individual in this world is making a move to do for themselves. What we need to answer is, what if you are wrong? What if your text was just a political text? What if it had to do with trade routes? What it had to do with establishing power? It doesn't mean 2,000 years from now we should be following this book, or this book. This book is not the end all be all. It's basically a book written by man and pushing programs that's developed by man. So you don't know if it's right or wrong, mixed with some real history and some fake history. So I don't acknowledge the Bible as a book to follow. So for you to judge and say what is West Africa has to offer, we have to reorient ourselves with our ancient history. That's what Alan is talking about.
Hey,
you need to go there instead of, peace. We need to go and figure out how we got here, what went on in our culture, and find out who we are. We are not Israelites. We are not Christians. Hey, we are not Muslims. Let me finish. Give me 30 more seconds. We are none of that. We are all human beings in our own paradigm. If you want to follow the Bible, you do you. If we want to study West Africa and find out our real roots through DNA science, oral history, and through historical method, all type of methods, that's us. So for you to bring up West Africa is disrespectful, because if you do a DNA right now, I guarantee you're going to have some attachment to West Africa. You're going to have some attachment to white folks. But you can't come here and say, oh, what is West Africa offering? That's crazy.
Garfield. Bruh. Now watch
I'm gonna share my screen too. I'm gonna share my screen and show y'all this information on the thing.
I hear you. So watch this. And let's listen to what this brother's saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mike, fam. Mute your mic, because I muted mine when you was talking.
Okay.
Now, number one is that don't understand it. If that's not what you want to deal with, right, that's cool. I'm not knocking you, but when you come up and say, well, Bible that, and that's coming out your mouth, then yeah, you're gonna have to face people like me and other people that deals with this Bible. Because you say that the Bible there's some history that's in the Bible that relates to people that's on this earth that we look at, right? As far as different cultures of people. The Bible, that's fine. But what I'm telling you is, listen, you every week you got something to say about what this book is saying. Now when we start looking at the historical content, whether if we start looking at what the Bible said it was a flood, or the Bible exposes the beast system, you may say that it was local, but cultures of people say that it was worldwide. Event that took place, and they told it traditionally and passed it down and said that it was worldwide. So bottom line is this: somebody need to mute their mic.
Is that me? I came out and came in. Hold on, let me see if it's my mic.
Yeah,
it's
sure.
my bad.
Yeah, it's not mine.
So for instance, you got people that's teaching, right? Well, the pyramids is this old, thousands of years old, 60,000, 70,000 years old, or the not the playa, or even about different things that they don't know what they talking about. They don't study geology, so they don't know if was there a flood. So when you got one thing that's in the Bible that's dealing with historical content, that the Bible mentions this a major event Earth, and when we start looking at geological processes, why is it that nobody can look at that and say, well, hold on for a minute, let's examine that and see if what is these people dealing with? It will have historical content, and I believe that it does. I believe that there are events that are mentioned in the Bible that we can see that took place with geological processes, as well as historical content of observation through those people that was writing the book, with arguments as far as Belshazzar and all of these kings. Also Jericho, the land of Hazar. These are lands that somebody had to know history, because the conventional scholars, they didn't know anything about that till the information was dug up and the cities was found. So is there historical content that's in the Bible? Definitely it is. Now, what's the agenda of you going around telling people that this book is not reliable or it can't be trusted, when we see that even historians like Herodotus, who made a king list of basically of Sumer, didn't mention anything, I mean of Babylon, didn't mention anything of Belshazzar, but we found it on the Nabonidus cylinder, or the Cyrus cylinder. We found it there. So when we found it there, that means that the Bible is dealing with some type of historical content. So
Laurent, can I ask you one question?
What's the question?
Can you answer the fact that Daniel 5:30 says that the Darius was the king that took over, and historically it was Cyrus? Can you answer that? The Bible is historical.
1 second before y'all go into that, please.
Get into that. No, Carl, this is not your hangout. This ain't your hangout. You mute your mic.
LeRon, when you came over here, did you not start talking
about? Bro, let's deal with what we're dealing with. We're not dealing with Albert right now.
Come over here on this show and start talking about what happened on the last show.
Carl, we're not talking about you right now.
Did you not, LeRon?
You come at me and Alan. Why? Israel. It's not about you, Israel.
LeRon, did you not come over here and start talking?
Hold on. Right. But we're gonna get to that. But it took a turn here, and so we hot on this information. So let me deal with this real quick.
No, I don't want to stay here all day because I could be doing other stuff. Let me just ask.
Go do a question.
Let me ask this question, and you answer it, and we get it over with. I'll be gone. Did you not come over here and talk about you not competing with Sinetta, this and that, and said some things because I got a call that said that's what you was doing over here?
Yo, Laurent, listen, man. If you want to call me, just call me and we talk another time.
LeRon,
Yo, Alan,
why you not saying anything?
I'm out, man. Peace out. Peace.
Right, now what you say, Israel?
When you came over here, did you not start talking about the debate, me charging people, competing with Sinetta and things? That I didn't hear it. Somebody called me, so I don't want to hear say, she say.
Right, now here's the thing. As I told you personally, privately, I said, listen, you said, well, why I'm not promoting debate, or why I'm
about our private conversation and stuff. I'm just asking you that. We could talk privately.
You should talk. Right. Well, you need to call me privately then.
Because no, I just want a public.
You said you're gonna slash. You said you're gonna slash the prices or whatever case may be.
I just want a public acknowledgement that you're gonna still do the debate or not. Because like I said,
we getting it on.
For as we concerned, it seemed like I need to try to put you on a contract or something now because you ain't a man of your word. It seemed like this, that, and the other. So as long as you say you're gonna show up, that's all I care about. Because like you said, to a degree, it's all on my money. And I'm just trying not to fuck up my money, because if you ain't gonna do the thing, I could change it into something else today and be on a whole nother path. But if you want to do it, you welcome to come and take that ass whooping. Because I'm gonna give you ass whooping for all this drama you trying to take me through. Believe that. That's a promise to you now. So you showing up.
We definitely gonna deal with the we definitely gonna do the debate. I'm not running for that. I'm not.
Y'all call Garfield, y'all do your thing. I just wanted to make sure it's public record. July the 30th, you gonna come take this ass whooping, and that's all I needed. Peace.
All right, cool. Peace. Now, Garfield, what you putting up on this screen, bro?
Yeah, I'm gonna smash Revelation in a minute, but I said that Revelations was not written by John. That's my conclusion based on the information from people who were living in that time period, right? Do you have a problem when I post the information, or are you saying you want me to post the information? But before we do that, you just said something that people need to be aware of. Garfield says the Bible is historical fiction. Why Garfield says that? Because the Bible has names like Hezekiah. It has names like Nebuchadnezzar. It has different names of people that actually existed. But the stories attributed to them is not true. If you heard a dialogue with me and Divine Prospect on Sarnetta when I was talking about Tazariak, he basically admitted what I said over 3 years ago to you guys. And everybody was like, oh, that's nonsense. That Nabonidus' name was accidentally, I won't say on purpose, switched to Nebuchadnezzar's name. That's why the book of Daniel have so many issues. If you switch Nabonidus' name to Nebuchadnezzar, the book is almost flawless. But as soon as you keep Nebuchadnezzar's name, you got all type of contradictions. This can't be true. This can't be true. So what happened is when you look at the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Well, hold on. Let
me clarify, bro. Come on, don't interrupt me.
Right. No, I want to ask you a question.
I want to ask you a question. The Dead Sea Scrolls actually have the original story of Daniel, and when it has
what book is it in, though? What book?
We talking about Daniel, the book of Daniel. You have a prayer, the prayer of Nabonidus. Look up the prayer of Nabonidus in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and that would clarify.
Right, but that's what I'm asking you. Is that canon? Was that considered the writings of scriptures? Is that in the scriptures?
The storyline, yeah, the storyline. But before we even do that,
right? Can you post that, please, in the back chat? Oh no, I want to listen. I'm just saying.
Revelation. I'm not doing no debate with you. What I want to clarify with you is this, and I want you to clear this up. You just said that Nabonidus and Belshazzar and all that stuff. Can you show me or tell me why your Bible says in Daniel 5 verses 30 and 31 that Darius became the king of Persia or the king after the last king of Babylon? That's all I want. That's all I want to hear. After the last king of Babylon, Nabonidus or Belshazzar, that Belshazzar was the last king, and that after him was Darius. I just want you to explain to me how is that the Bible is historically correct. That's all I want.
Okay, can you say that again, please? Because you was cutting it.
You want me to show it on the screen? Daniel 5 verses 30 and 31. How did Belshazzar become the last king of Babylon, and Darius was the first king of after the Babylonian Empire? How was Darius the first king? All right, that's all I want you to explain. Daniel 5 verses 30 and 31.
All right, so let's go there and let's read it real quick. Hold on. I'm finna screen share right now. Well, I'm finna wait till I load up.
Damn, LeRon, you ain't been paying attention, man. We on a different wavelength, man. Got that crypto tonight.
I don't know what it is about you New York cats, but y'all kind of speak too soon. I suggest you probably want to be quiet because I'm very learned in this conversation, and so you might want.
That's cool, man. And when you get a chance with that, man, I just want you to show me where West Africa is at in that damn Bible.
All right, that's cool. You still ain't pull out that revelation for me, but let me get to this.
I don't make no claim about no revelation. What do you?
All right, so let me pull this up. I got you live doing it. I got you live doing it on Israel Doctrine. So don't make him. Pull up.
That's the book. That's the Egyptian, Egyptian original book.
Let me deal with this Daniel real quick. That's cool, bro. But hey, listen, this ain't Meru or channel.
Mute your mic, Alan. Let me deal with it.
Daniel 5 and what again?
30 and 31.
All right, so watch what it says. It says, in that night was Belshazzar, the king of the Chaldeans, slain, and Darius the Median took the kingdom, being about 62 years old, right? So let's look at something, right? Now, your argument is, why is he considered the first king? Does it say that was he a co-regent king, or was he considered just the first king? Because who was in control of Babylon at that time? Was it not Belshazzar, according to ancient manuscripts that we got?
You want me to respond, brother, or you just want to flow?
Yeah, I'm asking you a question.
Okay,
Who was in control?
Belshazzar was not the last king of Babylon, by the way. That's also an error. The last king was Nabonidus. That's
Hold on.
That's what the records say. So if you want to that
let me read it to you real quick.
Okay.
Right? This is from the Nabonidus cylinder that was discovered in 1853. It says, "May it be that I, Nabonidus, king of Babylon, never fail you, and may my firstborn, Belshazzar, worship you with all his heart." So he is the son of Nabonidus. But watch what it says here. This is also in the Nabonidus cylinder that was discovered. It says, "Nabonidus entrusted the army to his oldest son, his firstborn, the troops in the country. He ordered under his command. He let everything go and trusted the kingship to him and himself. He started out for a long journey. The military forces of Akkad marching with him, he turned to Tema deep in the west." Now, here's my thing here, because this is stating that his son was a co-regent king with him and left him the kingship in, guess what, Babylon, while he marched to Tema, right? And he fought in Tema. So up under the Jews' history, they was dealing with, guess what? They was dealing with Belshazzar. They wasn't dealing with.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
Let me finish. Though.
Let me say this.
Okay, well, hold on. Let me finish.
You're gonna get beat up, bro. Okay,
so cool.
Off live. You're about to get the hell beat out of you.
All right, that's cool. All right, whatever. So when we look at it, Nabonidus, he's in Tema, right? Belshazzar is in Babylon, dealing with Israel. So Israel is writing about the account that happened with them of the last king that was in Babylon at that time, while Nabonidus is in Tema. Now, here's my thing, what I want to ask you, Garfield, because you know, right? Now, was these co-regent kings? Garfield, you there?
All right, mute your mic. All right. You see, first and foremost, it's always good. This is why we've been battling for 3 years. And I want everybody to understand, I respect your belief. I respect what you want to hold to. But you got to acknowledge that there's some funny business going on in the Bible when it comes to the historical account. All right? Let's look at what the brother said. If you notice, he admits that Nabonidus is Darius, Belshazzar is Darius' son, right? But Belshazzar is Nabonidus' son, right? But in the Bible, Belshazzar is Nebuchadnezzar's son. So that alone should just close the whole argument about the Bible being a historical fact. We have throughout the Bible where there's, if you look at Daniel 5, Nebuchadnezzar's son, that's what I said earlier, there was an error and the Dead Sea Scrolls prove it. This is what me and Ron Divine Prospect Shields was talking about. That the Bible is incorrect. If the copyist made a mistake or not, that's a whole nother issue. But Belshazzar is not Nebuchadnezzar's son. So let's look at what the brother said. The brother said that what's his name went to Tema. I agree. He went to Tema, but he wasn't a co-regent king. I'm gonna tell you why. It's his son, and he made him over Babylon only, not the rest of the kingdom. He was the king for Babylon because he said, son, take over Babylon while I leave, but the rest of the kingdom he didn't rule. Why was Nabonidus in Tema? And where is Tema? Tema is where in Arabia. That was the trade routes, right, Alan? That was the trade routes. He was getting in charge of the trade routes, so he took his army with him and did that. Plus, there was a prophetess in Babylon who told him he had to stay out the country. Remember when Nebuchadnezzar got a curse for 7 years? It really was Nabonidus who got cursed for 7 to 10 years. So you see the story of Nebuchadnezzar and Nabonidus crosses, so it causes confusion with historical facts. There's no way Belshazzar was the entire king. But at the end of the day, though, let's say that the brother is correct, right? Let's say he was co-regency, right? Let's look at this. This is how you murder these guys. Let's Google the Cyrus cylinder, right? And let's see who the Persians documented who came in. So let's take a look at it before you read it.
Dagger.
Stop right there. Stop right there. No, because I want to address something that you said.
Don't get beat up. No, brother. You're going to get beat up.
No, you're not beating me up. I want to address something.
I'm showing my screen. Be quiet. Because he said, you know what he's going to say? He's going to say it's a co-regency. So because of the co-regency family, guess what happened? He's going to say that that's why the Bible says Belshazzar. But I'm going to go to history. Look what the Cyrus cylinder says. It's called, the translation is called the tyranny of Nabonidus. So it goes into why Marduk was angry with Nabonidus because he destroyed all these different temples, right? He destroyed all these different temples in Babylon. Now Cyrus takes Babylon, right? Now look down at the bottom when Cyrus takes over, who is he defeating? And I want you guys to pay attention to this because this ends the whole argument of who he's having beef with. He's having beef with Nabonidus. There's no mention of Belshazzar in this. None. See, I sought the welfare of the city of Babylon and all its sacred centers, and as for the citizens of Babylon, upon whom Nabonidus imposed a corvée which was not the God's wish and not befitting. Let me show Nabonidus' name again. He's the only king that's mentioned here because after the 10 years, he went back to Babylon and took over the whole empire. He told his son, you're in charge of Babylon alone. There's no co-regency. He's just king. He's just overseeing. You see, he made him enter his city, Babylon, without fighting or battle. He saved Babylon from hardship. He delivered who? Nabonidus, the king who did not revere him, into his hands. He's talking about Cyrus when he took over Babylon. So if Cyrus took over Babylon and it was Nabonidus that was king, why is the Bible telling us that it was Belshazzar? And why did the Bible say it was Darius that took over when it was Cyrus?
Let's read that again. Let's read that again. It says,
okay, hold on. Cyrus takes Babylon. He ordered him to go to his city. Let me blow this up. So I don't want nobody to say that Garfield hiding his screen and he's trying to trick the people. And Garfield is a liar and this and that. So we ain't going to play that game today. Let's go again. Cyrus.
Right. So who ordered who? Who ordered who to go to whose city?
He's saying that the god Marduk, brother. The god Marduk. Yes, the god Marduk. Because the god Marduk is mad with who? He is mad with who, my brother? He's mad with Nabonidus because Nabonidus destroyed the temples. I could read the whole thing. If you want.
Hold on. Okay. Go back off the screen a little bit. You moving it too close.
All right.
All right, so let's look at this.
Yo, everybody is breaking up, yo. It sounds like everybody that's talking is breaking up.
All right, mute your mic and let me go over it, brother. Please allow me to do that. Can you do that, sir? All right. The tyranny of Nabonidus. An incompetent person, referring to Nabonidus, was installed to exercise leadership over his country. He imposed upon them a counterfeit of Esagili he made for and the rest of the cultic centers. What they're talking about is there were several different gods or different centers, cultic centers that the people lived in and they worshipped in. He decided to destroy them, right? That story sounds familiar? Like with Nebuchadnezzar and the kingdom of Solomon, Solomon's temple, it's the same storyline. A ritual which was improper.
Hey, bro, keep reading down and get to the point so I can make my point.
Okay, an unholy display offering fear he daily recited irreverently. He put an end to the regular offerings. He interfered in the cultic centers, establishing the sacred centers by his own plan. He did away with the worship of who? Marduk, the king of the gods. He continually did evil against Marduk's city. Without interruption, he imposed the whatever that is upon its inhabitants unrelentingly, ruining them at all. So this is what Marduk, the god's anger was. Upon hearing their cries, the Lord of the gods became furiously angry and such the borders. The gods who lived among them forsook their dwellings. Angry that he, Nabonidus, had brought them to Babylon, Marduk, the exalted, the Lord of the gods, turned towards all the habitations that were abandoned and all the people of Sumer and Akkad who had become corpses. He was reconciled, had mercy upon them. He examined and checked all the entirety of the lands, all of them. He searched everywhere, and then he took a righteous king, his favorite by the hand. He called out his name, Cyrus, king of Asan. he pronounced his name to be king all over the world. He made the land of Gotium and the Uman Manda, the Medes, bow in submission at his feet. And he, Cyrus, shepherded with justice and righteousness all the black-headed people over whom Marduk had given him victory. Marduk, the great Lord, guardian of his people, looked with gladness upon his good deeds and upright heart. Cyrus takes Babylon. He ordered him, meaning Marduk, to go to his city Babylon. He set him on the road to Babylon, and like a companion and a friend, he went at his side. His vast army, whose number like water of the river cannot be known, marched at his side fully armed. He made him enter his city, Babylon, without fighting or battle. He saved Babylon from hardship. He delivered Nabonidus, the king, who did not revere him, into his hands. He made him enter his city Babylon without fighting or battle. He saved Babylon from hardship. He delivered who? Nabonidus, the king, who did not revere him, into his hands. All the people of Babylon, all the land of Sumer and Akkad, princes and governors, bowed to him and kissed his feet. They rejoiced at his kingship, and their faces shone. Lord, by whose aid the dead were revived and who had all been redeemed from hardship and difficulty, they greeted him with gladness and praised his name. Cyrus titles: I am Cyrus, king of the world, great king, mighty king, king of Babylon, king of Sumer, king of the four quarters, the son of Cambyses, great king of Asan. All right, let's move on.
All right, so first, let's go back to your...
This the Cyrus cylinder?
Yeah.
Yes, let's go back. Hold on. Listen, bro. You're not finna get on here spitting no rhetoric and not stop, and let's deal with your points. Go back up now. Go back up. Let's deal with your points. You're not finna fast talk the audience. This ain't no vacuum clean salesman going on thing here. Now look. Now, you know in history Belshazzar, you agree that he was a king, right? And
No, I don't agree.
Okay, well let me read this to you one more time.
I don't agree. I agree he was.
All right, well let me read this.
He was not king over the empire. He was set up only.
Wait, hold on. Let me read this stuff, bro. You said no. Let me read this. You said no. Let me read. It says Nabonidus entrusted the army to his oldest son, his firstborn, the troops in the country. He ordered under his command. He let everything go, entrusted the kingship to him, and himself he started out for a long journey. The military forces of Akkad marching with him, he turned to Tema, right? That's on the Nabonidus cylinder. Now, my thing is this is, when Nabonidus left and went to Tema, after that, Belshazzar was entrusted with the kingdom. Cyrus and also his co-regent kings, they took over Babylon. Nabonidus came back when that place was taken over already. And guess what they did? They captured him and took him. Because when we read about the story, we see that in this very story, what you read right here, watch what it says. It says, he ordered him to go to his city Babylon, which is Marduk, right? And we got to understand this is dealing with some type of mythos this as well, too, because unless you saying that Marduk is a real person, then you got a problem here. It says, he set him on the road to Babylon, and like a companion and a friend, he went at his side. It says he made him enter his city, Babylon, without fighting or battle. Now, let me ask you a question. Do you know the historical content that, of how Cyrus them, or the Persian and the Medes, took over Babylon? Do you know the story on that?
Okay. First of all, the Medes never took over Babylon. That's incorrect. What Cyrus did, and if you read this again, I showed it further up. He defeated the Medes at around 1550 BC. 550 BC. What happened is they merged. They became a part of the Persian Empire. But listen to me carefully, brother. And I love you, Laurent. I love battling with you.
Wait, I asked you a question.
But listen, he right here. How you gonna say that Nabonidus came after?
Wait, hold on. No, this is the question. No, bro.
Delivered Nabonidus the king. So how is that?
Wait.
Belshazzar even in the picture, brother? And I
asked you a question. Do you have the history of Cyrus going into or the Babylon kingdom falling to the Medes and Persian kingdom? Do you have the history of that? Because there is historical content on that. You do know that, right? How they took the city and took the kingdom. I'm gonna unmute your mic. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself, Garfield. All right, well, anyways, he ain't unmuting himself. Okay, so Nabonidus gave, as I just read to this brother, the kingship over.
I'm sorry. You wanted me to unmute myself for what, brother?
Okay, I need you to get the information, because I'm asking you, do you have the information of how the kingdom of Babylon was taken over by the Medes and Persian kingdom?
Brother, Babylon was never taken over by the Medes. It was taken over by the Persians. If you look on the same text, brother.
Persians.
Right here. It tells you that the Medes bow in submission at his feet. He took over the Medes. He controlled them. That's what Marduk did. He gave him the power. This is what they're trying to say. Marduk is mythos. But he's saying that Marduk gave him the power and he took over the Medes, and the Medes bowed to him. He already
was it after?
Hold on.
Or was it after?
You know what? I'm not debating. I'm not going to debate. I just teach right now because you guys are not even on my level.
I'm asking you a question, bro.
Let me say this, brother. You said that Belshazzar was there. The city was not taken over until Cyrus went there and he saved them from hardship. He delivered Nabonidus. In the Babylonian text, which agrees with this text, it says that the folks had a war before. The generals went there before and they beat them up. They was beating up the Babylonians. So by the time Cyrus got there, like 2 weeks later, they was like, you know what? We give up, man. We just gonna bow down to Cyrus. But at the end of the day, Nabonidus was the king. It wasn't Belshazzar.
Wait, hold on. So you mean to tell me, you playing games? Nabonidus left and went to Tema.
Right.
Belshazzar, history tell you they was getting smashed on. Nabonidus
no. Belshazzar wasn't there when they were warring.
No.
Nabonidus already came back.
Bro, Nabonidus came back and got smashed.
Okay.
Stop playing games, bro.
He didn't get smashed. There was no war. They didn't fight. There was no fight. It's right here. It's right here in the text.
The kingdom was already taken, bro. He couldn't do anything.
Okay. Let's say you're right. Why would he write? He made him enter his city, Babylon, without fighting or battle. He saved Babylon from hardship. He delivered Nabonidus. That means Nabonidus was still king when Cyrus went there. So if he got beat up during Belshazzar's time, brother, you see, this is what I'm trying to tell you. Nabonidus came back from Tema, brother, and took over. That's what you're forgetting. He came back. That's how he got back. Why is he there then? How did he get there?
Wait, hold on, bro.
Why is he in the text?
Hold on, bro. When he came back, his kingdom was taken already.
No, it wasn't, brother.
Watch
it. Prove it. Go ahead, prove it. Hold on. Go ahead and prove it, brother.
Hold on, bro. Watch this. Now, listen. You wouldn't even know anything about Belshazzar. He was considered fiction at first. Herodotus didn't even.
Who would know nothing about Belshazzar?
Hold on, bro. Let me finish.
Don't talk to me and tell me that. I was the one that fooled you 3 years ago.
About scholars,
2 years ago, when you threatened to come to New York and beat my ass up. You forget? I was the one that.
I'm talking about scholars, bro. You're not a scholar, first off. The scholars did not know anything about Belshazzar. Herodotus didn't even mention him on his king's list of when we talk about the Babylonian kings. He never mentioned him. But, and there's different king lists, nobody mentioned him. But when we found the Nabonidus cylinder, did we realize that Belshazzar was not fiction? He was a real character, bruh. And so what I'm telling you is Nabonidus left. And the Bible shows that. Nabonidus left. Once he left the Tema, we got historical content that says.
Where does the Bible show that?
Watch this, what it says.
Where does the Bible show that Nabonidus left from?
No, I'm showing you that the Bible shows you that the Persians and the Medes took the kingdom without a fight. And reason why they took.
Okay. But the Medes could not have taken the kingdom.
Hold on, bro. Wait, bro.
You're wrong. You're historically incorrect, brother. You're wrong.
You're not answering any questions, bro.
All right. What questions do you want me to answer?
All right. So listen. Now, Nabonidus left and with the Tema, right? Right? Yeah. We got the historical content. I asked you, is there any history that talks about how Cyrus and them came and took the kingdom of Babylon and what they did? Is there any history?
I just told you, my brother. I just told you that. It's right there in the cylinder.
No, it's not. It's something else besides the cylinder. Is there history outside of the cylinder?
Outside the cylinder is the history. That's the historical information.
No, there's also manuscripts that come from India. You do know that, right?
India regarding what? What does it have to do with it? Listen, brother, you got to talk in context because you got to see who is in charge of the trade routes.
Right, hold on, bro.
At the time, it was hold up. The Babylonian Empire was in charge of.
It was Marduk. Who is Marduk?
You need to talk in context, brother.
Wait, hold on,
bro. Not in charge of nothing.
Stop, bro. Stop.
Oh my God, bro.
Listen, Nabonidus came. And this is what I'm trying to tell you. I don't know if you're listening to this. Nabonidus was in Tema. When Nabonidus came back from Tema, that land was already taken. Already, first off. And so your argument, and so your argument of what the Bible is saying, it agrees with what the history is saying, because if you look at it, Belshazzar was a king, whether or not we like it or not. And whether you say he wasn't a king, the Bible also lists him as some type of government official. Whether if you say that he wasn't the king, and I just read to you the Nabonidus cylinder that confirms that the kingship was left unto Belshazzar. Mentioned Belshazzar. He didn't even exist. He didn't even talk about a son of Nabonidus at all.
He wasn't important.
Why wasn't he important? The whole kingship was left into him. Are you crazy?
The fact of the matter is, I'm going to show you the hypocrisy. Let me show you the hypocrisy of this dude right now.
Hold on. Garfield's saying that he wasn't important, but the whole kingship was left unto him, and he was enough important for the Nabonidus cylinder to say that he left the kingship under him. How wasn't he important? Is you crazy? You have lost your mind, bruh. Even Nabonidus said that he was important and left the kingship to him. That's a big responsibility, bruh.
Yo, this is nuts, man. Nabonidus is a cracker. Cyrus is a cracker. What this got to do with the African-American here who came from West Africa and our actual history? That ain't got nothing to do with us, yo.
Hey, whatever, crazy, man. You trying to watch
shit is nuts.
Yeah, man, them brothers got to get up out of here, man. Them brothers tripping, man. But anyways, man, them brothers tripping, man. Now, when you look at the history, right, is that he knows that Nabonidus came, and and watch when I bring y'all the history concerning Nabonidus and also Belshazzar, and why Belshazzar was co-regent, and also I'm gonna bring out about Cyrus the Mede. I'm sorry, not Cyrus the Mede, but Darius the Mede. I'm gonna bring out things about him because these guys do not know the history. For instance, watch what it says. It says, "May it be that I, Nabonidus, king of Babylon, never fail you, and my firstborn Belshazzar worship you with all his heart." So why wasn't Belshazzar mentioned, as I stated, by historians, by Herodotus, which was dated to an earlier period than most of the history that we see? Most of the what's his name? Josephus. He's before Josephus. Why didn't he say anything about him at all? He didn't say anything about him, but the Bible mentioned him. And the Nabonidus cylinder, or Cyrus cylinder, mentioned him. Sorry for that. But look what it says. When we start looking at you have the East Indian House inscriptions, which has a date on it to 604 to 562 BC, right? You have Nabonidus being mentioned in there in his building plans. But we're gonna bring out the history on that because this brother is lying. History did we see this on and then he talked about for instance the son Belshazzar being the son of, in Hebrew, a grandson is looked at. There is no word for grandson, it's a son. So when we look at Nabonidus, Nabonidus wasn't really the son of Nebuchadnezzar, but biologically. But he was married to Queen, I think her name is Queen Atokis or something like that, which was the mother of Belshazzar. So Nabonidus would be called the son of Nebuchadnezzar, Belshazzar will be called the son of also Nebuchadnezzar, due to the fact of, in Hebrew, there is no grandson there. There is only son. David, Christ was the son of David. There is no grandson that's being used there. It's always looked at as being the regular son instead of grandson. You will be gathered into your fathers. Well, how many fathers do we got? Then when you're looking at son, it's expressed differently when we look at it in the Hebrew perspective. So these brothers is lying. He know Nabonidus left. Once Nabonidus left and went to Tema, he was warned with them because regarding of his kingdom, because of the people that was in that area in Tema, which is the Edomites, he was smashing over there, and so he had to leave that place, and he went over to Tema. He went to Tema. He left in charge the kingship unto his son. That's bottom line. And during that time, the Israelites is writing about the history. And to prove that, watch what it says. Watch what this says. Let's bring out what the Bible is actually saying about it. Let's bring out what the Bible is saying about it. All right, watch what it says. It says, this is Daniel 5:29. It says, then commanded Belshazzar, and they clothed Daniel with scarlet and put a chain of gold about his neck. Information concerning him, that he should be the third ruler in the kingdom. Now, why is the Bible saying he's the third ruler in the kingdom? Who is the first? Who is the second? And why is Daniel the third? That's because Nabonidus was in Tema. And as the cylinder says, rulership was left unto, guess who? Belshazzar. So he's telling Daniel, you will be third. Why? Because his father is ruling over there, while Belshazzar is ruling in Babylon, and he's making Daniel third in the kingdom. The scripture says that. History talking about that. Somebody is lying. It's Garfield. Read. It's him. What the biblical text is saying. Let's read it again. It says, and put a chain of gold about his neck, and made a proclamation concerning him, that he should be the third ruler in the kingdom. The Nabonidus says the same thing. Nabonidus entrusted the army to his oldest son, his firstborn, the troops in the country he ordered under his command. He let everything go, kingship to him, and himself, he started out for a long journey. The military forces of Akkad marching with him, he turned to Tema, deep in the west. Cyrus them came and took the kingdom, the Bible says, and also historical content, it says they took the kingdom. It was so fast, it was like they didn't even put up a fight. Well, guess what? Guess what G Consciousness is going to do? We're going to do a show where we're going to bring up the history. And we caught Garfield because we got the brother Faithful to God that got Garfield using bad sources. And some of his, and don't worry, we just did a Faithful to God also just came out with a video that y'all might want to go check out on his channel concerning the brother Jabari. sources. Guess what? We caught Garfield too, and the video is on the way. We're not playing no games, man. These dudes are dealing with bad history, quoting bad sources. Garfield is quoting sources down the line, this 1,000 years down the line, when we got first century people AD writing about these things. And he's going to give you a source of people way down the line that's giving their opinion on what was wrote in the first century, or the history of first century history. We got them brothers giving out bad information and using bad sources. Garfield copying and pasting bad sources off of Bible.com or evilbible.com or off of Zeitgeist. Wait on it. We got them brothers doing that, man. Lying on Kemet, Meru lying and screaming all day long, ain't got no information. And then when he get checked by the Divine Ron Prospect to read the information, he get to stutter, him too hard and act like he don't know who they is. Then you got people in the Bible that's 900 years old, but when we look at the torn papyrus, we got people that's 30 to 40,000 years old. And then you got Allen talking about, no, those were talking about star systems. Well, show me that in your literature. It's not there. These brothers lying on Kemet. They lying. And then people that was in the east, in the desert, gave them some problems that was in Kemet, those Semitic peoples. And they was calling them people's demons. But they wasn't a demon when you came, well, they was demons. When you came up and went into their land in the north, in the delta, and took their land, and took on some of their customs just as well, because that's what you did, because we see the style in the pottery. We see the Nakata 3 period, which is a mixture of Asiatic customs and also those customs that's down in the south. You don't want to deal with that, though. Oh, they started in the south. Well, who did they have to take over to get into the north? Let's stop these games and stop this lying. And if you notice, he wanted to shoot straight over to Daniel, but the brother didn't say anything about that book of Revelation. He wanted to try to put that on the back burner. Then Allen lying. We got Allen live on Israel Doctrine recorded talking about this book of that the book of Revelations was taken from another book. And then this brother Garfield brought out a source one time concerning about Sargon as a baby, right? As a baby being in a carriage as Moses, right? Delivered as Moses. But what he don't tell you is that the earliest source of that is the 8th century BC writing, which is after the Moses event. It's a tradition, but he don't tell you that though. He been lying and flying with it, and y'all been believing it. But guess what? As sure as boo-boo stink, we own it already. Because I got brothers that's dealing with the information, and y'all know I don't really articulate like them brothers, but we can give that information to them brothers that can articulate and research it and look at it. Garfield has been lying. The Dagger Squad been lying, man. This brother keep on talking about West Africa. What are you using that you got from West Africa that can help you today? And if you go back to West Africa, they probably wouldn't accept you there anyways. West Africa. Because half of the Africans that come over here, they don't deal with Black Americans. Let's just be truthful. And let's just stop playing them games. Some people are going to be mad at that one, but that is the truth. And when they do dealing with you, you their biggest consumer. You're buying everything they got there. And speaking of, same thing in America. Everybody is not the same, fam. Why are y'all teaching that? Everybody is culturally different. Whether it's a hip-hop culture, an ancient culture, middle-age culture, everybody is different. And there's many of people that's in Africa that's culturally different. They communicate different. And if you communicate different with them, then you better have something economically that you can share with them, or something similar with them that you could trade with them to build with them. And if not, if you can't build with them, you got to go to war with those people. They did it. Pre-dynasty Kemet, they did it. Those rulers went up, those Nasu went up into the Delta, also a little bit farther up into the northern portion, and took over those people that was up in that portion, up in that area. So a lot of you brothers is lying. So we gonna bring out about what he's saying, because he knows that that there's writings outside of the biblical text, as we see the cylinder, and also there's writings just in India that confirm the building projects that the Bible mentions about Nebuchadnezzar, and also how they took the kingdom, how the kingdom was actually taken, how they went into the kingdom and took it. And the Bible states that they took the kingdom like that. Cyrus, then when they came and took the kingdom, when Nebuchadnezzar came back, that kingdom was captivated. That's what that cylinder was saying when you read it. He came back. Once he came back, Nebuchadnezzar's kingdom, Nebuchadnezzar's kingdom, I'm sorry, when Nebuchadnezzar came back, his kingdom was taken over. His kingdom was gone. They didn't even have to put in a fight. I'm going to tell y'all how they did it. They snuck in among the Babylonians, in their gates, by letting out. They say in history that they let out some type of canal, or some type of river by a canal, and where the water was going into the city, they came into the city like that without even putting up a fight. That's history. We're gonna bring out that we'll read that information, that history concerning the East Indian House inscriptions. So this brother is lying, man. This brother doing a lot of lying, man. Let's look at something. Let me look at my chat room real quick. And then this brother, he don't want to deal from point to point. He keep on wanting to, try to jump and read stuff and then try to jump. No, ain't no jumping. Let's deal with what you're dealing with. I'm reading the chat right now. You said, Kevin, you stuck in a hangout? This brother gonna try to say that he wasn't important. I'll try to say that Cyrus, that Belshazzar wasn't important, but this man in the Cyrus cylinder just said he was important. And he left the kingdom unto him. How is he not important? That's retarded. When you start doing that, start getting ridiculous, man. I can't wait till we bring out this information about these brothers. He lucky, man. Brother lying, man. He know Queen of Torquoise is. He knows, however you say her name. She's 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 the daughter of Nebuchadnezzar. They said they believe she's the daughter of Nebuchadnezzar, but she shares some type of relationship with Nebuchadnezzar. And her and Nabonidus got together, and that's how he even became, when you start looking at it, his rulership, as far as dealing with the king of Babylon and being associated with them, as being the grandson of him, as well as Belshazzar. And the reason why I was dealing with Belshazzar, because the Israelites are really writing about their time when they was up under Belshazzar and the kingship was left under him. And this is why, as I stated, that Daniel was told that he will be third in the kingdom, because Nabonidus was the first. It was off into Tema, and Belshazzar was the second. It was in Babylon, and Daniel became the third ruler of that place, or he was going to be given to be the third ruler. Those arguments, when you look at the Bible, can be looked at and say, well, hold on for a minute. There was co-regency there. Then when I brought out the Nabonidus cylinder, that he left the kingdom unto him, and then he went into the Nabonidus cylinder. He's talked about what Marduk did and this and that, and how Marduk told Cyrus city, and he did just that. But when he came up against that city, the other portion of that history is what the Bible is mentioning. The Bible says that Belshazzar was there. They took that kingdom, and I can't wait till we get off into the other text, because I got to definitely get those sources together, bundle them together, put it in a file. And right now I'm I know I'm in my truck, but that information we're going to show you to where Nabonidus came to a kingdom that was already taken already, and it wasn't. They snuck in on him and came and got it from him and took it over. Nabonidus had to deal with some stuff that was in the west, east, and his kingdom gone. He come back, he got to surrender and give himself up, because word probably then got back unto him, and this is what took place. That's what happened. But you can't count Belshazzar out, and you can't say when Cyrus, when you can't say that Cyrus didn't come when Belshazzar was king, because he could have came when Belshazzar was king, and then Nabonidus showed up and got taken over just as well. So he never looks at that stuff. He just make these vain and silly, goofy arguments and never say that, never look at it. Then he'll make the argument talking about with Belshazzar. His argument used to be about Belshazzar concerning, the last king. Israel is only writing from a point of view is that's the last king that they was up under before Cyrus came. Israel, they also talk about other kings that was before Nabonidus just as well. So there's different things that you can look into and look at. The Daniel also talked about the history, the building projects that we see that that Nebuchadnezzar was doing, that he was greatly known for. Nobody never talks about that though. I do see this in Daniel that confirms the historical content. Then he'll talk about, well, how come Nabonidus cylinder doesn't say anything about the Israelites being released? The Israelites was writing from their perspective of what happened to them. Nabonidus, Cyrus now, not Cyrus, the Babylonian kingdom, they took many of people into captivity historically, we know about. And so when he's writing about how he returned the people, returned back to their city to build Marduk and his cylinder, he's writing about them. But why doesn't he mention all the other people that he released and let loose just as well? They went into captivity, because many people went into captivity up under the Neo-Babylonian kingdom. But he released all of them people to go back and build their temples just as well too. So why is he so focused in on those that are Israelites and their history, but when it comes to dealing with the other history of the other people that was under the captivity of kingdom, he ain't talking about them. None of them. Because I'm pretty sure they writing about their captivity that they experienced up under Nebuchadnezzar and them and his sons. His brother doing a lot of lying. This brother doing a lot of lying, and he know it. What is Israel doctrine talking about? Then Alan tried to change the subject because he knew this dude was in here lying. Talking about he gonna beat something. No, you ain't finna beat nothing up. You playing semantics and games, dude. You trying to draw your own storyline. That's what you're doing, as opposed to what the history is actually saying. Alan act like he retarded, keep popping in and popping out. Yeah, but Israel doctrine going. What's up, Alvin? What's going on, bro?
Hey, man. Hey, that thing, man. I seen what you roasting Hebrews, man. That shit may have been the funniest shit. That was funny. Yo, man. Who put that music in the background like that?
You know, what's called did that. So Real took that, and I didn't even know he did that.
Dude, that is like when you see the images. Oh man, that was funny as hell. What's up, man? What you talking about, man?
No, I was just saying that, you know, we were just dealing with the Nabonidus cylinder because the cylinder actually says he left his son to be a co-regent king, and
you talking about the Nabonidus cylinder, not the Cyrus cylinder.
Nabonidus cylinder, that's right, correct.
Oh, I didn't even know. Yeah, let me look.
Right. So when you look at the Nabonidus cylinder, it says he entrusted the kingship to him. And himself, he started out for a long journey, and he went to Tema. So Nabonidus went to Tema. The biblical book is actually talking about, as I read to him, it says that he will make Daniel third ruler in the kingdom. Well, who was the first, and who was the second? He would have had to have been the second, and then also the first would have been Nabonidus. So the Daniel do agree with the history, because of it says that in the Bible.
What was their counter argument?
Well, he got to trying to move on to other stuff as he tried to jump, and immediately I put my hand on the eject button because once I said he got him.
You ain't shit, man.
I hit the eject button and got him smooth up.
You and Carl did that this morning too, man. I was about to look. because the brother was on there. Yeah, you was on there with the brother this morning. I had a scripture for him, man. It called booted his ass out of there before I got to.
Yeah, man. But you know why I did that though? I usually don't do that, but I'm gonna tell you why I did that. Because they rule, and also when I came on that show, Garfield was kicking me off his show. So my button was hovered over that eject.
Oh, he kicked you off his show one time.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So when he came in, they Kemet did say West Africa, and I'm telling them, man, what you gonna do with that information to cause your survival for today? And why are you pointing people back to that? Is it to get people away from the Bible? And that's your agenda.
Hey, I was listening to what you saying earlier. I'm doing a special hangout, man, and I gathered up all the European pagans, and you know what they're saying? The Bible has nothing to do with us. And I'm going to get them to talk about how they feel how the Bible messed up their rich European pagan history. So this kind of throws out the Bible being a white man book thing when I'm going to have the actual Europeans who still practice the old European religions saying that Bible has nothing to do with us culturally.
Yeah, and that's crazy you said that, because that's what I was really telling them. Why do you keep saying this is a white man's book when we see the things that's practiced in there are Eastern culture, Eastern Middle East?
Right. And here's what's funny. Now, here's what's so funny. When you look at ancient white religion, it looks more African. Nature spirits, animisms, you know what I'm saying? Pantheists. You got the worshiping the great mother over there. Like, I'm gonna have all of that stuff on there. Now, here's something that was kind of it was kind of like what you call a chocolate covered turd, right? Where Anton LaVey's I'll send you the clip, but it's Anton LaVey's son-in-law. And he said something that was true, but he said it in a kind of messed up kind of way. Where he was talking to the white preacher, right? And he said, why don't you just go back to your old pagan roots and leave this Eastern desert religion that has nothing to do with you? Like, he told the preacher that. Yeah. Now, what he said was true, but I just don't like how he said it.
Right. But see, you know what makes me mad is though, Alvin, is because Garfield and them, they say that they study Summa. They say that they study also a lot of things about Israel. Then you should know that these people are dealing with customs that come from the Near East and the Far East.
Now, and I'll say this though, I'll give Garfield credit because he does try to, even though I disagree with him, he does try to link up the Bible with Near Eastern stuff. So he'll pull up the Zukuru stuff. He'll pull up, obviously, Persia, Zoroaster. So at the very least, at least he's in the ballpark, right?
Right. What makes me mad about Garfield, that's why I say Garfield, and you know better.
But Garfield, as opposed to like the other people that just want to say everything come from Kemet, he at least tries to parallel Middle Eastern stuff with Middle Eastern stuff. So he'll say, well, some of the stuff in the Torah came from the Assyrian code. Like, even though I don't know if I agree with that, but it's a more reasonable thing to say than to say this is coming out of Kemet.
Right. So it's just the game that they play, man. Because the reason why I say that is it's just like when I disagree with one of my brothers, Christian brothers, I say, man, I disagree with that, and I say it openly. Mm-hmm. Now, why is it that he can't turn to those brothers that's on his panel that's pushing that, or those that's in the conscious community that's pushing that and say, well, hold on for a minute. like this is Middle Eastern culture. Like for instance, you got this brother Allen gonna jump out tomorrow. Well, what does the Bible have to do with us? They all was
I've seen Garfield publicly say the Bible's Middle East. Like when you like, for instance, y'all talking about the Nebuchadnezzar cylinder. Like, when's the last time you heard Garfield say anything about the Bible coming out of Kemet? He really doesn't do that one.
Right, yeah, he doesn't do that, but he needs to start telling the people that is doing that. That's just not the case. He lets them do it, and that's why I say Garfield. Instead of him saying, "Hold on, man, that's not true," he's straight letting them do it, like they let Meru do all of that foolishness, sitting back there talking like he's snagging tooth in the mouth. And,
oh shit!
And, you know what I'm saying? Lying. You see when the Divine Ron Prospect smashed him, man.
You talk who? Meru?
Oh man, he smashed Meru, man.
I didn't even see that.
Man, Meru got to looking silly, man, and he asked him, "Can he read the glyph of a certain character on one of those?"
No, but let me tell you something. The Jabari dude is the most dangerous. It's not necessarily because of his knowledge; it's his maturity level. This is what he does. He goes in super soft spoken, super respectful, and then what he does is kind of like the passive aggressive routine, and it'd be pissing people off. But what happens is somebody might end up losing his temper, and then they look like he's flustering them. Like it appears to be that way. So he's not like a Shaka Utmost or a Polite that's just going to try to get gangster with the scholarship and talk shit. Like he ain't finna do that. He was like, it's basically like this. Your Bible is bullshit, but it's okay. I respect the fact that it's bullshit. Like that's him.
Right.
Like he says it you know, he a slick one, man.
Watch this though. Check this out. I don't know if you've seen this yet, but he got caught slipping too, and we got some.
He got caught a couple of times.
We got something for Garfield too, but check this out right here, Phil, because we ain't gonna play no games with him.
What you sharing screen?
Yeah.
Hey, can I get James in here?
Ah, man, ain't nothing popping with James, man.
Oh shit. Yeah, I gotta ask, man. Cause you know
Watch
the Mesopotamia. See, y'all like you and James are like the Sumerian Mesopotamian guys. That's why I was gonna put them in here.
Yeah, man, James, right now. We'll get it back together.
Exposed promoting pseudo scholarship. Oh shit.
I'm finna you finna be laughing. He got caught slipping, man.
I made a video about him.
And he ain't brought it out yet. What's it?
What are you saying?
Take a look at this one. The Jesus mystery.
Hold on, I'm gonna go
Oh, they hitting him with his books he's putting up.
watch this.
Oh yeah. Now I'm mute my mic.
There's so many others that will give you a better understanding of the history of Christianity, the history of the text. You're going to say, I'm not a Christian, I'm a Hebrew Israelite. Yeah, but you're reading the same text, brother. Take a look at this one, the Jesus mystery.
And what about this amulet of Dionysus as a crucified figure pictured and dated 500 BC in Zeitgeist? Timothy Freak and Peter Gandy cited 7 times in the film.
Oh. I didn't know he had that figurine in there like that.
He got caught slipping, bro.
Oh man. But you don't get the allegory though, LeRon. You don't get the metaphysics. See, I can use fake shit as long as it's allegory. That makes it all right.
But watch this. Let me tell you. Watch this.
It dates centuries after the 1st century AD, after the establishment of Christianity. One researcher, James Hannum, documented, although it features on the cover of the Jesus Mysteries, Timothy Freak and Peter Gandy are actually quite circumspect about the amulet in the text. I emailed them to ask in which book they had found it. Peter Gandy kindly replied that it was in the 2nd edition of Guthrie's Orpheus and the Greek Religion, as well as R. Eisler's Orpheus the Fisher, first published in 1920. Oddly enough, it isn't in the appendix of either of these books. On my next visit to London, I looked both these books up at the Warburg Institute and found the note in Guthrie's work that the amulet was believed to be a fake. In subsequent email correspondence through an intermediary, Peter Gandy eventually came clean. I will quote in full. I have to admit that James Hannum is correct. Kern's comment is indeed in Guthrie's book. In sum, not only is the amulet shown in the film Zeitgeist and on the cover of the Jesus Mysteries a fake, but at least one author of the book knew it was a fake and kept quiet about it until now. This displays the dishonesty of Zeitgeist's Freak and Gandy, discrediting their researching abilities.
First, let me say something about Freak and Gandy's book. I do not recommend that book. I would prefer that no one ever read it. It's only marginally better than Percy Graven's work. Their research is on key parts shoddy, and their source citation is minimal, problematic. There's no way to know when they've gotten something right or wrong without redoing all their research, which makes their book useless. That's the same complaint I had against Graves' book. To figure out what's in there that's even correct, you have to completely redo the whole work, and why even read the book if you're just going to do all the work yourself anyway.
And that's coming from a guy that don't even believe Jesus existed. That's bad.
These teachers lead us. All you boys teach us. All you boys rock us. Baby, got this guy. It's over. Baby, got this guy. It's over. We need some help now. We need some help now. So much confusion, we need some help now. Oh, we need the truth now. They need all of us. They say they need us. So then they slander us. Get it, but there's some hypocrites. I'ma tell the truth, I'ma hold that no. All you boss leaders, all you boss teachers, all you boss brothers, and they got this guy. And they got this guy. We need some help now.
Man. But all of them be using books like that, man. The Gerald Massey, Egypt, the Light of the World, the Christ Conspiracy, the Acheria S. It's like they complain all day about white people, but then they'll use these kind of books.
Right.
Matter of fact, you know what's so funny about Gerald Massey?
If you write
They only like Gerald Massey because he had a half of a brain and said the Egyptians were black. So therefore, because he's a white guy in the 1800s saying the Egyptians was black, therefore everything he must say is true. Like, this is how these people think, man.
All together just foolish, man. And
but there's you got to look up though, man. There's actually Kemet people checking other Kemet people, man. It's happening, man. It was just this morning. I've seen Kemet people checking other Kemet people on Kemet stuff. So they checking their own now. It's actually, you go to Amarad school. I don't know, this dude Joshua was coming at Wu Jiao and Asar Imhotep. He like a Kemet dude, but he's like, man, this whole thing, Nile Valley culture is just all of Africa is some bullshit, right? So he was talking about how the Bantu language ain't got nothing to do with no Kemet language or Nilo-Saharan or whatever. And they going at it hard. Like, they going hard on it. So I think now people checking each other now. See, they just now getting, see, believers in the Bible, we been checking our set. We been checking each other. You know what I'm saying? Right. Like, we literally got 2,000 years of checking each other. The Kemet thing kind of new, so that at least like on the, as far as internet culture, where people are actually like casual people who aren't even professionals are debating it. So now they're in the phase where they're checking each other. Oh man, Satan has entered the building.
Les Vortex.
Beelzebul, what's going on, bro? You see that? He quiet, man. He trying to
feel you out.
That's so devilish for him to come on and just be quiet like that. Wow. Look at him though. He got the goatee and everything like him. Like that. This nigga look like Hellboy, man. You see?
The Barack Obama of consciousness. You're so diplomatic, Alvin. The way you kind of please the Kemetics and the Hebrews at the same time. You know, you don't offend them too much. You kind of stay right in the middle, you know, so you can keep your friendship with Satan. I like the way you do that, Alvin. You must be related to Barack Obama.
What you
talking? Anyway, I want to say this. I think a lot of like the arguments that these people like Garfield or Kemetics or whatever, they're better at really controlling the narrative. They have people arguing all the wrong things that they can't win. You see what I'm saying? Like, all right, so like whether the story is allegorical or mythos or not.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? But look what Garfield just did. He's reading from the Cyrus Cylinder, and that would be like the Babylonian Bible because it's talking about what God told him to do. So how can he make an argument saying, well, the Bible's not history, this is like some spookism stuff, and then be reading a Babylonian record that's equivalent, where God is telling someone to do so? How is that historical authority?
Right, and that's why I told him, I said, hold on, Mordok. I said, was Mordok a real person? That's why I was
right, so, yeah, so you see what I'm saying? It's like, but they're good at, like, some arguments you shouldn't engage in before you get to the root of where someone's coming from. Because how are we going to get in an argument about, well, we know the Bible's not history, right? Because people say, well, it's not a history book. Well, then you can't use a text that's not dealing with straight secular history. You can't use another religious text against another religious text.
Look, I'm going to give you
that one that authority.
You know, I'm going to give you another example of that, man. Like Ramses II. Listen, there was an actual historical fight against with Ramses II and the Hittites, right? But within the record, it says Ramses hopped out the chariot and killed 1,000 Hittites by himself. Now we go, see, we can't compare how people wrote history back then and how we do history.
Yeah, and didn't he take their foreskins too?
You know what I'm saying? We can't compare history. Like how people wrote history back then ain't how people write history now. It's different. You look like, for instance, you talk about Herodotus. Now, this dude is called by Cicero the father of history. Like, he has the title of father of history. And you read his text, he got unicorns, flying serpents. He said Zeus came down to Egypt with a damn ram head, tricking people into thinking he Khnum. You know, like, and this is the father of history. So it's like, what I don't like is this narrative that, oh, the Bible is the only ancient text with, amazement and wonder and magical stuff in it, and all the other ancient historical texts are just cut and dry, fact based.
Well, they say that they know how to make the difference. That's the difference. Because they'll say that, well, we know it's myth. The difference is y'all that you don't know is myth. But here's the thing.
No, but they say it stays history. No, they say Kemet has history.
Right, because they can go feel it and touch it. That's what they're saying.
Yeah,
we can go to the pyramids. We can see. But here's the thing. You ever notice? I figured something out. All the people who don't want to believe in Jesus, a lot of them, I figured out that they always have some type of Jesus in them. For instance, Garfield says Jesus never existed, but you ever notice he's the Jesus of finance? The blood of his pen can wipe your school loan debt away. So my thing is, if you don't believe Jesus can feed, a bunch of people with 5 loaves and 2 fish, but you expect me to believe for $1,500 you can wipe out $100,000 worth of school loan debt that's backed by the government. See, there's always, I know that you got to negate Jesus in order to become Jesus.
I'll say this. I think.
Do you think, Garfield, have you ever, I don't know if you ever took a school loan out. Have you ever took a school loan out?
Yeah, I'm almost done with it. I owe, I think I owe like $2,000 left on it.
All right, so if you know about school loans, if you could go back, I don't know, you said you owe about $2,000, because I know I took out maybe at least $40,000. If you could go back to when, I don't know how much you took out, whether it was 20.
It was 20. That, and
right.
10
and
years later, I got it down
you can get rid of $20,000 worth of school. See, you want to argue about who was the king of Cyrus and was it Darius and all that, but how are you credible about history when you telling people you can wipe out school loan debt for $1,500? So back in the day,
might be able to do that though.
No, you can't, bro. No, you can't.
He might be.
No, you can't. It's government. It's backed by the government. So what are you going to do? Is it an application?
Maybe it's some kind of program or I don't know.
Come on, bro. Then that means everybody, think about it. Just get everybody together and there will be no more school loan debt. But maybe I'm ignorant. I'm just saying, like, all right, all I'm saying is it takes as much as faith for me to believe he can wipe out $40,000 and $50,000 worth of school loan debt. It takes more faith to believe in that than Jesus.
You know what I think was going on too? I think you got two people on opposite ends of the spectrum. There's a Goldilocks zone to this where you got one person that takes everything in the Bible literal all the time, no matter what it looks like, it's literal. And then you got the other people that just try to metaphysicalize everything. Like it'll be a verse like he walked over there.
Dude,
it's like you can go find that sweet spot where you can look at the text and be like, okay,
right,
this seems more figurative. Okay, this actually more real. It's like you can do that, but people don't want to. They don't want to use a scalpel. They want to use an axe.
But you have people arguing against
people who believe in the Bible, saying that they're illogical, nonsensical, and stuff like that. You know, people like the Dagger Squad. But you got a guy who, when he gets a toothache, he goes down to the local dope dealer and buys some dope to put on his teeth to numb the pain. Now, this is the same person that's down with this great Dagger Squad scholarship. You didn't know that it's not a good thing, bro, to go
Wait a minute. Who does that?
Mayru.
No, he doesn't.
Ask LaRon.
Wait a minute.
Ask them.
It out of his mouth.
I can't make it. Yes, out of his mouth. The brother had a toothache on a late night, right? And I don't know whether CVS was too far. He couldn't get no Ambisol or whatever it is. He somehow knew the heroin boy or the diesel boy.
Wait a minute. So was it heroin or coke?
Well, I mean, it's dope. So I'm going to say it had to be like diesel.
Yeah, because if it's heroin, man, you ain't finna just bounce back off of that shit.
So he goes get a bag of D's and puts it on his tooth, right? And then, so this is one day we in the what's the name? So you know how we used to be in the back chats arguing or whatever. And then I realized I'm sitting here trying to have a reasonable argument with a guy who didn't have enough discipline to go to CVS and just get some Ambisol or, I don't know, gargle some peroxide. But he's a scholar. He's the bully scholar that's always talking about the Bible. And I'm supposed to listen to him when I know this dude is by default doing dope when he has a toothache. Like, who does that? So how does that transfer into his scholarship? But this is the Dagger Squad. Then you got a dude like Doodoo Allen Brown or whatever. LaRon and Garfield are having a conversation about history. This all about what's going on in Persia or whatever, Darius, and who's the king. And then at the end of all of it, this dude says, well, what does this got to do with anything anyway?
Oh, that's Allen. No.
Yeah, so why are you spending hours on your show talking about this stuff and just stupid stuff like that?
No, but look, let me tell you why. This is what you do with Allen.
Dudes are idiots, man.
I know, look, Allen, listen, if he's in discussion mode and it's not a debate, he'll say a lot of things that make a lot of sense. When it's not like straight debate mode, like we're just debating to see who wins.
Nah, man, here you go with that Barack Obama
if he's not
stuff.
in that, and it's just like a discussion time where it ain't like a competition, he'll say stuff that's valid.
Nah, that dude's an idiot. Plain and simple, bro. Forget the Barack Obama consciousness.
What do you mean?
That dude, Allen, listen, that dude is a complete idiot. He, just because a dude has a semblance of some I didn't talk to him. I didn't have regular conversation with this dude. The only one that got any semblance of sense is Garfield. And Garfield is a liar and he'll confuse you and deceive you. That's why I remember at the beginning of the conversation, well, you wasn't here. LaRon asked Allen, so why do we need to get back to West Africa, and what are you using or whatever, or how is it going to benefit us? And Garfield cut him off and didn't let him answer it and said, don't let him trap you like that. Why did he do that? Because he knew where it was going. And so he cuts that conversation off and then gets into a conversation about, well, who was the king at the time and all of this. As if, even if there was let's say there was a biblical mistake and Darius came before whoever these other, does that change the whole narrative and salvation of the Bible?
Hey man,
see what I'm saying? That's a stupid point.
Hey, LaRon, you gotta let Garfield Allen back in here, man. They gotta address these issues.
Man, that's why Garfield see me coming. That dude heads for the hills. First of all, let me tell y'all something else about Garfield.
LaRon kicked him out.
I kicked him out. I kicked him out because Garfield is not gonna address those that stuff.
He might try to address.
No, he won't. He's a master deceiver.
Right, you got to be on a platform that's moderated. Even with that, he still gets out of control.
Now, hold up, y'all. Hold up. Check this out. Now, I told y'all, for those who want to know where Garfield A. Reed gets his information, I've been telling y'all this for 2 years, but he's been trying to change it up since I've been telling people. He's following a dude named Ralph Davies from what they call the Copenhagen School. Or they started biblical minimalism in the 80s.
Yeah, the Copenhagen, he takes the Copenhagen School is the people that say none of the Bible is historical, like none of it.
Well, and they also say, where you think he got that thing from? Remember, he used to say the Bible was written by the Persians, that this was Persian history. That's where he got that stuff from.
He's tweaked that though a little bit. He don't say.
Yeah, I know he puts a little bit of his own stupid.
Hey, but
stuff,
look, but you got to be fair. If something's wrong, it's one thing to continue to say the wrong thing. If he's tweaking it, then that means that
he tweaks it every time somebody cuts him up on the show somewhere.
But that's what you would want to happen if something's wrong.
He won't change the narrative if it's wrong. The whole narrative is wrong.
Like for instance, Maru ain't tweaking shit. If you put this thing in front of him that's obviously wrong, he is not. It doesn't matter.
He puts dope on his teeth. What do you expect?
But the mere fact that he has tweaked it means that there's some level of integrity, a little bit.
Maybe a little.
Get that Barack Obama consciousness, man. Get that.
But like I said, let me run it down for you. First, he was coming strong and saying, well, the Bible is basically Persian history. At one point, he even said, no, it's Assyrian history. Now he said, because he said he claimed the Assyrians wrote it. He claimed the Persians wrote it. And then he mentions Barocius and his influence. Now, I thought it came out of Kemet. So you got one group, hold up. The Kemet saying, well, it all from Egypt. But then Garfield was saying that it comes out of Persia. Well, which one is it? Somebody's lying. Because if it came out of Kemet, off the walls of Kemet, then how the hell Garfield figured that the Persian priests are right in the book?
But listen, what I'm saying is, I don't agree with none of them, but Garfield's claim would be more closer to home than it coming out of Kemet.
I mean, closer to home in terms of he's in the right area? You mean geographically?
Yeah, I'm talking about linguistically. I mean, Aramaic was the lingua franca of the Persian Empire. So you got similar language. They dress in the same. If you're going to make an argument, that would be a more reasonable argument than just
that
saying
the Persians
all over the place.
I think he used to say the Persians wrote the Bible. It was a military tactic.
No, what he used to say was they never came back. The Jews that went to Persia never came back to. I think he still kind of believes that a little bit. Now I think he'll say some of them come back. But his thing was they never came back, and the Persians who were calling themselves Jews who came back are writing the text that we got now.
Right. And so
that used to be but he tweaked it. Ain't exactly that no more. Which I'm glad. Listen, I'm glad he tweaked it. Look, I tweaked some shit. Like there's some shit that I've said a couple of years ago that I was like, ooh.
But what is your reason for tweaking? He's not ever seeking truth. He's just, every time he tweaks something, it's to further disprove something that he already is biased against. He's not trying to find the truth. So if you catch him in something, he's going to say, well, how can I get around that? And he's looking for something just to be contentious.
But now, if you go from saying none of the Jews came back to, well, some of them came back, but it was only like maybe a couple thousand. That's a tweak.
Why did they dance? See, this is what I mean by the distraction real quick. Why did they dance around the first question LeBron asked about West Africa? See what I'm saying? That's the type when I mean by...
What did LeBron ask about West Africa?
Because I guess they was having some conversation about you need to get rid of the Bible, I don't know, and get back to West Africa or where we come from or who we are.
Look, let me tell you let me tell you something that's funny, Vortex. The Bible, the Quran, all African religions are foreign to us because we're Americans. We grew up in America, in Western civilization. I mean, the African culture that a lot of people have come from, you are so disconnected from that now. Growing up over here, it's ridiculous. You can't just jump out in the middle of the bush in Africa and just be like, yo, I'm back doing the African shit. No, that shit is foreign to you. It's just as foreign as somebody dealing with the Bible or as somebody dealing with Kemet stuff. See, I believe in the Bible, okay, but I am not culturally Middle Easterner. You know, I'm not culturally Middle Eastern.
Alvin, let me show you something, because I'm just saying a lot of people miss the psychology of these dudes. What I'm saying is, look at this. Garfield will say, well, you know what? I can't deal with the Bible because obviously it's not historically correct because they got the king's dates mixed up. Something so small and minimal. But this is how you know they don't seek truth. We got a picture of one of your gods in Kemet giving autofellatio. So if you was that critical about text and all that, wouldn't you be the same way with the Kemetic dudes? Like, nah, man, I can't get with your text, man. Your God has a dude giving autofellatio.
So
it's just perverted.
Hey, real quick, y'all. Let me
go ahead,
just chime in real quick about the Garfield thing. What I find interesting about Garfield is that I don't think a lot of people realize that the dudes in the conscious community are disingenuous to the point where they'll use false information. So, for example, I just did a video recently on Jabari. You know, he had that debate with Michael Edwards, and you know, I'm not a fan of Michael Edwards.
I think we saw it.
Yeah, that's the one that
book, the Christ Mystery thing.
Yeah, the Jesus Mysteries, which is
right.
Pseudo scholarship. But wait until y'all see the one I'm about to do on Garfield. See, a lot of people don't realize that these guys are using false information. They're really just trying to misrepresent information to try to trick people into believing that they're right, you know, trying to discredit the Bible. But man, wait until y'all see this one. I promise you, it's going to change everybody's opinion of, oh man, what is that?
No, let me tell you something though. I got to bring in the Barack Obama consciousness, right? So
here we go.
I'm going to say this, man. A lot of the stuff I've learned is because of Garfield in the past couple of years, because it's kind of like, where's Waldo? He'll bring up, no, let me tell you, well, hold on, Vortex, listen to what I'm saying. He will actually bring up some information I've never heard of before, right? And then he'll have a reference that's legit. But I know for a fact there's some bullshit somewhere in there. So I have to study into it to see if I can find that Waldo. So
right, he'll be talking so fast about something, and you gotta slow him down, because you just like he was doing just now when he was reading that Cyrus Cylinder. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know what the hell he was talking about.
But look,
I knew, but it's like
he keeps trying to use the Cyrus Cylinder to try to validate his claim, man. Oh my goodness, man.
Hey, but hold on. But I will tell you this though.
That's like
you gotta look. I'm telling you, Garfield. I would trust Garfield's scholarship over anybody in the House of Consciousness. That's not really saying much. Yeah, that all the
something about this
out of all the Kemetic people in the House of Consciousness, I would like I'm saying, at least Garfield is in the ballpark. These guys.
Let me ask you. What about? All right. What about Shaka Abmos as far as now? Everything else is up for debate, but at least when it comes to Egypt, that guy's obsessed with you.
Now hold up. See this? Okay. You know what, Shaka Abmos? This is what I'll say. He's kind of the same with like Allen. If he's not being threatened or disrespected, and it's more of a conversation setting and it's not debate mode, he be on point almost 90% of the time. You know, when it's just a calm, we're having a discussion thing, he only gets messed up when he's trying to like destroy a whole ideology. Like when he's like, man, I'm finna kill the Hebrews. Now I'm coming for the Moors and all this stuff. That's where he gets sloppy, you know? But when it's just like when he like, look, when Jabari Shaka Utmost and Divine were talking, Shaka Utmost was making way more sense than Jabari was.
And he was actually agreeing with Divine, and then for whatever reason, Jabari was trying to sway him to, kind of go to his side. You notice that when they had that interaction?
Right. But see, that's what I'm saying.
Like,
but because
it almost seemed like Jabari didn't like that Shaka was agreeing with Divine.
Right, because see, in that environment, Shaka wasn't the target. There wasn't no pressure on him. Nobody was sitting up there trying to embarrass him. So he didn't have to go on the offensive. He was in a relaxed state. And then he was making.
You're giving too much credit to Shaka almost, first of all. That's what say that. He gets no credit ever.
Come
Shaka
on, Barack Obama consciousness, man.
I know. Yo, listen, how do these dudes get away with the fact? So this is what I mean by how they control the narrative. They always questioning people like, where's the body of most stupid stuff like this? Where's the bodies and all of this? And the mythos and all of that. And then people let them get away with saying that these gods are just figurines of nature. See, you cannot let that go. And this is what I want people to do. Go look up the festivals and the high holy days of Egypt. And you'll see there's no way Jabari can sit around and call himself an Egyptian priest and not explain the opening of the mouth ceremony. Why are you giving these gods food? Why are you sacrificing animals to a god that's just a figurine of nature?
How about this one? Why are they?
You can't get away with that.
Wait a minute. Why are the people blaming Joser for the famine because he didn't appease the netters?
Right. Exactly.
Why are they blaming him? Like, hey, you didn't appease the netters, so that's why we messed up right now. Like, come on.
So
like, but see, there is, but watch this. There is, again, the Goldilocks zone of, yes, they did believe these are entities in the sense of like these are entities that can be communicated with, and when they put them animal heads on top of them, I don't think that necessarily mean they may have physically looked like that at the same time, because you got some pictures of Horus just looking like
demons
a human.
Look like. If you was to see them, that's why they put them damn.
No,
Anubis is a real dog-headed demon from hell, yo. That's what I believe.
No, but I'm talking about. But some pictures of Horus, he just looked like a little kid. You know what I'm saying? Like he don't got the hawk head on his head. You know, so it's like there's a Goldilocks zone to it. Like, yeah, they got the allegory and the metaphor and all that, but you can't go as far as to say that they're just doing all this shit in vain. Like, you give food and sacrifices to gods because you don't want them to fuck you up. That's how that works.
Well, how much of Egyptian spirituality do these guys actually believe? Do they believe all of it? Do they believe that it's all metaphorical?
They think it's all metaphorical.
Bro, they believe all of you. How I know? Because I got documented records of pharaohs that when they died, now I used to think they killed their slaves, and I've been telling people about this. They would bury the slaves alive. So the slave would wake up buried alive. They would knock them out, put them under some type of hypnosis, and bury his servants with him. To what? Take them in the afterlife. Not only that, he took gold and silver so he can, like I said, you know how you pay the dude at the club that is crowded outside, so you slip the bouncer a 20 so you can get in the club. This is why they was taking money into the afterlife, to pay off the gatekeepers and all this silly type of stuff.
Hey, look, but I'm gonna tell you this though, and Vortex, you might not like this, but the people, the Kemetics that actually keep it real and will admit to a lot of the stuff you said is the Team Osiris people.
Nope.
They will admit
yesterday.
They will say Kemet. They're not the Kemetic utopia thing where Kemet was just a utopian. They don't do that thing. They'll be like, yeah, they was dealing with some superstitious stuff. They was doing that. Like, they will
still be dancing, but they try to be a little bit more moderate.
Right. They'll let you know that, it wasn't a perfect paradise like what people say it is.
Yeah, because I asked them the other day when I was doing my show about the 80,000, I don't know, but what was it, 700,000 mummified cats Who does that if you don't believe this cat is divine? You believe in this goddess, and it was punishable by death to kill a cat.
No,
So
like in Ngozi said the priests would take the food off the altars to make people believe that the altars was actually eating them, like the statues was actually eating the stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like they was like doing stuff like that. So
he
now
got
the
that from
Amon-Ra
biblical
squad,
apocrypha.
man,
He ain't fooling nobody. You know
dude,
that's
but the Amon-Ra squad, I don't even go to them for nothing now.
Amon-Ra squad are the silliest individuals.
I don't go to them for it. It used to. I'll tell you this: Asar Imhotep, Wujao, smart at the very understand. Very smart people. Very smart people.
I disagree.
But here's the thing: there's a debate on the matter of fact. Again, it was the Team Osiris people debating them. They're making this claim that Bantu came out of the Nile Valley. Okay. So I see people like Wujao or Asar Imhotep clown people for giving sources from like blog sites or non-peer-reviewed literature or literature that's not consensus or whatever. But in this particular case, the only websites I could find to support their claims are from blog sites, and Diafalo Benga and Ngozi are outcasts, not accepted by any professional linguist at a university with a teaching job. But for some reason, in this particular case, all that is okay. So then I'm like, what's the difference between you and flat earth people? Because flat earth people, they give me all kind of literature. They got graphs and books and all kind of stuff. And then they do this.
Flat earther come. I might be getting turned.
But look, even with that, look, check this out. But here's the thing I'm saying. They got to be consistent when they talking about pseudo scholarship, when they want to call everything pseudo, okay? Because on one end, when this happens, it's a problem. But when it happens on your end, it's not a problem. Like me, for example, I'm at least consistent. When historians say there's not enough evidence to confirm a Moses, I'm fine with that. I personally think a Moses existed, but if they're using it as a phrase of we cannot scientifically verify that, I'm not going to sit up here and say it's just some grand conspiracy that they're trying to hide Moses.
More people need to admit that too. Like I can't prove. What's wrong with saying I can't prove it?
Right. But they hit me with the. So when I pulled up the wiki, you could pull this up on wiki. Diafalo Benga is discredited by almost every linguist.
All Afrocentric. Let me make this clear for you. Let me make this. Let us be perfectly clear. Let me get my Jabari.
Hey, don't do it, man. I know what you're about to say is true, but you're gonna hurt
all
some
Afrocentric scholars. Every single one of them, maybe with the exception of John Henry Clark,
and he was a little
pseudo scholars. All of them.
Dude,
every single goddamn.
Did you see that?
No, even John Henry Clark.
Did you see his debate with the white lady? Did you see that debate?
Yeah, with Leftowich.
Yeah, and it wasn't even a debate. He's giving speeches on civil rights and stuff, but the topic was about Egypt's influence on race. It's like it had nothing to do. The stuff he was saying had absolutely nothing to do with what the topic was at hand.
You did have the one line that was memorable. You know, what would he say?
Yeah, I teach. No, I don't debate. I debate my peers. With
and
people
that was ignorant.
Right.
That was ignorant. I know that's a famous line.
No, but
that was some ignorant stuff to say at a debate.
But this was what's so frustrating. Vortex, you got to watch this debate. This was what was so frustrating. He would say something just nonsensical, has nothing to do with what's going on, but he'll say it in a tone of way that'll make the audience go, wow.
Right.
Like,
right.
and they'll go, I'm like, yeah, but that don't got nothing to do with what they talking about. And then it's like at the end of that, you probably got people even, man, John Henry Clark killed his ass. I'm like, but he didn't talk about none of it's like, yo,
Listen,
man.
bro, I didn't realize it at the time, but when he quoted Massey, Gerald Massey, as soon as he said Gerald Massey's name, right? At first I was like, you know, I kind of tried to look into it, and I didn't know too much at the time. I ain't gonna lie, man. When I first saw the debate, I didn't know too much about Gerald Massey, but when I really did my research on him, that dude was so thoroughly discredited. I mean, just
not
absolute...
even first of all, he's a poet.
Right.
He's not a historian.
Right.
He's not a historian in the professional sense.
Right.
Gerald Massey's as much of a historian as I am. Okay. He's a poet. And then they also got the other guy, Yosef Jude, that book, Hebrew is Greek. And so he's a lawyer.
Oh, I got that book. I got that book, man.
Look,
I got that book.
He's a lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a linguist.
Hey, my bad, y'all. I was away. I had to deal with something and had to do other stuff, man.
Now this is the real Barack Obama spirit right here, Vortex.
Nah, that brother saying Garfield in here, man, and got scared, man, and left.
Who? See what? What brother?
And then Kevin saying Garfield and Allen in here, man, and went on retreat.
No. I'm gonna tell you what happened, bro. And Alvin's my witness to this. I came on the hangout, shared the link. Garfield and Allen came in. I was cool with that. In fact, Garfield and Allen followed me to the hangout that I was in just now. What had happened was hey, hold up.
Gotta check them kids. He checking them kids, man.
All right, it's quiet now. All right, so so basically the dude Lowe, I'm sure Alvin, you met him in LeBron. You met him.
We were just talking to him, the genealogy stuff.
He kept going on about the curse of Kanaya and all this stuff, and kind of antagonized a little bit, like I was running, and I was like, you know what, man, let me just deal with this. So I went in to hang out with him. We discussed it for like an hour or so, and it got to the point where we were just going in circles. So It was like, all right, I got other obligations to make. I got a phone call to make. I got to go back in the hangout I was originally in. Now, while I was in there, Alvin, when you left, Allen and Garfield came in there.
Oh yeah, I invited them in. Them, and then I left.
So they was in there and talking, and Garfield was like, "Oh well, did you want me to jump in, Kevin, or did you want me to just hang back?" Or what? I said, "Nah, you could jump in if you like." But he really didn't have much to say. I guess he was busy with something. And Allen, he was like, "Well, I'm done with the Bible thing, man. LeBron had invited me to the room, and I acknowledged that. I was like, well, if you didn't know it was live, I said, I understand that. Because sometimes when you go to a hangout that was live, it will give you the notification that you enter a live hangout, but it's not live. So he thought it was a normal hangout that just had that tag, and he came in.
Man, he lying, man. They subscribers, man. They lying, bro.
But hold on, they would know if they got the notification.
Man, they knew that it was live, fam. They lying, man. Garfield just came in here, man, because he knew already what time it was, man.
Yeah, but they said that it wasn't really a discussion about information. It was more so a discussion about something that happened a year or so ago, and from what book he read. And
man, well, listen, check this out. Listen. I'm gonna tell you how this started, so y'all can understand. Garfield now was over there on Israel Doctrine's platform, and the question was asked: should we just start dealing with the Bible and debate the Bible, or should we keep messing with the Kemet thing? Right. And so I told them, I said, we should deal with both of them, because when it comes to textual criticism, Garfield now is in that area. And so we have to deal with the critics. And so I was like, we can have debates dealing with them, as well as debates or discussions with each other to bring out truth. Right. And so Allen comes in and get to talking about West Africa. And so in my mind, I'm telling you, like, hold on, brother. Why you keep trying to tell people to go back to West Africa? Because that has nothing to do with what we're dealing with today. And how can that teach us anything to move about today, talking about West African culture? And matter of fact, a lot of the West Africans don't even like you anyways. So why you want to go back to something where you're not even accepted at? And so it just makes no sense to me that this brother would even bring that argument up when we're talking about which is better, is the Bible or either this Kemet thing. And I think that even with, so when he even brought up West Africa, it even gets worse and worse at West Africa, because those people were selling people basically for gain, for a triangular trade to bring some type of commerce to where they was at, to upbuild their economic system. So that's what we was talking about.
I'm gonna keep it a buck, man.
Hold up, and they're 80% Christian today.
Listen, bro, I'm gonna tell you this, man. People say they want to be African, but they don't want to be African. See, when you say African to these people, Egyptian pharaoh with a fancy headdress pops into their brain, sitting on a damn throne. Nah. You go over here to the Himba tribe, you go over there to the Dinka tribe, and we're gonna keep it a buck. See, Vortex, this is where we're gonna be all the way fucking real. My bad, I gotta stop cursing.
Don't nobody wanna be bent.
No. We're gonna keep it a buck. And I know a couple of pro-blackers.
Hey man, you need to get your microphone together. You're supposed to be having.
Oh my bad. Can you hear me now? Is it better?
Right, you got some type of
you gotta fix
in the back. Somebody got like a
damn.
I
was about to drop a bomb on this
radio.
Yeah, hold up. Let him drop that. I hear him.
Now, go ahead.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Go
okay,
ahead.
Look, man. All of us know that these super pro-blacker, we hate white people all over the place people, they is not trying to get with them African women in the middle of the bush with that face looking like that. You know it's a fact. These guys, when they think of African women, they're thinking of Northeast African women. Where the people came from, West Africa, they're not trying to be in the middle of that culture. They're not trying to do that. And build that, because those is different people. These guys are used to seeing African American women. And what is an African American woman? Most of them are mixed, just like the rest of us. I think Kevin got his DNA back. I think he was what, like 68% sub-Saharan? What were you, Kevin? Kevin mixed. G. Yeah, he's mixed up with some stuff. Like, that's most of us. And you know what? We don't even look like them no more. I've said it in the beginning. They are foreign to us.
Not only that, but let's keep it 100.
Let's keep it 1,000.
Voodoo is the basis of African. I don't know how many times I got to stress this. Even Professor James Smalls told y'all this. Voodoo is the basis of all. That's the golden line between so-called African traditional religions. So there's no way you're telling me you're a Kemetic priest or any kind of African if you're not. This is why Ankh is cutting chickens, because he knows this, right? Now, when you get into voodoo, my bad, that's what it's you're getting into some foul stuff. There's no way to get around it.
But this is why I deal with Team Osiris, because you know Khonsu is he deal with the voodoo, and he'll say he does. See, they at least will keep it a buck to an extent. You know what I'm saying? What the Amon-Ra squad does.
Anybody was calling my name, my bad, because I was man. This is one crazy.
I know you got the kids over there.
Man. My son, this dude.
No, but I'm saying, let me tell you about the Amon-Ra squad, man. They create apologetics for. It's like it was just all science and Kemet. Talking, and again, I think the brother Wu Jiao is a very intelligent guy. He's smart as hell, but it's basic shit like this. When the takeover of Ramses III, when his whole family kind of betrayed him and tried to take over his throne, one of his sons consulted the oracle, okay? And this is how they decided what he should do. there was like some little statue or whatever, and you could ask it a question. If the answer is yes, the thing will get heavier. If the answer is no, it would get lighter. Ain't no science behind that. They literally believe that this little statue would just start gaining weight and answer your question like that. And I was telling Wu Jiao that
divination.
Yeah, and I was telling Wu Jiao, that's not science. That's some magical stuff, which I'm not even going to deny that they had the ability to do. See, I even gave him that. I'm like, listen, they was probably dealing with some kind of spirit thing in that, you know, at the Oracle or whatever.
Now you're talking.
But he was saying, oh, that's just like flipping a coin. What? No, it would be like me asking the coin the question, and the coin gets heavier when the answer is yes, and the coin gets lighter when I say no. No, that is magical stuff.
Right. And you got the magical papyrus. Listen, the realest Kemetic philosophers was Bobby Hemmett and Phil Valentine and Brother Kemet and them dudes.
Phil Valentine took it too far though, man.
Listen, I'm saying these dudes were black. No, these dudes are black magic magicians. They don't hide it. And like, you know that dude that be hanging out. What's his name?
No, that one dude.
Azaziel.
Dude, yeah, no, the one dude. Remember when Divine was talking to Jabari? Remember when the dude just started speaking Kemetic shit that didn't make no sense whatsoever? that dude was legit. Now he was legit because he was like, I don't need to learn the language. It's already embedded in me and the ancestors. And he started going, Haru Hemet Haru the date at least. That's all I heard was Haru Amunet Hadi Osar.
Like, if somebody recites
that dude was real.
They show you in these movies, man. You mess around with Kemet reciting that stuff on the wall, you're gonna open a goddamn demonic portal and get your ass drugged to hell by Anubis. Look, do the study. Listen, they can't deny that it was black magic, right? Because the black magic, the black magic is written on the damn tombs.
Look, and listen, here's the thing.
It says if you touch this tomb, all the curses of whatever that's written here, you know, kind of like the Bible says, you change any words or whatever, all the curses.
But how do you
the curse of Tutankhamun?
How do you scientify that? How do you metaphysical that? It's like, yo, you touch this, we finna mess you up. Like, and there's no trap around. It's just, this is a curse. Now, this is what I'm saying, man. It's like, you look at King Tut, man. Why they got his toys in there like that, man? The man was 19-year-old, had his toys in there. Okay? So he can play with his toys in the afterlife.
Hold up, Alvin. Let me ask you something. What is the obsession in the conscious community with Kemet? What is it about Kemet?
I'm gonna tell you exactly what it is. I'm gonna tell you, and you know what? It's the same thing some Hebrews do. The Kemetic people tried to disassociate themselves from Hebrews, but they're doing the same exact thing. They're not secure within themselves, so they latch on to a culture, but they just don't do that. They elevate the culture way far and beyond what it is to utopian status. So when it comes to people, all the other African tribes, not really nothing to write home about. Yes, you can look at the Mali stuff, but that stuff's like a lot later. You know,
man,
you can look at
the right down the street about.
That's right, ain't nothing. But when you look at Kemet, you got the big ass pyramids, the things. So forget about the Khoisan, the Dinka, the Yoruba, and all those other, because they ain't really built these monolithic structures and stuff. So if I want to claim Africa, I'm just going to go to the most technologically advanced African society that had culture and writing and stuff, as opposed to these little tribes living out on the outskirts and stuff, you know what I'm saying, in mud huts. That's not as glamorous. So,
well, hold on, but I mean, I don't see any emphasis on the Ghanan Empire, Mali Empire. You know, I'm talking about the Songhai Empire. I mean, all these great empires in West Africa. It's like all the emphasis seems to go eastward.
Because the empires of West Africa a lot later. It's like, and that's another thing. They're old junkies. It's like it's the oldest. It's like they get a high off saying something is old, so therefore it's better. And when they come to me with that older is better stuff,
that's
I'm like,
the
okay.
Dumbest argument, man. They keep repeating that. It's the stupidest argument on earth, man.
And I'm telling them, listen, if older is better, throw away your iPhone and get that Nokia brick phone. Get rid of the iPhone because it's a newer phone. Like, yo, it don't make no sense. They keep on saying, well, Israel, Egypt's far older than Israel. Okay, that's great. My car is far older than.
Yeah, they've been doing evil a lot longer. That's all that means. We got a lot more experience in witchcraft. Let me tell you what I think the psychology is. When we was trying to regain the African consciousness, when they told us we all came from Africa, Africans, you notice that all the Afrocentric scholars are usually from Africa. I'll tell the truth, all the Black Americans told us we was Hebrews. But these dudes, now I'm not saying whether that's right or wrong or whatever. I'm just saying Dr. Ben parents is from Ethiopia, Sheikh Auntie Dia. A lot of these dudes, they look African. Like when you look at James Smalls, he looks like an African.
Dude, but those people.
Polite looks like an African.
Dude, but you know what? You said something earlier, man. Dr. Ben, you know they're questioning whether he actually graduated from a university?
No, he did. Now he did have some dubious. He had dubious degrees, man. You know, Dr.
Yeah,
Ben
like, but check this out.
He was more science, I think, right?
Dude, but he still was able to get teaching jobs. That's the crazy thing. He actually,
Cornell.
Right. Yeah, he actually got teaching job. But dude, Dr. Ben is not only amongst Black people is he looked at as a real scholar. And when I say Black people, I'm talking about people walking around in pajamas and sandals. You know what I'm saying? And onks and all that stuff. Like those people accept him. But if you look at the overall scholastic community, that's like me talking about David Icke, you know, as a reputable scholar. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I don't want to talk. But hold on, but this is what I'm gonna do with Dr. Ben though, because I can't trash him all the way. It's not necessarily the scholarship that he was good for. It was the idea of studying is cool now. Like he started that.
Hey, let me ask you a question real quick.
All right, what's up?
Now when you
the Nama palette, man.
Hold up, Kevin.
Gracious,
what's
LeBron.
wrong, Kev? Something's up. Y'all ain't. Kevin's going through something. What up, Kev? You all right?
You got the kids in the back.
No, I'm glad. You know what, Lex? Thank you for asking, man. Because I'm tired of this, man. It was one dude online. You know, he just drive me crazy, but it's not the big thing. I'm gonna tell you what's really bothering me right now. I got 3 little kids, man, and they going crazy today. Okay, you got one who's not cleaning the room, crashing his laptop, not knowing how to close applications when I told him how to do it many times. You know what I'm saying? Spending money on them. Got another one banging on the door, running around while I was in the hangout trying to respond to the dude properly to all. You know how I talk. I don't yell or nothing. And then it's like I have to mute the mic, or if I don't mute the mic, to yell at them to see what they doing, man. They just drive me crazy, man. That's all.
So you mad at your children?
So much for his day of rest, man.
Man, like they banging on the door, and it's like,
man, I thought you had something outside of like natural phenomenon going on. But I feel you.
Man. Let me say this right quick. I just want to give a shout out, man, to the women, man, for being able to deal with that responsibility to drive us crazy. You know what I'm saying?
So I'm going through that right now, man.
Right.
Man, bro.
So I just want to say that shouts out to the women, man, because there's some certain things, man, that we as men, it's harder for us to deal with, even though we have to deal with it. That women have to put up with that. Big ups
But
to the
G-Con,
women.
I got a question for you, man. I got a question for you.
What's happening?
Your girl tell you to do this, you do it. Your girl tell you to do that, you do it. Girl tell me to do this, I do it. I'll do 20 things in a row she tell me to do. The one time I don't feel like doing it, it becomes an argument. Why? Why?
Because they seek to dominate and control you. I mean, come on, everyone knows that, but that's just what they're supposed to do, you know.
And then,
but you got to get to a point.
Yeah, go ahead.
You got to get to this point though, Alvin, to where you got to echo too, to where your woman, she does certain things and she might want to argue, and there's some things that she do know, but for the most part, if you led by her emotions, then your household can basically be in some type of wreck. Now, on the contrary, there's some things that where men is less emotional, but they have to be sensitive to what's going on with the concerns of life, somewhat in a way to where they have balance with their emotions, but don't desensitize themselves all the way fully, because you can get to this egotistic point to where place to where you just have none of these emotions, no natural affection, and really, miss out on a lot of opportunities with dealing with your household, and also dealing with activities that's out in the world, on how we have relationship with people, how we conduct our business, or just building any type of relationships. So
I also learned this. I used to, because I ain't never cheat on my girl. If they want to scroll through my phone, I don't care. I ain't got nothing in there. If they want to see what's on my Facebook, I ain't got nothing in there. I just leave it all open because I ain't got nothing to hide. I'll never do that again, because you know what happens? All of a sudden, they're writing, if a girl give me a message on Facebook, they're typing to them back like, leave me alone, bitch. And then they start blocking. I'm like, yo, they abuse the power. They abuse what you're giving to them as a courtesy. So you got
right. But yeah. So that, and to be honest, they can do it. My wife, she young. My lady, she young, and you know what I'm saying. But when I first met her, I didn't really think that, when I had a child by her, I was like, man, I don't think this is gonna be able to take care of this baby, because she just so young. But I mean, that it kicked right in, bro. She did more than beyond than what I expected. And I was in my mind, thinking, man, I can't even fathom how she knew how to kick in like that, but it definitely kicked in. And so they definitely a big help. They're a big help, because there's certain things that I don't really think about, and she'll be thinking about it, and then she'll bring it to my remembrance. But they're lovely creatures. But if you do not, but if you do not, you got to make sure that when you dwell with women, you dwell with them with all understanding, because if you do not, then women are very emotional. They can have a very and so if you don't learn how to balance that and have that woman to balance that, what happens is it can cause your whole household, as well as men do that too. Men can be emotional and start wars around this piece. But what I want to bring up is this right here, right? If y'all look at this palette, right? A palette, and I find it odd that Kemet always talking about how the Europeans came in, how the Semitics came in, and the way they did certain things. And they'll tell you, well, Kemet started in the South, and that is true. We do see Kemet started from the South, from the Red Sea to the East and to the West. But here's somebody just came in or something like this. Somebody got need to mute their mic. Somebody need to mute their mic. Who was that?
Yeah, they muted, man. Go ahead, man.
All right, cool. So when we look at this normal palette, right, they always say Kemet is not religious. But when you look at this normal palette closely, what do you see? And I know Lex Vortex probably see it because he knows what's going on. When you look at this palette closely, you can see that there are priests here. There are also what we call the Shemshu Har and the standards that they're carrying, right? and we look at these standards, we see that these are their netters, and then we also see that Norma behind them with the sandal bearer. Now, when we look at this whole thing, this is religion, politics, and economics. This is what this is. This is other men conquering people in their lands, right? Plundering their lands, because when you look at the whole palette, that's what you see. And the palette is basically a cosmetic palette. And in between this right here is where you would keep your cosmetic set, or either your lapis lazuli or whatever the case may be. But this is a palette that they made. Palette, it's explaining about commerce, it's explaining about politics, and also religion. That's why when you look at it, you see the bread, and you also see up here you see the bread, and you also see the rope. Which are the standards, because this is the religious people. These are the followers of Horus, of the Shemsu Hor, right? They followed the Horus king, or the strong bull king. And it's all related to really dealing with hunting, because when you look at it, he wears the bull tail because he conquers the bull. He tames the bull. So he becomes what he wears. He gains the strength of what he wears. This is why when you look in the Greek culture, you see them wearing the horns on their heads of the bull. Why? Because they conquered the bull. Or you see them wearing the lion coat. Because why? They got the strength of what they conquered. So this is what these people are dealing with. So when you look at the different things, the Dasheret cap on his head, he's the ruler of the desert, which really deals with the southern kingdom just as well. But it's much more than the southern kingdom, the cap. It's really dealing with, he's a desert king, he's a war king just as well as when you start dealing with this is the Dasheret, it's the northern cap, and then you start getting off into the southern cap, which we would call in Suma the Insu or the NC cap or the Nisu cap in Kemet. This is a priestly cap, the southern cap. So it means much more than just the southern cap. It's the desert king or the war king and the priest king. This is what this is dealing with. And look how he conquers. Look what he's doing. And so he goes up into the north. And so when we look into pre-dynasty Egypt, they're controlling what we see, these areas, and these areas are dealing with the followers of Seth, the followers of Horus, which is down in Edfu, that deals with the Horus kingdom or the Horus capital. And then when you start dealing with Nut and Nekin, you start dealing with these areas that are gold mines or trade routes. Politics, economics, and religion. So they come in with that religious stuff. So when you look at Kemet, Kemet was taxing the land just as well as the land being taxed now today. But they won't tell you this though. So when I say Kemet is a part of the beast system, it is very much that. Because you got to understand, in the continent of Africa, there's different tribes and cultures of people. So if they got something that's valuable unto you, you're not going to go and ask politely. You're going to do what Norman did. You're going to go and take it. So if they started in the South and people spread out, what gives them the right at this time to go up to the North and take over the people that was Asiatic people or Afro-Asiatics that was in that area, as well as the people that came down from the Levant area that settled in that area? If you was in the South, you should have stayed in the South then. But what did they need that was along that Nile River of advance or civilization? This is a connection of intertwining of two people right here. These are people that have something culturally, something mutual that they need within their culture, coming together with economics, establishing a relationship between their religion, and also them supposedly being these divine people from the gods. And they have the words of the gods, so they are the priest and the king, the Dasheret king, a war king, and also the priest, just like the Uruk culture. So when you look at this palette, what do you see, Lex Vortex?
I see a bunch of homos. I'm just gonna keep it real, bro. Kemet is a well-known homoerotic culture. You know, there's no way to get it. I can't believe that people. Man. I can't believe that people are actually allowing these people to convince you any other way. Like your eyes are not lying to you.
The Barack Obama consciousness.
Kemet is a wicked, outside of their scientific so-called and I don't think they built the pyramids. I think demons built the pyramids, or helped them or whatever. So whatever, let them have that. Outside of that, these were a backwards, homoerotic, wicked ass people. There's nothing great about them. Outside of them building the pyramids. Listen, I told you there were pharaohs who would take, not only I told you how they would kill their servants and take them to the afterlife, but they will also cover their servants in honey for pest control. So all the flies would go and stick to the servants and wouldn't get on them while they were sitting on their throne. What kind of wicked ass stuff is that, man?
We got our the Barack Obama consciousness. Okay,
hold on real quick. The pictures you see are real. Like, they're really dealing with an aspect of homosexuality. You know what I'm saying? And then, a lot of things that they never bring up is what they call the erotica papyrus. They talk about all those papyrus. They never bring up the erotica papyrus when they show and prove that these dudes were involved in homosexual orgies. Their festivals was drunken orgies. That's why they say, like, the festivals to their temples and these gods were drunken orgies. Remember, these people introduced alcohol to the world. These people were the first people selling alcohol. They produced beer. Like, this is a civilization of the fallen angels. This is a demonic group, there's nothing nice about them. Like, put it like this: if you run into Pharaoh, okay, and these priests, they're not, you don't want to hang with them. They're not gonna. Ain't gonna be like going to church. You see what I'm saying? If you walk up into some Egyptian temple, you might end up being dinner or something, bro. I'm gonna just tell the truth, man. These are some wicked people.
Let's check this out. This is what I'll say. We're talking about 4,000 year. I'll be conservative. A 4,000 year empire, right? Just by sure statistics, you're going to have a few sick individuals along the way. Now, does that then mean collectively, like for instance, you talk about the erotic papyri? Yeah, I look at that. I don't think there was any gay stuff on there, but it's tripped out, right? But I think what the most popular picture, the Geb picture, right? Now, this is what I tell them with the Geb sucking his own penis thing, right? I'm not going to say that picture represents all of Kemet. I think it was some tripped out priest that drew that picture.
Wrong, because it's not just in one place. It's everywhere. What do you mean it doesn't? You tell me one priest just went around everywhere drawing pictures of Geb?
Well, I think that particular cult, right? It's whatever that cult, because there's a variety of different cults in Egypt. Whatever that is, nobody would defend that if it was drawn in 2000. If somebody drew that in 2000 saying this explains the science of stuff, nobody's defending that.
That shows you how wicked they were and how twisted these dudes are.
But to be fair, though, you're not going to have a 4,000 year empire with no wickedness, but you're also not going to have a 4,000 year empire with no goodness either.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. How long did Rome? How long did Rome rule? How long did Rome rule, and who was behind them? Satan, nigga. Let's just stop playing games.
So watch this.
Egypt was ruled because Satan gave them the power to rule.
So let's go to the.
Them niggas wasn't doing nothing holy.
So when we go to the biblical text, the first time anybody had an issue with Egypt it begins with this Pharaoh that knew not Joseph.
That's the Assyrian.
Right. When Abraham went down there, didn't seem to be a problem. Joseph went down there, didn't seem to be a problem.
Oh, it didn't seem to be a problem? Then why was he scared? Everyone to go down there was scared they had to hide their wives and all this. Because they knew what these dudes was about. That's why he said, tell them you're my sister.
That's a good point. But well, there probably was a thing like that. Well, there was definitely, if he felt threatened, that would be the case. But when he went down there, they did right by him. Especially when he found out that that was his wife. He immediately like, yo.
But well, when you talk about Egypt, though, you're grouping every individual together as though they all have the same thought and same motive. They don't.
Right.
Like, it's like coming to America. Like, some people will hide their wives around certain parts of America. Some people won't. It's just as simple as that. So that doesn't mean the whole. But what did the nation follow as a whole? What did they believe in?
I'm talking about the leadership and mainly the priesthood.
Right,
now,
right.
If you look,
and so listen, that's what we're talking about, because when you look at the palette, this is the leadership, the priesthood right here. So what we're talking about a people that set up some type of government system to rule the native people or the indigenous people of the land. And they rule them by way of this control and this civilized government system.
Now, this is where I'm going to flip it on the head right quick. When you look at the history of Israel and Judah, they had like 43 kings, and only 6 of them did right by them. If you just look at the history of Israel, not Judah, all of them were wicked. All of them. There wasn't. The only
man, you sound like one of these Kemetic dudes, man. We ain't talking about Israel, man.
According to the Bible, not Kemet.
But what does that got to do with how wicked Kemet is?
According to the Bible, the only righteous kings of Israel were David and Solomon at the time they were united. But once that split happened, all of them did evil.
Well, Solomon became wicked. Remember
I can't even include him because
I don't know why it's even being discussed.
Because the point that I'm making is the point that I'm making.
I'm picking up on Alvin, but he's basically trying to say that even if we use the biblical text, even just using the Bible, even the nation of Israel, which God was dealing with in the Old Covenant, and even now, but I'm just saying in the Old Covenant. I mean, needless to say, these people were wicked, but yet you still had remnants, I guess, of good. I guess you would say, even amongst those wicked people.
Right,
so the same can be true about. Well, no, I was just gonna say. I guess what he's trying to say is the same can be true about Egypt in a sense, because you could have had some reasonable rulers. Not saying
that's not even. I wouldn't even say that's a good comparison at all.
The majority of, if you look at Israel, if the majority of the Israelites of the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom was wicked kings, then look, these people would be the same way. This is the way of the world, because people, you gotta mute your mic, brother. You gotta.
That might be me.
I don't know if you might be outside right by the.
But the comparison makes no sense, man. I think it's not even. It don't even need to be discussed. Are we? Okay, if we're gonna do that, we must well call ourselves Israelites. If we're gonna call ourselves Israelites, then somebody better point out who's of the line of Judah, who's of the line of a Levite, and all this.
No.
We're comparing.
That wasn't where I was going with it.
No, brother. No. Listen, you're missing his point, Kevin. What he's basically trying to say is that every nation has their good and their bad, basically. Or okay, when we say good, there's none good, no, not one. We know that's what Romans says. But in I guess you could say a strictly human perspective, like as far as rulership is concerned, as far as not being a complete dictator or a complete monster, basically immoral monster. Even Egypt had its, I guess, reasonable rulers, just as Israel and Judah had their reasonable rulers, just as all the other nations had their
like Rome
rulers.
had reasonable rulers. I mean, this is what I'm saying. When I look at Egypt, dog, if y'all have an eye, I can feel what they was about. I don't know, call me spooky. I see them people as they wasn't nice people. I can just looking at the text, looking at the images, reading the stuff, looking at the people who try to follow that today, they got the same spirit.
And see,
Where do you think it comes from?
Right, and see, that's what I'm saying, Lex. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to look at, and you point it out now. But the very things that we see today on how a civilization is built is upon this lust of the eyes, the lust of the flesh, and the pride of life. And this is what we see within this global elite from modern times to antiquities to ancient times. So that's so I know you see it. So what I'm saying is, why do they, bang worship Kemet and act like they don't see the same very tactics that was in Kemet going up and down the Nile is the tactics of what we see in this government system today.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
It's like they can't, in that case, they can't get mad at colonialism. They can't.
All right, let's just bring it till today real quick, y'all. Look at the spirit of Kemet. All right, so let's just make Seti one of the pharaohs of this modern day dynasty.
Oh my God.
Malachi Ziyok would have been one of the pharaohs.
The Kemetic
brother Polite, Shaka Amos. Maybe Jabari would have been one of the all right ones, but he's still an outright deceiver and a liar. Who else? I mean, Africa Bambaataa, okay? He's one of the... it's the same spirit.
This will be the last of the Barack Obama's consciousness, and then I'm going to start banging on him. This is the last of this. I'm going to start banging him after this. Okay, so even the Bible provides a certain apologetic to the Egyptians when it said the Pharaoh who knew not Joseph. Basically, like the pharaohs that knew Joseph, they knew of Joseph, say they was cool with us, like it was okay. But this guy, he ain't know Joseph, so he was treating us like shit. So even in the text, it kind of clarifies that, because they knew of Joseph, what he did, it was all right. This guy didn't know.
I have a historical answer for that, but that's not the time and place for that. But okay, well, now get to the banging, because that's weak. But go ahead, get to the banging.
Okay. So look, man, we got to stop doing this thing when it comes to Kemet. Like, they wasn't slaughtering Africans, especially Nubians. Like
they sure had it. They had it out,
bro,
dude. Like we gotta keep it real. Now look, you see what I did? I talked about people from my faith, Judah's and Israel, and I just said outright that they're wicked, even though these are the people I'm claiming to be culturally attached to. But I'm not just gonna close my eyes and hide behind a chair and just say, no, we did nothing wrong. No, there's there. So if you repping Kemet, you got to take the good with the bad, man. You can't just say everything was a utopia before white people and Arabs went down there.
But you can't do that. Like they romanticize. They kind of romanticize.
If I don't romanticize, the Bible doesn't. Dude, let me tell you why I believe in the Bible. Our patriarchs are seriously flawed individuals. They don't make them out to be heroes or perfect. They make terrible mistakes. One could argue Abraham is a coward for telling Sarah to lie about, say he's his sister. My God, David took a man. These are our patriarchs, like the some of the most holy men in the Bible. Deeply flawed.
The book of Judges is just about all the debauchery of Israel, just not even trying to hide it, not even trying to make.
That's what I'm saying. So this is why it's one of the most honest pieces of literature, because usually when you talk about patriarchs, or they try to make them perfect, almost like they never did nothing wrong. They were just righteous and just.
Is this your banging? Is this your Barack Obama banging?
No. What I'm saying is this: for the Kemetic people out there. If you're gonna claim Kemet, you gotta take it all and acknowledge that you could reject the bad stuff, but you gotta acknowledge the bad stuff is there. You have to.
If y'all want to see any nation, like if I start studying Buddhism, what am I gonna start acting like? A Chinese dude from Tibet, right? Right? I mean, that's what's gonna. If you want to see Kemet, just look at the House of Consciousness. Wow. Look at the Hotep hoes. That's the spirit of Kemet.
But watch this.
Look at the hustling. Look at Brother Polite.
Now watch this.
Look at Malachi Z. That is the spirit of Kemet.
Watch how I'm gonna flip that on the head. That's not Kemet. Watch this. That's not Kemet. That's what African Americans who don't know shit about Egypt think Kemet is.
Thank you. That's all you looking
No,
at.
I'm not saying they're representing like the intricacies of like the culture in terms of understanding, but I'm saying it is Kemet in terms of morality, in terms of their spirits. You know, they might be painting some picture, but they're lying. Didn't the commissions lie about their history too? Didn't they wipe records off the wall? Isn't House of Conscience and them doing the same thing? Lying about their history, wiping stuff off the wall. It's the same spirit.
Well, Lex, real quick,
their women running around half naked. They all hoes. The sexual freedom.
I'm gonna make a comment about that.
This.
Go ahead.
No. What I'm saying is that if you look at, you know, I kind of see what Lex is saying. It's like they're the embodiment of the mindset that would have been in the Egyptians back then, right? Like I guess you could almost say like they're encapsulating the debauchery and the wickedness of the people. But I look at it like this too. I mean, I see that happening with any man. It's funny because anytime you have a group that becomes extreme in one direction, I'm relegating this to the extremists because, you know, I do think that you have some reasonable people on the conscious community who you can actually sit down and have conversations with, and it's not going to be too crazy. You know, Hebrew Israelites, right? You got like the one Westers. The one Westers to me are like the embodiment of the Pharisees and the Sadducees. It's like, bro, I could read the Pharisees and the Sadducees in the Bible and look at these guys and see like a mirror image of what's, you know, it's so crazy. And it's like the same thing with the people in the conscious community. You see the debauchery, I guess like deception.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, when I say deception, I'm talking about, you know, pushing disinformation and then accusing others of using disinformation. If that makes any sense.
If you look at the Nawabians, bro,
ancient Egypt has nothing to do with what these people are doing today.
No. Yes, sir.
Israel has nothing to do with the Israelites that claim they are today. Egypt and Israel and their thoughts, their patterns, and what they did were one and the same back then. They are one and the same.
Then how in the Bible, when it's talking about future, it calls cities spiritually Sodom and Egypt? They're doing two different things, but they have the same spirit. If you look at the Nawabians, bro. These people, say what you want to say, but they was on some Egyptian shit. They was harnessing the Egyptian spirit. They was in pyramids. They was doing the festivals. They had the land. They had the garbs.
This is what you look at it as.
But that's taking on a spirit. That's a spirit.
I'm gonna tell you what it is. Israel, Egypt, and Babylon are three wild dogs. God chose to put the prong collar on Israel. That's it. He just chose to put the prong collar on Israel. It was tame. It was a wild dog, just like they were.
Hold on real quick.
I don't think that has anything to do with the argument.
It does. I'm gonna tell you why.
Hold on. Let me say.
Wait. G-Con want to say something. Wait.
Hold on. Y'all guys been talking the whole time. I'm gonna explain it. If God would have let Israel go in the way they wanted to go, they would have ended up either like Babylon or eat the same thing. They would have took symbolic things. They would have took things in literal sense. They would have made a spiritual system out of it. They would have worshipped it. They would have venerated the sun. They would have done this. It's all throughout the Bible. This is why every time you see Israel straying that way, just like I raised German Shepherds, you have to hit that prong call like, okay, nah, he's not doing what I'm saying. This is exactly what happened with Israel. When Israel was a wild dog, it followed by its master's side. It did what it was supposed to do. It healed. It ran around. It fetched. It laid down like it's supposed to. But as soon as that dog get the growling and wanting to snarl and bite somebody else like it naturally wants to do, you snap that prong collar. Egypt didn't have that around his neck. So it was able to do what it did. It formulated. It still became that wild dog, and it became the spiritual.
Okay, so what's your point? It's still that
wild dog. The point is this:
all
Israel was rendered unto God. He reconciled Israel unto himself, so he can raise up salvation for the world. But other than that, if you look at the bronze serpent that Moses raised in the wilderness, when you look at the bronze serpent that Moses raised up in the wilderness, what did they do with that bronze serpent after that?
Then they start worshiping it?
They started worshiping it. And when you look at the inner temple, when God left them alone and everything, it was like kind of a dark ages around the time of Malachi. They were worshiping the sun and doing all kinds of stuff in the priesthood. Look at the Elephantine Papyrus.
That has nothing. These were Jews. That is not what I'm talking about.
Listen. Okay, think about it. What happened to the Jews that settled in Elephantine?
But
what did they do?
I don't think
hold on. You're going to another argument, but hold on. Let me say this. Let me respond and say this because I think that y'all both onto something, but you arguing about something that it's the same thing for real. For instance, when you look at the people today, how can we relate to what's in these people distinctively? And then if we put them together culturally, we can see that, what's really taking place with these people. And it's the spirit of these people. They take on and possess the spirit of this very Egyptian culture or the surrounding nations that surround them. And so when you look at Israel, he's telling them not to take on the ways of these people who they are surrounded with, because these are the very ways that's contrary to the order of the Creator, right? So when we look at it, this is what I'm saying. When we look at this system that's set in place, you got to look at these people individually being representatives of the system, because that's what they is. And so when you look at Christ is telling these people, he's saying, look, don't be as the way of the world, because he says the way of the world view things with their lust, the pride of life, and the lust of the eyes. And so that's the way of the world. And they live by, somebody got to mute their mic, they got an echo. I know you want to speak, and I'm gonna open it up to you. So they live by on bread alone, but not by what proceedeth out the mouth of God, because they worshiping these fallen deities, and they going into these little temples and divining in these temples to these false deities to help them establish their government by way of killing and destroying and doing those things. So when you talk about Israel divine to the Father. So when they divine to the Father, he told them to go over and take over. He told them to take over these very people that was causing the land and much bloodshed in the land, and wasn't balancing the order in the earth. These people are only gaining and benefiting from the land. And we look at the economy just as well. So when we talk about the Nubians, right, we seen what the Egyptians was doing to the Nubians. Why was they doing those things? Because those people was in the south, and they controlled a port or where the gold was, and they controlled a port there. The trade was coming in from those people that was from the east and coming up the Red Sea into the Nile Valley. And so the Nubians was helping those people, as well as the people up in the Levant area. They was helping them. And so when you look at that, they're trading. Well, Egypt didn't like that. And so because they didn't like that, of course there's going to be conflict there, because now you cutting them up out of the deal. You cutting them up out of what's due to them. So the whole thing is really the lust of the flesh, the pride of life, and also the lust of the eyes, which relates to economics, politics, and religion. That's what this is dealing with, bro. And so if we can't look at this and see that the very people that's individually promoting this system today want to go back to the same thing, which they think which they say that they came up out of as far as religion, but they going right back into this same system that we see. Nothing different. Because when we talk about black people handling Africa, what y'all don't know is black people in Africa was the ones who sold the people that was culturally different from them by way of commerce. That's what they did. So the Europeans could benefit from coming to the New World and helping and having slaves to build free labor, and also having indentured servants that we see for us. I believe the Irish that came over, and having indentured servants, and also some blacks as indentured servants that was free but was working for their stay. But if you can get free labor to build your New World, and they got it down in Africa, and Africa need also some things, some commerce to be put down there, some things economically down there. What you think they gonna do? They gonna do exactly what the Bible says. Man should not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out the mouth of God. So these people are living by bread alone. They gonna trade you. They gonna become the beast. They're gonna be enjoying themselves with the beast. And what is the beast? The beast is this deity or system that people get into to benefit them, and to betray the people that surround them, but their families are built up. So even Christ was given, he was told that if he was taken to the highest mountain, that he will be given a kingdom over all the kingdoms of the world. Because that's what this entity or deity wants to give to these people. So this is what Egypt comes up out of. They come up out of the beast system. And the beast system is really a spiritual concept, and also being manifested in the physical realm, and it deals with your economics. So you got to evolve in your weaponry, and this is what these people was doing in order to be conquerors. You got to have strength and might to overcome and oppress the other people that's in these lands, to subdue them and cause this commerce to go forth, where you can have this eternally or for a long lasting time, so that your family can prevail.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. Now that's intricate in terms of dealing with how that relates to politics and economics. You know what I'm saying? I think we got to realize what I'm trying to. I'm a little too spiritual sometimes, but if you look at the Hebrew Israelite community and you look at the Kemetic community, now you heard the brother say before, well, that one West camp reminds me of the Sadducees and the Pharisees, right? And some people may even think what they do and sometimes say is wicked, but there's still some type of hold on them because they have faith in the Creator. So when you compare, like, and that's what I mean, where I can see the spirit between like the Hebrew Israelite community and the Kemetic community, and I can show you that it's the same spirit that the ancients had. Like I told you, go watch some kung fu movies, nothing but kung fu movies for a week. Watch your ass start acting like Bruce Lee and talking like Bruce Lee. So evil communication corrupt good manners. And what I'm saying is there's a spirit, like, even if you don't believe that the black people in America are Hebrew Israelites, you see how the dude have identified the one West camp as Pharisees? Because they have the spirit of the Pharisee. They are a living testament that the Pharisees existed, right? Because you can see it. And they talk the same way, act the same way. They argue with you the same way they argued against Paul. All the same argument, the same spiritual blindness, all of that. So when I say, now look at the Kemetic community, even if they don't understand the culture all the way, they are adapting the spirit. And that's telling you what was in that. Now, when you look at what they do, hotep hoes. They don't have this. When it comes to sexuality, no matter what, they never talk about sexual morality. Never. They will never argue over that. Or they'll say, or like when Jabari said, oh, there's nothing wrong with grabbing your penis and all this stuff. Remember all that? Everything they do is about sexual perversion. They never say there's any boundaries on it. You see polite, oh, I like my women half naked in public. That's the way I like it. You look at their tactics. It's all about money. The same thing. If you go back, you look at Malachi Z. York. He was a great man. He was the Pharaoh. They treated him like a Pharaoh. He was a Pharaoh god until they found out he was molesting little boys. Same thing with Africa Bambaataa. So I'm telling you that
Lex, don't it feel like they got Ponzi schemes over there in the conscious community? Like somebody always got some.
It's Kemetic. So what I'm telling you is the priest of Egypt was this and worse because they had the real black magic. They was not only these dudes are a shadow of their spirit. But imagine the dudes who was really doing it, who really knew these spells, who was really initiated for 40 years. Think about that. Take Polite and multiply him 100 times.
Yeah,
Take Malachi York and multiply him 100 times.
This was my argument though, Lex. Like I would not even compare the greatness of Egypt and what they were.
Yeah, I know, but that's just today. Like some bias.
I'm not even saying that they're the same type of people. The Egyptians were
no. I don't think that's what he's doing, Kevin. I don't think that's what he's doing.
I just said watch Kung Fu for a week. You gonna
Lex,
start acting like Bruce Lee.
Let me clean it up for you, Lex. Hold up, let me clean it up for you. So I kind of follow a little bit what you're saying. Basically, what he's saying is that he's basically equating the debauchery, the wickedness of those people, not necessarily the greatness. Because
how are they wicked if a man who is a foreigner comes in, he is sold into slavery into their country, he goes into slavery?
No. You're
hold on,
listen
to me. Listen to me.
Those
you're talking about. No. Hold on. Wait, hold up, Lex, hold up.
That was not the Hyksos. I think what he's talking about. How was that the Hyksos in Joseph's time?
Was the Hyksos?
Okay.
Okay, well you can laugh, but if we do the math, if you want to talk about chronology, the best way to date chronology is starting from Solomon. That's the most solid timeline you got in the Bible. Solomon's is 700 BC. When you go back to the time of Exodus, you reach around 1400 BC. If you want to know who's ruling between 13 and 400 BC, you'll find out that it's the Hyksos. Now,
so who was the pharaoh?
Hold up, bro. If you want to know why, it would say, how the hell would a pharaoh rise up who didn't know Joseph when the one that just died? That wouldn't make no goddamn sense. How the hell he don't know who was just ruling the kingdom from the dude that was just behind him before?
Right.
So when you read a pharaoh, let me explain something to you. When the pharaohs rise up, when Amos rises up and he's taking down the Hyksos pharaohs, he remembers that Joseph enslaved them and oppressed them. That's who was mad. It's the 18th dynasty. They're mad at Joseph.
Okay,
that's why it says he knew. Now, how could you not know the next dude? That's like saying, I don't know. Somebody rose. Donald Trump comes to office and says, "Oh, I didn't know Barack Obama." He just was in office. How don't he know him?
What time period was it when the pharaoh rose up who did not know Joseph?
So you got the Exodus.
Was that in Joseph's lifetime?
When the pharaoh rose up who didn't know Joseph, was it in his lifetime?
Yeah.
Was it in Joseph's lifetime?
Right, because that would have made sense if that was that will fit your narrative. However, it doesn't. If you look at what occurred.
Wait, guys.
Oh, you mean was he alive? No, he died.
Stop.
Right. Exactly.
Wait, hold on. Both of y'all,
but it wasn't that long.
Man, hold on, man.
Man, we're going off into a tangent. We started talking about
what's another subject.
Well, you will know if it's a tangent if I got to the tangent, but if I haven't completed what I said, then how would you know where I got to?
All right.
Where I'm going. I mean, come on. You're not listening to what I'm saying. We're sitting here blaming the wrong people. Egypt is not the blame. They're not,
I don't know why you're getting defensive about Egypt. No one said it was the blame. Satan's the blame. Egypt's controlled by Satan.
But I will also say, and I'm not done, I will also say that the people today who we call the quote-unquote conscious community, they are not the personification of Egypt at all. They are not. They were not what they were, how they were, none of that. These people today are jokes.
All right, that's your kind of like bougie opinion because it's
it's not, man.
No,
hold on.
That's like saying
you don't gotta hold on a second.
All right, man. Listen to what I said before.
I didn't say they're not like the ultimate personification of Ramses the Great. Bro, obviously.
Okay, think about it. Okay, let's go back a couple of years, even after they got rid of Joseph. When Shechem had took one of the daughters of Israel, and they actually went and he had marriage with her, and Israel agreed, okay, let's go ahead and make a pact. Let's circumcise your people, Shechem, so you can be in the fold, but you have to be with us. When they did that, who was the one that was like, you know what, let's kill all these cats for what they did to our sister? It was Judah. He rounded them up, was like, let's kill these dudes, and they did it. And then who was the one that was like, why does our father favor our brother Joseph more than what we do? We do all this, that, and the other. He made a tunic special for him. Let's do away with this dude. So they did away with him. And he was begging his brothers, like, yo, let me out. He was like, look, here's a caravan coming. Let's sell them to them. So they went and they sold their own brother. They didn't put blood on this tunic. Came back and said a wild animal killed your son and made him a whale. And it was in what's the word I'm looking for? He was in mourning for a long time, hurting. They cared nothing about his dad, nor had they cared about the covenant that the dad made with Shechem and his people. So when we talk about wickedness, who do we point the finger to? You got a blindfold on and you just pointing in the dark.
No.
So what I'm saying is that when Joseph arrived in Egypt, when he arrived in the land of Mizraim, hold on, man. Y'all was talking the whole time. I'm gonna wait.
No, but I don't even know. Man. Hold on, but I think you're strawmanning him. And see, I'm not.
It's not a straw man, man. How is it a straw man?
No, hold on, but Kevin, let me explain. Let me explain this, because I'm not saying I agree totally with what Lex is saying, but I understand what.
Okay, nor can you disagree totally with what I'm saying if I haven't finished, right?
Brother, can I just
disagree?
Can I just finish what I was going to say?
Well, hold on. If you want that respect, why didn't you just give it to me?
Because it seems like you're taking.
Kev is having a rough day today,
oh,
man.
Goodness.
Kev, you're touchy, bro. Honestly,
you change your diapers without wipes, man. I don't give a damn.
All right, well, let me.
Hold on, man.
Make sure that listen. Make sure that we don't miss the part, and we're not arguing with each other, but we really revealing what's going on within this system.
That's all I'm doing.
Right, and that's all I say. Let's not be arguing with each other, because you got people watching, man, and we really want to just deal with this system that we see that's there, that they acting like they don't know it's there, but they trying to uplift it though on the slide.
Well, real quick, can I just say this? I want to make sure now, Lex, you can correct me if I'm misrepresenting what you say. I want to make sure that maybe Kevin understands what Lex is saying, and then Lex can understand what Kevin is saying. He's not necessarily saying that these people represent the greatness of Egypt. He's saying that they represent the debauchery of Egypt, or the wickedness of Egypt.
No, not even neither one. I said the spirit of Egypt. So
okay,
put it like this. If you go, I'm not as bad as George Bush, but I'm American. If I was to go somewhere, people would say that's that American bullshit, and I might not even know what they're talking about. It might be materialism. It might be the greed. It might be the obsession with sports or horror movies or cheeseburgers. American. You see what I'm saying? So I have that spirit on me that I might not even know myself. But if I was to go to, South America somewhere, they might be like, yo, this dude is selfish. And I might not even know it, or he's mad violent, or he's mad over sexualized, or whatever it is. I have the American spirit on me. So I'm saying that I could be in China and I can be obsessed with America. I dream about going to America one day. And so I started reading American history. I get fucking a satellite dish and I start watching American TV. I just think it's baked to green American. Pretty soon, I'm gonna have the spirit of an American. Even though I'm not in America, I won't represent them totally because I haven't actually lived there. But you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be watching Monday Night Football. You see what I'm saying? I'm gonna be watching, have access to whatever, all the same type of programs that's affecting the American mind, whether it be Atlanta Housewives, the damn serial killer movies, and HBO Late at Night, and damn Martin, and You know what I'm saying? All of that stuff is American. That's kind of what shapes us. I'm saying these dudes study Egypt. You see what I'm saying? And so they took it on the spirit of Egypt. And it's reflecting in their characters and their mores and their views about life and the way they treat people, their sexuality. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying that, oh, Egypt is wicked and Israel wasn't.
No.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that this is the spirit of them. That is the spirit. Malachi Z. York was the spirit of a pharaoh.
We can't say that.
Yeah, I can.
Cannot say that
because he built the kingdom. He was worshipped by people. He had an Egyptian name. He wore Egyptian clothes.
Right. Hold on, but that's them. Okay.
Right. Hold on, Kevin. Wait, brother. And I'm gonna let you respond to that. But hold on, bro. Listen, if he's mimicking something that we see is from Egypt, he is taking on that spirit and that character, bro. That says Bible 101, bro. We see it. This is why when we look at the land of Jerusalem in the later days, somebody got to mute their mic. You got to echo. This is why when we look at the land of Jerusalem in the later days, being spiritually known, or that city, as Sodom and Egypt. Why? Because Sodom taking on homosexuality, in Egypt, multiple gods, bro, multiple deities. So when we look at somebody taking on the spirit of another people, or that's just simple. That's Bible 101, bro. That's
right. You take on the spirit of another person if you were a contemporary of that relationship. For example, Lex made an example that if I was a foreigner, let's say I came from Ghana, and I'm like, oh, I want to be an American. So I go in America and I live as American, among Americans, speak as Americans, think as American. I'm going to personify American off of what? Off an example of an American that's right here in my lifetime that I can.
What's called is no contemporary, bro. Malachi Z. York is no.
Y'all ain't gonna let me destroy you.
But listen, hold on, because it makes no sense what you saying.
I guarantee you it makes sense.
Hold on. You got this brother walking around.
Okay, think about it.
Hold on, Kevin. You got this brother walking around with a side.
Wait. G. Let him finish. Let Kevin finish, man. Let him.
Go ahead.
Okay, you're talking about a people today. For one, we're African Americans. Most of us on here. And we deal with an issue of we've been beaten down. We just came out of slavery. There's a huge majority of us that's looking for identity. That's why you see groups like the Nation of Islam. That's why you see groups like Hebrew Israelites. That's why you see groups like Kemetic groups. That's why you see groups like indigenous groups. That's why you see groups like the Moors. What is the common denominator? We are a people without a hat, and we're trying to look for a label. And we're trying to say, where do we come from? Who are we?
I need some Kevin. Come on now. Bro. Bring it home. Bring it home, bro.
Hold on. We need some empowerment. So overall, with African Americans, just basics, you have somebody that's hungry for identity. Now, look what they're doing. Now, if you look at Egypt was a culture that started what? Nakata 1, Nakata 2, as you brought it up, came up through. They amalgamated into one kingdom. They were done away with around what? When Alexander the Great really came in, and then the Ptolemies and all that stuff, that is so far removed. What priesthood even exists from Egypt? None. What kingship exists from Egypt? What kind of religious practice was still brought into place that were from Egypt? None. So these African Americans today in the 20th and the 21st century, who just all of a sudden reading books by Budge, by Faulkner, by all these different guys, they're imagining. By their own vain imaginations, they're putting together something in their head of what they might have think things would have been. Look at Shaka running around with what you call these dudes running around with unks.
Kevin, you in the flesh today, man.
The Egyptians were doing this. They were
right. Hold on.
These dudes don't know what they're following.
No. You say what priesthood exists today. First of all, you need to know what the priesthood is, because the priesthood is in Europe, and that's why they advancing the culture right now. So when you talk about a priesthood deals with what we call spiritual alchemy. What that deals with is someone going into this temple, divining to something from something that's on the other side, getting the information back into the physical realm and causing themselves to evolve within their civilization or culture. literature or to governize themselves. So when we look at it, the same thing happened in Israel. What did Israel do? Israel went into the temple, they divined into the God, the Most High, and he gave them some laws, statutes, and precepts. It's the same thing with these people. So when you talk about them taking on or absorbing the culture of Egypt, it's clear, bruh. They went into Egypt.
Wait, hold on, brother. Wait. So we got this guy, Logical Faith, in the chat. He said something interesting. He said they don't properly study Egypt. 99% of them never read any of the Egyptian writings. Their study is all from secondhand sources who blackwash history and misinterpret Kemet. He says perfect example.
Everybody's missing the point.
No, hold on. Let me just finish reading his comment. He says, perfect example of this is how they minimize the importance of religion in Kemet.
Thank you. Exactly.
They minimize the religion in Kemet, and none of them actually practice the religion of Kemet.
Right.
That's
what
we know that.
I want to say this. Hold on, LeBron. I want to say this in respect, though. Okay, think about it, LeBron. When we were on your radio show, great show, we brought out this stuff. Remember what was our number one contention with Kemet, especially with Ankaket, the God killer? We were arguing that when he talked about Kemet, he wanted to talk about it and personify it like in a scientific way, like they understood evolution, they understood science, they understood Darwinian evolution, but we proved that they were wrong. Remember about the Anduat, the whole thing about the dung beetle. Remember how they twist the concepts. They didn't even understand the concepts of Egypt. So my question is, how is it that they're properly following the spirit of Egypt when they misrepresent what it was, didn't take in its religious connotations, and then put it in their own twist on what they want to do in life today, looking for an identity. They wanted to separate spiritualism, or as they call it today, spookism, from away from what Egypt actually was and make their own thing from it. If you, like I said, if you were to go to the 4th millennium and talk to a priest, he would not be talking the way these dudes are talking. He would not say they weren't religious.
Here's the thing. We understand that. But what I'm telling you, what separates them from they have remnants or eruptions of from that way of the lifestyle. Because what separates them is the language. In other words, because they can't define the language and can't communicate it properly, they can't follow the strict order. But those Europeans, in Europe, those people have taken that literature and benefited from that literature because they have absorbed that and put that with their gods who they divine with, and they're right now they're conquering the very people with that same mentality that we see of Kemet. Now, when we look at the people that's on the lower scale, they have a watered down version. They know some truth about it, right? But they don't have the entirety because it's not beneficial to them. It's not beneficial to them as it will be as to if they was using it properly. They're not using it properly as the Egyptians used that information that they got from those deities. So what I'm saying is this is, bruh, is that when we look at the remnant of these people, they all are come up under these 3 categories: the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and also the pride of life. Now, if you can show me any ancient culture that's from Egypt over to Israel that didn't deal with those 3 things, you might be correct. But that's just not the case here, bro. These people are struggling on a lower level until we get to a higher level when it comes to these 3 things. So that's the beast system, bro. And so in order to be in the beast system in the Bible, what does it say? You have to take on that system. You have to take on that thought process, because if you notice the brand is on, it says in the beast system, it says the mark is on the head and also on the palm, right? And it's the name of this system. So when you look at the name of the system, and overall, it's us taking on this system, and we can't buy, sell, or trade without this system. You think today these people ain't took on that system? They have already took on that system already.
Right, I think you're missing the point. Like, okay, if you're saying that what they're doing is in its infancy, and that they're following the program of the carnal mind, which is following the mind, the will, and the emotions, and how those 3 things, the 3 things that you mentioned, how they following those, I agree with that. They're man. That is the problem with man, period. But what I'm saying is that we cannot say that they understood those things and they're practicing them the way they should be now, and they have the spirit of Egypt. In fact, you would just say that they have the spirit of a carnal man.
Who understood those things?
Right, that's what Lex said. He said they have a pharaoh, they have this, they have that, and they have it set up like they did. I said, no.
Listen, anytime that you immolate somebody, you're taking on the very essence of that person. That's what they're doing, bro. They immolating those people. They're copying those people. So when you take on the essence of what you see in that literature, what you're doing is you're basically taking on that spirit. You're emerging yourself with ancient antiquities and deities that's more ancient than you, and those things are binding with you. So that's why when we look at when it says that it's clear in the text. It says that the city of Jerusalem will be called spiritual Egypt. Why is that, bro? How can a person take this not contemporary with Egypt? With Egypt in a modern time, take on the spirit of Egypt. It's clear. You can. This brother Shaka walking around with a horse tail on the side and said to the left, to the right, one of them, and so he's trying to see these brothers are reaching back in antiquities and trying to emerge or trying to be cohesive with these ancient doctrines or these demons of devils that we see this in the past. They trying to build with these deities, bro. And the ancient deities is giving them revelation of what we see, as well as when we divine into the Father, and He give us revelation on how to govern ourselves within our community as well as internationally. So if you don't think that these people are dealing with ancient deities, and they're trying to combine themselves with these ancient deities and drawing from these ancient deities, then you ain't really reading the Bible like you should, because it's clear. So I see what you're saying, but you're giving Egypt too much credibility. I mean, you're giving these people too much credibility.
No, not.
Well, you're giving them too much energy when they actually drawing their energy from divine fallen deities in literature, bro. That's what the literature.
No, I'm not saying that. I never took a position to say that they were good. Okay. What I'm saying is that you have a major difference in what we're talking about here. Like, okay, with Egypt, you had an army, you had a government, you had municipalities, you had people who did things within the community. And when you see the atrocities that was done by Israel, meaning that the 11 sons and what they did, and then you look at how he was treated when he went into Egypt, we can't say it's really when we say the spirit of Babylon and the spirit of Egypt, I think those are identifiers. But ultimately, what we're talking about is the carnal mind. It's the carnal mind, and that which is enmity against God. So I'm saying when Lex was saying stuff like these people are just like the Egyptians, all I'm saying is they're just like humans. It has nothing to do, as far as I'm concerned, these people have nothing to do with Egypt. They just carnal, trying to look for identity. They're trying to avoid the truth of God, and they adhering to other things.
That's
that are
what
carnal.
I'm saying. That's a bias, Kev. That's what I'm saying. This is that Republican ass.
No. I know this
having a bad day.
Hold on.
No,
okay,
Kev,
if
hold
we're
on.
gonna say that, right?
Hold on. I'm just playing with you with that,
right?
Kev.
Then what about people in the Nation of Islam? What about Moors? What about Black Hebrew Israelites?
Yeah, they got the same
What do we say about them?
Listen, that's what I'm trying, bro. I think you're kind of misunderstanding what the spirit of something is. I don't know. It's just like if you look at the Black Hebrew Israelites, they act just like the damn Pharisees and the Sadducees. That's the same spirit. That's all I'm saying. If you look at, all right, everyone has their own type of style in wickedness. Just like the way the Japanese act, you could say they're wicked, but it ain't the same as the Chinese. So they got two different spirits. Like,
okay, would you say that? Okay, brother Zadok, he's an Israelite. Would you say he has that spirit
of what?
Of his Pharisees and Sadducees.
I don't know Zadok. I don't think he would be more like one of the good Pharisees.
Yeah,
but what I'm trying to say is, Kev, I'm talking about spirit. We know that these people, it's almost like you don't want to give them. It's almost like you're downing them too much. Like you're just saying, well, they just delusional. Basically, these are some delusional wannabe niggas, wannabe Kemet niggas, and I'm saying that they do deserve a little more credit than that when I say they have the spirit of Egypt. Like when you look at Malachi Z. York, Malachi Z. York wasn't no small fry, bro. He built the empire. He literally built, they actually called that place Little Tamaray down in Georgia. He literally had wives. He literally had, you know what I'm saying, hundreds of children. He literally, you know what I'm saying? They literally worshipped him as the god, the Scorpion King. I'm saying he had that. Listen, they had a festival, bro. Like every year, the Pharaoh had to prove that he was still worthy to sit on the throne, and they would do that thing when he would have to jog around.
You do know he used to say he was a Hebrew too, though.
Yeah, I know, but so they used to have. So they went
He
there
said he was a lot.
in
He said more Hebrew
in spirit. In spirit, like when my cousin went away, bro, to the arm of the military, special forces, came back. I didn't even know the dude. You know what I'm saying? He had a different spirit on. I mean, he's the same person, but he got a different spirit on.
Look, I'll put it to you like this, man. Are you familiar with Ed Boon, like the white dude out in the 60s? Like, Ed Boon is to the Temptations as these new Kemetic niggas is to ancient Egyptian. It's a spinoff. Ed Boon used to take Temptation songs, remix it, and whiteify them, right? And it's like, it's kind of the same thing, but it's not really. You know what I'm saying? And it got popularized. That's kind of what this new thing is.
If I'm calling on the deities, I'm definitely calling on the spirit. These dudes are honoring Amen and Ra and Geb and that's the same thing.
Hey, listen, now watch this though. This is where it's going to get dangerous for them. Amen, all these little deities. After a while, they're going to get angry. Like, y'all don't think we real? Like,
some of these dudes know. See, this is what I'm trying to tell you. Some of these dudes know it's real. If they didn't know it real, Ankh would not be sacrificing chickens to best.
Hey, you know, Jabari, I meant to tell you this. Jabari exposed himself a little bit with the Zion Lex interview.
Talking about the divine, understanding the divine.
No. Did you see when Zion Lex accidentally put something on the shrine? Jabari panicked. Oh, get that off the shrine. Oh, you can't have that on the shrine.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. It's all fake. Why are you afraid of Zion Lex putting his phone on the shrine?
Exactly.
Why did that frighten you temporarily? It's all mythos.
So you telling me, like, if I go, you telling me that people don't like. You ever?
Go back and look at
I know
that tape.
dudes. I had my friend when I was growing up. I was cool. He was like a murderous ass dude. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like he was. You know, everyone probably got that homie. He's just like the old dog type dude.
Mm-hmm. Live wire.
Yeah. And if I hung around him for 3 days, I would turn into that. You know what I'm saying? Like I would be a little bit more on edge. That's all I'm saying. That's the spirit. He would transfer that spirit on me, where I would be more looking to get into stuff, or you know what I'm saying, or just like when they say, you know, birds of a feather flock together. That's all I'm saying. When I say they embody the spirit, of course they're not like, you know, but they do embody. They call. Listen, Jesus changed people's names. Your name carries a lot of weight. These dudes got Egyptian names. When Jesus met people, he said, your name is no longer such and such. You shall be called Peter. Why? The Nation of Islam changes their last name. So these dudes are carrying Egyptian names, giving reverence to Egyptian gods. You even got a nigga wearing a fucking Hebrew lock. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying that they have this spirit of Egypt. That's all I'm saying. So I'm not.
We can say it's a spirit.
And I know that there's some things that's definitely watered down because we all see that. We can't, you know, we see it, but it's still giving power. Are they still drawing energy from that deity? Just like now, even though we know that at one part of time, whether if you was Israel or Christianity, it was more so of a strict form. It's not like that today, because the biblical text clearly tells us that people were going to fall away. But for the most part, some of those people are still drawn from what they had. Because you got to understand, some of these people who had bits and pieces of the canon, or just not even all they off of one scripture. Some people was getting saved that just believe in one passage. So what I'm saying is this: is even though we people still drawn from this biblical text on what they got, you know what I'm saying, on what they got. And so what I'm saying is this: is that we ought to have to understand that these are the same. When we look at in the Revelations, it tells you, and it names off the beast, and it gives you an amalgamation of people that have absorbed this way, or this system, or these different types of entities, or that build it, these that makes them culturally separated through dealing with these different type of entities or deities. And so we got to understand, man, that you can draw from that. And that's what they doing, man. They drawing from that, and they really don't know what they playing with, because these are spiritual, these are high spiritual demonic demons, or
yeah, now we talking. And that's when it really gets real, and that's what I'm really saying. But I don't try to go there, because I know people think stuff gets spooky. What I'm really saying is they calling on the same demonic spirits, no matter how you want to look at it. You see what I'm saying? So they got to be harnessing some of that power, or under the same influence, or getting some of the same information. And so when you see Malachi Z. York, when he's the great Pharaoh, and you see how he turned out, that's the spirit that was behind him. Now, people don't know. If you look at Brother Polite, people don't know, he took on the same Egyptian name as Malachi Z. York. The same name.
I think he just took on the spirit of a Nigerian scammer.
Yeah, it's easy to say that, bro. But I'm just saying, I want to just say something. Did y'all notice this? This is kind of off subject, but did y'all notice something about Paul that was very, I don't know what's the word when they say like a prequel or like a shadow, that Paul name is Saul, and Saul is attacking the church, right? And then if you look at Saul and David in the Old Testament, it could kind of be the same thing, like kind of like a shadow, the way Saul was persecuting David. I just was looking at the other day, I just found that very interesting when you look at Saul and David, who would kind of represent the spirit and the flesh also, and Paul's name was Saul, and he was persecuting the church, and then he converted. I just thought it was, I don't know, it's something there. But anyway, that was on a whole nother thing.
I'm gonna give everybody their last words, man, because we've been on here for a little while, and I definitely got to move this freight. And so y'all want to say y'all last words or address that what Lex Vortex said, y'all can do so, or carry on over to Lex Vortex.
I go first because I'm about to leave anyway.
Take it away, Barack.
Well, I'll put it like this, man. Whether you claim in Kemet, Hebrew, or whatever, be logically consistent, okay? Like, don't say, hey, this is good when I'm using this in an argument against you. But now that you're using it on me and applying it to me, then it doesn't work anymore. Okay? So that's number one. Let's not do that. Number two, I'm death to romanticism. I guess that's kind of like my first point, but the romanticism has to stop. Kemet, a lot of great things, a lot of good things, technology, but when you dig up some of that stuff, and I know that nobody in this era would defend some of the stuff you see on them walls if it was drawn today.
Most of the stuff.
But I also do understand there is a cultural context involved in that as well. So just fully commit, whether it be good or bad, if you claiming to do something like that.
Common Alvin, yo. That shit was so political. It was so you're full of it, yo. First of all, you're sitting here House of Consciousness Kemet protecting. Or we trying to bash it to the ground. Anyway, who's next, man?
Yeah, man, and Lex Vortex, I mean Zion Lex voice, man, mute your mic.
I got
go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Let me say something, man. Let me or Lex want to go. You want to go, Lex?
Yeah, real quick. Kemet ain't nothing. It's a wicked demonic play. Ain't nothing good about it. It's full of it. It's demon worship. It's voodoo. It ain't no different today. The people today that follow it, you can see the spirit in them. They're a bunch of wicked, low down, deceivers, hustlers, sexual, immoral. You see they blaspheme God. I'm just saying you'll see the same spirit. The spirit, if you embrace something, you're going to take on that spirit. Birds of a feather flock together. You know what I'm saying? So that's really all I gotta say, man. To hell with Kemet. I don't give a Kemet ain't getting no credit for nothing. It's a pagan. They're a bunch of pagan. They were the first Satanists. The oldest god in Kemet. See, they talk about all these other gods. The number one god in Kemet, if you really get into the minds, they'll tell you is Set. The god of darkness is the primordial god of Kemet. Satan. That's why Kemet was what it was. That's all it was. Kemet, and that's all. When you look at today, they transferred it to Greece, to Rome, to England, to Britain, and now today to America and Europe or whatever, whoever these other people are. Kemet is these same people. So how could these dudes be pro-black and be talking about Kemet, just like LaRon was said? The Kemet priesthood is just in Europe now. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is. So you want to talk about white supremacy? White supremacy is based in Kemet. White occultism is based in Kemet. The Golden Dawn, Aleister Crowley, the damn Germans, the Fourth Reich and Alice Bailey and all the Theosophy Society, all this based in Kemet. The thing you say you most against. Now, you can't take something, like you won't see nobody taking on the spirit of a koala bear and going to and killing 1,000 people, because the koala bear spirit just ain't got that in it. So when you take on something and they are so attracted to it because obviously they know the power it generates. So if you want to talk about even white supremacy, it's Kemet based, because Kemet was some of the first colonizing monarchies. Okay? And so, yeah, I don't want to be too long with it, but to hell with Kemet. Peace.
Yeah, man. Just wanted to say, be on the lookout for the video I'm going to do in the next few days. Garfield definitely is going to get exposed. And I know he promotes that nonsense about, just disinformation. And so, yeah, man, that's pretty much all I got to say, man. Check me out, Faithful to God, on YouTube. And yeah, that's pretty much it, man.
Brother Jay, or either Brother Jay, did you want to say something?
Just sitting in the cut listening, man, getting this information. All the brothers and sisters listening, hope everybody's day is going well. When you guys get a chance, please head over to either my page, BROTHA, and the letter J, Brother J, or Faithful to God's channel, because I mirrored the video. For those that don't understand the purpose of why the law was given, a lot of people have been reaching out. As for the PowerPoint stuff, so I'm gonna give a couple people the PowerPoint. And if anybody want the PowerPoint, just hit me up on Facebook. Just type in Gerren, Gerren. You'll see Brother Jay Shotter, and then just send me an inbox and I'll send it to you. I see that within the Black Hebrew Israelite movement majority, I see that to be a big problem. A lot of them don't understand why the law was given. So it leads to a lot of misconceptions, especially what they make about Christians. But if they understand the purpose of why the law was given, and what the apostles try to show them, maybe that cut down a little misconceptions that they have. And so yeah, that's about it, man. And enjoy the discussion.
G-Con. And everybody fell asleep or something, man.
I don't know.
I guess so Terrence, you got something to say, brother?
Shoot. Nothing much, man. You know, I came in the tail end of everything, so I'm just sitting back listening in the cut. People talking about Kemet and all that. I mean, I'm mostly dealing with, you know, what's going on with Black Hebrew Israelism and basically the offense that's behind it. Mainly the ISUPK. I'm really going at them. I got 2 friends that I know that's in that movement. So, you know, that's what I'm really dealing with, really focusing on. So, you know, be on the lookout. My Facebook page is Terrence Rashad McGee. Terrence with an E in the middle. You know, that's it. Hit me up on Facebook if you want to talk or something.
All right, so yeah, so let me make sure I share this information. Hey Jay, the producer, you want to let them know, man, that song that was on that video that Faithful had.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that warning.
Yeah. Warning. You guys type in J, the letter J, THE producer on YouTube. You know, and subscribe to that. That's my music channel. You know, anything that got to do with music or anything like that, that's where I put all the material. So that song that's on Faithful channel, I mean, on the video that he did, the latest one, and as well as the 12 Tribe Chart one he did, both of those have that song on there. It's called Warning Is Over. And that song is basically about the false teachers and prophets within the Black Hebrew Israelite community. That's the song I wrote when I first came out, maybe a couple of months after I came out of the movement, before I came into the gospel. I wrote that song. So yeah, it's right there. Warning Is Over. So
right. So this is Jay the producer's page right here. He you know, he produces music, so y'all might want to check him out and subscribe. He got some good music on here that I'll be listening to. Get me down the highway a lot. Where is that song Warning at? Where is it at? Because I
put it in the side chat.
It's up further. Scroll up. You see.
No, it's in the side chat. All you got to do is click the side chats right
No,
there.
the video's literally in front of him. It's me sitting in the chair.
Oh, right here. Yep, there it is. Yeah, so this is a nice little track. I like this track. Hopefully it'll play right, because my computer be janky.
Hey, real quick, you want me to play the song? I can run it through my sound mixer, man, if you want, man. It would sound better.
Right now. Let's see what it does right now. Let me start looking.
These teachers out here lying. These teachers out here lying. All you false leaders, all you false teachers, all you false prophets, when it got this guy, it's over. We need some help now. We need some help now. So much confusion, we need some help now. Yeah, we need the truth now. They lie to us and say they needed us. So then they slander us. Yeah, I did some good buckets. I'ma tell the truth, I won't hold that no. All you false leaders, all you false teachers, all you false prophets, when they got this guy, it's true. need some help now. We need some help now. So much confusion, we need some help now. Now we need the truth now. Two separate home, two separate what this is. Two separate home, two separate no. So they lie to us and say they needed us. They got this some hypocrites. I'ma tell the truth, I'm gonna hold that no. All you ghost leaders, all you ghost teachers, all you ghost brothers. When it got this guy, tell the truth, I'm gonna hold that no. When it got this guy. Let's bring music back to the days when music had soul. Let's bring music back to the days when music had soul. Everybody's on the floor. Having a good time, yeah. Better act like you know. We don't got no drugs, yeah.
It's supposed to still been playing, isn't it? Oh, this ain't like the what's called. Yeah, but that's one of the cuts right there, man. That's one of the ones I listen to too. Just as well, man. Like I say, this brother got some good music. Go check the brother out, man. Make sure y'all support the brother. And make sure y'all subscribe to the page.
Let's bring music back to the days when music had soul. Jada producer. Oh, stand by you, baby. Let's bring music back to the days when music had soul. Oh, stand by you, baby. Everybody's on the floor. Having a good time, yeah. Better act like you know. We don't got no drugs, yeah. But we living it up, yeah. Listen to that DJ. The boy stretching it up, yeah. So right. The music feels so good, yeah. Makes you wanna get down, girl. And dance. Makes you wanna get down tonight. And dance. Makes you wanna get down tonight. And dance. Makes you wanna get down tonight. And dance. Makes you wanna get down. Everybody on the floor. We gon' rock side to side. Nobody leaves the door till we get done tonight. Everybody on the floor. We gon' rock side to side. Nobody leaves the door till we get done tonight. We don't got no drugs, yeah. But we living it up, yeah. Listen to that DJ. That boy stretching it up, yeah. So right. The music feels so good, yeah. Makes you wanna get down, girl. And dance. Makes you wanna get down tonight. And dance. Makes you wanna get down tonight. And dance. Makes you wanna get down tonight. And dance. Makes you wanna get down, girl. While we're on this way, we can let the whole world know that Jesus is Lord. And the best part is music. And the best part is music. And the best part is music. We can let the whole world know that Jesus Jesus is Lord. We don't got no choice, yeah. Are we living it up, yeah. Listen to that DJ, that boy stretching it up, yeah. So right, the music feels so good, yeah. Makes you wanna get down, girl. Dance. Makes you wanna get down tonight. Dance. Makes you wanna get down tonight. Dance. Makes you wanna get down tonight. Dance. Makes you wanna get down, girl. Dance. Oh, stand by you, baby. Dance. Dance. Oh, stand by you, baby. Dance. Dance. Oh, stand by you, baby. Dance.
Kind of really whatever direction, as long as it leads back up to, I know Israel will be saved. So.
Most I want a big body count for the destruction that's about to go down. He has a special fire.
Something like that, but you're gonna do it with the, like how similar to how we did the dang, what line was that in the I'm Looking song? Dang.
The second verse?
Yeah, your second verse. And how we did, remember we was in the hotel and we did that whole
harmony thing?
Something I forgot how we did it. Something like that. So we say the
Huh?
So what you playing, brother?
Oh no, man. I'm just, going over some of the stuff, man. The content of, I think that's just. I like that song.
This back when the brother was when he was with IUIC, but he since came out of that, obviously.
Right. Yeah. I know, but I just like to hear some of the music, man, that they was making back then, just as well too. And so yeah, man, he makes some pretty good music, man. And the sister right there, she was born. She had a little melody too, just as well. But yeah, man. So yeah, it's a lot of going to support the brother, man. And he was former IUIC, so the brother is not rolling that way no more. He's rolling in.
Rolling with Christ.
What's going on? Yeah, right.
Rolling with Christ now. The real Christ of Scripture.
Exactly. He ain't, as the brother said last night, he ain't preaching another Jesus.
That's right.
But yeah, man. So
by the way, and I didn't want to let people out there know that you're going to be having a debate with Israel Doctrine, so be on the lookout for that. When is that going down exactly, brother? Y'all are having a live debate?
Yeah, that goes down July the 30th, next Sunday. And the time is going to be at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. So y'all might want to check it out. And I believe, and it's going to be at the Hard Rock Hotel. And you can actually go to Israel Doctrine's page, and he has the information for us, the tickets and stuff like that, and also the live stream.
Right. And is that Israel Doctrine Reloaded?
Yeah, Israel Doctrine Reloaded. Matter of fact, let me make sure.
Yeah. So by the way, you have a debate tomorrow? You have a debate going on tomorrow? Somebody said in the chat you got a debate going on tomorrow, man.
Not that I know of. I'll be forgetting a lot, but
his brother be booking debates and be forgetting about it.
Right. You know what? let me get this
5
information
debates in
to
the
y'all.
stash. He probably don't even remember half of them. No, I'm just playing.
But let me get this.
No,
And if I'm not mistaken, I think Israel doctrine is basically going to. Let me get this.
You gonna lose? You gonna lose again? you gonna catch that L again?
Yeah, he definitely gonna
That boy Israel doctor be catching L's left and right, man.
I'm putting the information
let me
in the chat room. Is that information in the chat room? I click link. I don't know if it's too long or what, but
yeah, I see it.
Bright, yeah, it's in there. Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Right. So this is my wife calling. I'm gonna have to call her back. So the information is there, and so make sure you guys just hopefully like I say, we talked about it today. Israel think I'm gonna bail out on them, but it's not what it is. I'm gonna do the debate. I just want to make sure that people know my viewpoint, that when it comes to this ticket in the event, the tickets in the event, that I had nothing to do with that.
Hey, real quick, man, why he got two tickets? I see one that say July 30. They both on the 30th, and one is 25 and the other is 30. So what's the difference?
The 25 is for when you come to the live event. The 30 is for just to listen to the live stream.
The price is backwards,
Right.
Oh my goodness, man.
Bruh.
Man.
Right.
Hey, man, I didn't mean to laugh, Israel doctor.
Yeah, just in the future, Israel doctrine, bro. For real, man. The prices for online is always cheaper than in person.
Man,
right.
Oh man.
Look at it. If you look at it, it says physical location, and then it says live stream $30. And see, my thing is this: as I say,
hey, mute your mic, man.
Right.
Yo, this dude got me bugging, man. Yo, man.
Hey, this better be better than a Michael Jackson concert.
Man, let me tell you something, man.
And that's what I'm saying, y'all. So let me say my position. Let me say my position so y'all can know, because I'm the type of person to where I had nothing to do with getting this together. This is Israel doctrine. But I'm not getting paid. I don't want to get paid. I don't want nothing from this. I'm doing this because, me and Israel doctrine, we're friends, and not only that is we have different point of views of things, and plus we just want to edify the people. But this is his first event, so it's a lot to grow on. I gave him advice on what I thought that should have been done. But Israel doctrine, he's putting his money on it. His money is in there. So if y'all can support, that'd be cool. But if you can't, you know what I'm saying, hopefully we can try to work something out with the brother to where he can lower the prices, and because I'm pretty sure the people will watch this debate if he did it. If he did the event right, probably for like $5 to $10 at the most, they will watch the debate. The debate, then dollars, and then we can barely muster up 30 people watching us online for free. So that's what I was telling him. So like I say, this is the first event, and we plan on having more events, but I told him we should
ain't no more events gonna go down if he keep charging people $30, $20, $25. $30 for a live stream, man. Come on, bruh.
Told that brother that, man. And so he think this is a Sonetta event, and I'm telling him that's not how that's supposed to go, man. So
he ain't got a Sonetta audience to be charging Sonetta prices, man.
Right. And so that's my thing. And so I'm trying to tell this brother, but Israel doctrine, as y'all know, the brother's stubborn. And so it's like, brother, look, we want to see debates concerning when it talks about things like this to have these discussions in the community. I mean, it could be edified, people can learn, but just $30, that's kind of too steep. It's real steep. And so even when you talk about even $15, you know what I'm saying? You know, $5 or $10 here and there, people could look at that and, you know, they spend that on a daily basis getting lunch or either what's called, you know, $5 to $10 at the most. And then it's live stream. Then people can afford that where they can sit down on a Sunday and say, oh man, we got this debate going between these brothers, man. That, you know, let's I could pay a $5 or $10, man, to watch this debate. And then you can start using that money to start building forth more debates. But don't take all your money in the first event and lose out rather than, you know, so this, you know, but hopefully I wish the best, man. I'm gonna give it my best. I'm gonna give it my all for as far as when I come to the debate and debate Israel doctrine, you know, and that's the best I can do. But after this, you know, it needs to be way better than this because your first event, you know, should be it should be promoted better. And I can't really promote nothing where you charge $25 to $30. That make it hard on me because people looking like, dude, like I want to hear you, but $25 to $30, you know. And right now it's the summertime. People get using their vacation money up. You know, people got vacation money they didn't use, and so people really got to bounce back and get back to certain, you know. So I understand the struggle, you know, and like I say, it's not me. That's Israel doctrine doing that.
Man, can you imagine, man, being like a single parent and you trying to go there? He charging you 30. What is it? 20? How much is it at the door? Is it $25 to get in?
It's $35, man. I mean, $25 to get in and $30.
Can you imagine? And you know, man, come on, bro.
And
like
at least Sinetta gonna have food, dude. You got people sitting there for 4 hours and then you ain't feed.
Right.
Oh man, this is a mess, man.
And listen, you know how
you just gonna see the live stream, and you gonna see. And first of all, ain't nobody gonna watch that live stream because you charging $30.
Hey, them people
you can't even get the live stream for free. You know what I'm saying? You gonna have G. Y'all brothers might as well. Hey, listen, man. Y'all brothers might as well just had this debate in somebody's basement, man. That's what it's gonna feel like.
Listen, when I talked to Bleedo, Bleedo said the same thing. He was like, man, he'll let us use the basement, you know, and you could like that. And it would have been live. Then you could have, you know, made the change off of it because really, to be honest, I think I'm gonna get off into it and support when he do it the right way. And reason why is that is because I want to start getting a lot of these speakers. Somebody got to mute their mic.
I think that's Jay. Is that Jay?
I want to start getting a couple of these speakers and to come out. When we start getting a couple of these speakers that come out far as these speakers that deal with what we're talking about, like, you know, if possibly we can get Michael Heiser, or either we can get the brother Michael Brown, or either
but look here, man. Look here, man. But I gotta say this though before I forget. That event, you charged $25 when you got Michael Heiser or Michael Brown debating Israel doctrine. And I'm not saying that to disrespect you. I'm saying that I'll put it to you this way. You know, you can admit that, you know, you just now starting to build up your platform. Right. Israel doctrine, even though his platform is a little bigger, I mean, you gotta have some arrogance to charge $25, $30 for a live stream and to have people come to the event. Bro, you ain't big like that. You ain't a big name like that. You know, pause. You ain't a well-known. I mean, people know you in the conscious community, but they know you more because of the antics. I mean, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that to disrespect Israel doctrine. I'm just being honest.
Right, and that's what I was trying to tell him. I told him, I said, listen, bro, man, like, you might want to rethink this, because I was like, dude, like, we barely pulling over, you know, if not 10 to 30 people watching us, and that's just started happening. So
Mm-hmm.
And then when if we start talking about, oh, LaRon, he finna have this comedy session, or Israel Doctor finna
Man,
we finna
look
go on
here, look here. The other night when Israel Doctrine had that live stream, he had like 8 people watching him. Literally,
right.
8 people watching him. Can you imagine him doing this thing, man? Well, ain't nobody gonna come out for that. I'm just being honest, man. I feel like I'm raining on your parade, bro.
Listen, I just want to really, to be honest, man. I just want him to make the right choices and decisions, especially when he's spending his money, because this event ain't cheap, man. And so I had to let him know, like, bro, like you got to make better decisions, and that's all I want you to do, as a friend. But I have to put this out openly because I don't want people to think that this is me that's doing that. Because people really want to. People been inboxing me, asking me, but then when I tell them the price, they like, "Good Lord, man, that's a hitter right there." And so it's only like what about $30 away from the pay-per-view event when you go watch a box,
right?
But so that's the whole thing, and y'all know,
man. Why did you? I mean, I would have said you could have discussed the prices with him and be like, well, Israel, why don't you just charge people $5 at the door?
Israel Doctrine. And Israel Doctrine, he gonna do what he want to do. But let me show y'all what he did today, so I can make this a little bit more interesting. And like I say, I do what I can to support the brother, because I definitely think that we should have.
Man, that is a waste of money, though, man. Like you book an event that you ain't gonna be able to fill up. Man, look, I'm looking at the ticket prices. Look here, LaRon. Look at this thing. What's that event thing? So I'm looking at the ticket. It says remaining tickets. So he sold 1 ticket, and the event is on the 30th.
Right, but let's
now
hold on. Before you keep doing that, you're making it very worse than what it is.
Okay.
Stop all the way. Just stop, because don't even dig into it. Just leave it right there. Because I just want this brother to do it better than what he's doing. He got to do it better. And so if you are listening and you've held any events, maybe y'all can get a brother tips on really how to do the event to where it could be something to where, he can really win in the situation. Because one thing that y'all must realize, I'm not against a person to where if they're doing these events to where I say, oh man, he just trying to get the money, or when you look at pastors or preachers that teaching the word, and they're feeding you carnally. I mean, they're feeding you spiritually, so you're ministering to them carnally. I have no problem with that. I believe in that you're supposed to support those that are, if they're teaching or doing stuff like that. Now, in this event, if this what this person want to do, and they're giving out this information, I have no problem with it. I'm not against it, but just don't overdo it. Like even with Sinetta. There's not a problem with what to where I have no problem to where if this is Sinetta, this is what he does. This is how he makes his living. I have no problem with that if that's how he makes his living, because that's how he eat. If he do it, he's doing it. Now, how do I benefit from that when I hear the information that I see? It causes me to get out there and study. When I listen to this information that I see that these guys are dealing with, it causes me to study and look at these arguments, and it builds up my faith. So I'm able to go into these arguments as an apologist, a Christian apologist, and really examine these arguments that these guys got. And to be honest, I would have never heard about these arguments that they brought up had not I listened to Sinetta and those people that's on this platform. So I just want to tell y'all this, that even though there's a different thoughts or way of life, so how people think that's on Sinetta's platform for the most part, it growed me a lot. It growed me a lot, because I would have never been tackling the things that I see that they're dealing with or that they bringing forth. I would have never been studying geology. I would have never been studying history or any of those things as far as dealing with different Africa, Sumer, and Greek, and all of this different history. I would have never been studying ancient agriculture, literature, or none of those things. I was just sitting up in the church, not doing any of those things. Now I'm able to help those people that's in the church that have questions, as well as brothers and sisters that's out here. Because people, and to be honest, this was a divine intervention that God came in and actually took me down that path. So I just want to say that even in that, God always turned things that's meant for evil around for good. So even while they sitting up there doing the things that they're doing on that channel teaching the foolery, it causes us that are apologists to get off into the information and deal with the critics and bring that information out and give glory to God. And I'm not saying that every argument that they bring we're going to be able to address, but we are addressing some of the main concerns that people are asking that the church is not really dealing with. So we do that. And so that's what SOG do, and that's what the Shield Squad do, and there's other groups that's out there that's just as well as Narrow Way Apologetics, One Way Apologetics.
One Way Apologetics.
Yeah, One Way Apologetics. I'm sorry. So so there's other groups out there that's doing that, you know, and there's more, you know, you got, and so there's even different scholars that we see to bring out information that deal with textual criticism. And so we're just doing that, you know, we're trying to bring out that information and put history back in its place, biblical theology back in its place, because these guys have stripped those things, as well as the church has stripped those things just as well. And that's what we're trying to do, man. But let me bring out something that Israel Doctrine brought out today that was pure folly that y'all might want to look at. Let's look at what this brother did. He says, he talked about the law of righteousness, right? He said it's just pertaining to the sacrifices. And if I'm lying, y'all can correct me, but you might want to go to his page and listen to what he brought out today. And I watched him do it, and I was just thinking in my mind, this brother is super unlearned, and this is why he's going to lose this debate. He says, for Christ is the end of the law for righteousness to everyone that believeth, right? This is Romans 10:4, right? He says, for Moses describeth the law righteousness. It says, for Moses describeth the righteousness which is of the law, that the man which doeth those things shall live by them. So I watched this brother, and y'all can go and listen to it. I lie not, go and listen to it. He said that the law for righteousness is talking about the sacrifices. That's what he said. But what's weird as this is that when you look at this text, right, the very scripture that Paul quoted can be traced back to what we call Leviticus 18:5. Watch what it says. Ye should therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, which if a man do, he should live in them. I am the Lord. So now we see here the statutes and the judgments, right? And this is what Paul is quoted from when he says, for Moses describeth the righteousness which is of the law, that the man which doeth those things should live by them. So if you go back to what Moses is actually describing, which is in Leviticus 18:5, you're going to see that he's talking about, ye should therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, which if a man do, he should live in them. I'm the Lord your God. And not only that, when you go back to Deuteronomy 27:26, watch what it says. Cursed be he that confirmeth not all the words of this law to do them. And all the people shall say amen, right? So when you look at what they're saying amen to, just go up above in Deuteronomy 27:26, and you're going to see that it's not just talking about sacrifices, but it's talking about the judgments and also the commandments. And so it's clear when we look at Galatians 3:10-13, watch what it says. For as many as are of the works of the law are under the curse. For it is written, cursed is everyone that continue not in all things which are written in the book of the law to do them. So if you're not continuing in all things of the law, which is written in the book to do them, you're cursed. So when we look at Deuteronomy 27:26, and also when we look at Leviticus 8:5, it's telling you that those things include the judgments, the sacrifices, and anything pertaining to that law when it was given. Now, let me give you
real quick, man. Before you
let me give one more, brother. Then I'm gonna let you in. Go ahead. Let me get one more. Now it says, to finish it up, Romans 3:19. Watch what it says. Now we know that what things soever the law saith, it saith to them who are under the law, that every mouth may be stopped, and all the world may become guilty before God. It says, therefore, by the deeds of the law, there shall no flesh be justified in his sight. For by the law is the knowledge of sin. So the law was actually added to keep you in check until the seed shall come, right? Now, when you look at it, the law is not going to justify you at all. So I don't know why this brother Dove last night was thinking that the law is going to justify him in keeping the law. And also what was told today on Israel Doctrine Show, you might want to go look at it, because they think that keeping the law is going to position them in a higher place with God. Not so. So I just want to go ahead, brother.
Hey, with Israel Doctrine.
Well, hold on. We got Israel Doctrine. Hold on, Israel Doctrine. Hold on, man.
Hold up, I gotta ask LeBron something about the debate. It ain't nothing about.
I know that's that.
Hold on, real quick, because he just stepped in, Faithful. So let him ask his question. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, look, I'm hearing people asking questions over here and trying to talk about the debate. Ever since the Michael Edwards thing, I've been saying, look, these people not doing nothing. They not trying to do nothing, and they trying to steal the energy of this debate, and they trying to put their 2 cents in. Now, I don't care about people talking about the scriptures, but asking how much being paid and doing this and doing that and trying to figure out stuff and put dissension in the people and everything else, that's the devil right there.
Wait, how's that? Wait, hold on a second. Because we're saying that we're saying that it's imprudent that you should be charging so much for a debate that you know you're not going to fill up based on the price. If you wanted people to actually...
At the end of the day, it's simple as this. You either pay or you don't pay. You either participate or don't participate. You don't tell nobody what to charge for their services and stuff. I can't go to Jay, the producer, and say, Jay, you need to charge $100 a track. Or Jay, you need to charge $1,000 and not $2,000. He's going to put his price on the product. Listen,
hold on. You comparing apples to oranges.
No, 1 second. He's going to put his price on this product. And if you want Jay production, whatever it is he charge or whatever he make out with you is one thing. You can't go around worrying about other people's prices and stuff. That right there,
Carl, you got 2 people that's going to be debating, man. It's not the same as Jay, the producer, making a beat.
Yeah.
Because you're talking about, man, I mean, you comparing a service versus you having a debate.
Once again, it is a service. Do you know how much the room costs? Do you know how much the room costs? No, you don't.
Man, so didn't this brother tell you to have the debate in the basement of this dude's house?
Who around here my boss, man? Who around here is my boss? See, that's another thing. If he's talking out
trying to save you money, brother. Hold on, we trying to save you money. I guess you just like spending money like that.
Listen though. If he's talking our business with you about money and this and that, then he's wrong. You know what I'm saying? That's personal matters. That's personal business between 2 people. Now, if he said have it in the basement and do it like that, and that's the way he want to do it, but he agreed to do it as we agreed up on, then we agreed up on one thing, and it don't matter what he said or what he told you he said or what he suggested weeks or months ago. See, it don't matter once you make an agreement. That's the thing about the covenant. You can't tell the Lord afterwards, I'm going to do everything you say, or this, say, nah, you know, I ain't like that. That's called covenant breaking.
Nah, hold on.
We're trying to help you out, though, man.
Wait, hold on. Let's
be honest. Hold
on. Wait.
Hold up. I want to say it because I was the one that was saying it. I was the one live on there saying it. So I'm gonna say this, Israel. I'm actually thinking about you for a second. I'm thinking, well, Israel Doctrine. Yes, I am. Hold up.
You trying to undermine what's going on?
No, I didn't. Hold on a second.
No, we can get to listen. Hold on, faithful guy.
Hold up, Laurent. Let me defend myself, Laurent. Let me just say this, and then I'll let y'all go. All I'm saying is that I felt that it was for your best interest because I feel it's a waste of money. All right, but you know what? It's your money. You do what you want with it, and it is what it is. All I did was throw my 2 pennies, but my 2 pennies ain't worth nothing. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you already paid it. You did what you did, and that's your decision. It is what it is, man. Ain't nobody trying to stop,
right. So once it was made, once it was set, and once the price set, you undermine it when you say it ain't worth that. It's only 2 people, this and that. You don't know who else gonna be there. You don't know what surprise things I got set up or don't got set up. You don't know none of that.
Well, let me say this.
You undermine stuff when you do that. Either,
hold
up, LeBron, hold up. Either promote it as it's gonna be a good debate, and if I was you, I would watch it. And if they don't want to watch it at that price or do this and that, they don't have to.
Well,
see, that's the
wait, hold on, man. Let me say
I'm just gonna say one last thing.
I'm gonna let y'all respond, but hold on. Let me say this, bro. Now listen. Now Israel doctrine. Now I told you, and I'm telling you now, that when you start dealing with these brothers on the panel for as vocab, for as faithful to God, I told you we can make the event bigger than what it is, but you just charging too high. That's what I was telling you, bro. I said we could have got to the Christian community and say, hey, look, I need y'all to support with this debate. You know what I'm saying? Let's charge these people $5 or $10 or $10 at the most to watch the live stream, and then we can promote it better. But you charging people at a rate that right now,
what the Israelites saying that? What the Israelites saying that? What the Israelites saying that?
Listen, they've been asking.
Hold up, where they at? Hold up, where they at? I ain't heard Kevin say nothing about no price. You been talking to Kevin about price, and Kevin been crying about a price.
Kevin, what you think about it?
No, I said, have you been talking to Kevin? Hold up, not what you think about it now. Hold up, stop right there. Stop right there. This is not no Bible debate. This is me investing my money and you trying to talk down about what I'm doing and how I did it.
We trying to help you, brother. We trying to help you, man.
Hold on, let him finish.
Then you cause it, when you do that, you cause people that you have influence over to say, well, he is right. I wouldn't pay that much money. I don't think I'm going to support it or put my money to it when you do that.
Well, I'm going what people told me. That's what I'm telling you. Because people asked me, they said, listen, how much is the debate? I said, I ain't gonna lie to you. It's $25 at the door and $30 to you gotta mute your mic, Kevin. It's $30 to watch the live stream.
That's it.
And listen, hold on. And right when I say that, they was like, hey, well, I'm just gonna have to wait till that one come out on
That's cool. That's cool. That's all it's supposed to be. That's all it is. If somebody said how much for a hit, you tell them $2,000. They say, oh, I'll try to find somebody else to do it. Or how much to wash that car? Well, to detail it, I'm gonna charge you $100. Oh, that's too heavy or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's so when people give you a price, that's just it. That's the way it works anywhere in the world. Now, if I wanted to try to say, well, okay, cool, I'm gonna get 1,000 people on there for $2, and then all together that's $2,000, 1,000 people at $2. Okay, that's 2,000. You know what I'm saying? I know how to do math. I know how to do business. I know how to do what I'm doing. My thing is, ain't nobody else trying to do it or help me do it. Ain't even really promoting it. So if that's the case, don't talk now about what I'm doing. That's all I'm saying. Because now you playing with people money. And we ain't talking about the
JJ, hold on.
We're not talking. Listen, this is all I'm gonna say about the situation. We're not talking about the word of God when you playing with my money. That's all I'm saying. If don't nobody want to buy it, I told the people, I don't care if you buy it or not.
Well, let me ask you.
I'm gonna do it. Hold up. Let me so they can hear. I'm gonna do it regardless. But people trying to talk down and get people not to participate in stuff, that is what I don't want to hear and what I don't want to see. Because that is bull. That is not brotherly.
I tell you what.
That's not brotherly, and that's not the love of God.
I heard you, man. Listen.
Hold up. If you want to purchase it, purchase it. If you don't go around talking about that's too high for what it's gonna do because you don't feel like LeBron got a big enough name or I got a big enough name.
Well, I'll make this statement.
No, wait, Jay, hold on, because I've been waiting.
Hold on, Faithful. Let him respond. What's called respond.
Hold on a second, y'all. Hold on. Let me respond. First of all, let me respond to him because he was talking to me. Let me just say this, and then it's very quick. All I'm gonna say is Israel Doctrine. I tell you what, man. I apologize if you felt that I was undermining you in any way and trying to make people not go to the event, because that wasn't my intent. I thought it was outlandish, the price personally. But but you're right though.
Ooh, it don't
that's
matter
my
what
opinion.
you thought at the end of the day. You just say, "Oh, I'm not gonna deal with that." That's all you have to say.
Okay. All right. So I'll tell you what, man. So if you felt that I was doing that, I apologize, and that was not my intention. That definitely was not my intention. All right. So I do apologize to you for that.
Now, at the end of the day, right about now, what I want to do is just present some stuff by myself. I don't have to sell nobody no debate. I can live stream my own thing and give it to the people free. I don't need to do no debate with nobody or do nothing else and have a crowd of Negroes sitting around like some whores on the corner trying to figure out who they gonna pimp and how they gonna get money and why the price on the street for they tell is this, that, and everything else. Everybody want to sit around and have something to say. Ain't nobody trying to contribute nothing though. Even when we had these little shows late at night, ain't nobody talking about the debate. Now, if you tell me you did that because I thought the price was outlandish and stuff, that's still bogus, because no matter what the price is, you let the people decide what they going to do and not going to do.
That goes with my sleep.
People trying to lord over people. That's the problem now. People trying to lord over other people and tell them what they should think and what they shouldn't think.
Well,
right. Go ahead, Brother Zane.
All right, cool. I'm taking not two positions, but I'm speaking on both sides. I'm kind of the middleman right now, only because the way in which he's bringing it out is on a more business level. Now, in terms of the price, I'm one of the people that don't agree, but I don't really say much about it. This is why. He used the example of me charging for a track or whatever the case is, and I'll use this as a segue, business wise. So there are some artists that think my production price is too high. And for some people it would be. I have things set in place to help them get to that amount, but I don't lower my amount because that's my production rate. That's what I've been paid in the past. So I'm not cutting it lower. Now, in terms of the artist, if I sell someone an artist or sell someone a track or go in the studio with them, produce them, and specifically in a situation where I just send them the beat because we're not in the same state, and they record a garbage song. All right, they record a garbage song and then they send it back to me. I don't really like it, but I don't really have the final say about it. So they expect me to be going when the song drops to be online talking about this song. I'm not going to talk about it because it's garbage. So I'm not going to be like, yo, this song is garbage, don't buy it. I'm not going to be doing all that. I'm just going to stay silent. I ain't going to promote it. So the reason why I mentioned that is because if someone who's part of the first in terms of Israel doctrine, as far as how he does his business practice, people try to lend you some sound advice. If you don't want to listen to it, then each man his own, and then whatever repercussions come from that, or you wasting your money, whatever case, you just got to live with that, which I'm pretty sure you're willing to deal with. On the other side, those that are involved with it, if they feel the price is too high and they try to talk to you about it, and then you rejected it, when it comes to talking about promoting it, they're not going to be willingly going out and telling people, yo, buy the tickets to this debate.
That's cool. I don't have no problem with that. But if you start going out and telling the people and sabotaging the event, talking about, yeah, I'm a part of the debate, but I wouldn't pay that for it.
That's the point.
Now, look, this is the situation. Listen, hold up, mute right quick. This is the situation, right? If ain't nobody got no money in it, they ain't losing nothing. So if I charge $100 for seat, video, and everything, and 1 million people show up, you can't cry about what we have produced that day because you didn't put nothing in it and you didn't want nothing from it. So if I get everybody in Chicago, even if I don't get that to come out to this event, then that's it. That's on me. But if you go out there and say, oh, it's too high, and you stop people from coming, now whatever it is, it's still on me. I'm willing to take the loss, but damn it, you just sabotage everything that I was working on because you want to say it's too high. You can't do that.
That's where that's the point when I was saying
something real quick, y'all, because I've been.
But I want to ask in terms of this debate. Is this debate, and at least on your side? I know you and LeRon's going to be on opposing sides, but at least on your end, is the goal of the debate for people to hear the truth of the gospel, or what's the point of the debate? Because if that's the goal, then now we got to look at some other issues now. with this whole event or the charging to hear the true gospel?
The charging is what it is. Hold up, let me just say this right quick. Young Pharaoh threw a lecture in Chicago, charged $30 at the door. You think I said anything about his? Do you think I said anything about his price? No, I bought a bus ticket from Arkansas to the event. Got to St. Louis, and the Mecca bus didn't even show. I had to buy another bus ticket and take that to Chicago. Then I had to buy a bus ticket to come back. So not only paying $30 at the door and buying little Ferris up there so I can get around the city, I had to pay for a ticket to get up there. I wanted to go up there to see him and say I went to the event and everything. I didn't ask nobody what the price was. I had it, I paid it, I didn't cry about it, right? Everybody else that wanted to show up, showed up, and they paid the ticket. Anybody that bought the YouTube bought that, because if they want it, they want it. That's what black people want. If they want some Jordans, they gonna get them Jordans, even if they don't pay their electric bill. Even if they don't pay their gas or their water. If they want it, they gonna take care of it. They know how to get the money to do it. They allocate money to it and stuff. So if people want to hear this, they gonna hear it. At whatever cost it is. If they don't want to hear it that bad, they ain't gonna want to hear it. It's simple as that. Yeah. That's how business is.
I understand the business part, but that's why I asked you the question, the intent.
Now let's talk about it. Just like I did a show this morning and I said, we need this Bible debate. Now, people not even understanding that. Then I'm like, basically, I'm saying the hell with Israelites versus Kemetics and this and that. Israelites, Christians, and people that deal with the Bible need to come together, take care of their debates and their information, so the people that listen to LaRon or me and they hear my perspective, they hear LaRon's perspective, but they don't really, they still kind of Now, if we have a debate and he say something and I deal with it specifically and he deal with what I say specifically, now they can understand in depth why I go with his stuff, why he go with my stuff. That's going to be growth right there in itself. And then as this thing goes, as I was saying with LaRon and talking to him, I was like, all of us here go a whole new debate league and stuff that's going on now. Who's going to finance it, right? So if I spend $2,000 right now and lose it all, but I financed the debate between me and LaRon, we in downtown Chicago in this plushed out hotel and everything. It looked good, this and that. People come out, they all dressed up as nice, and we give a good performance. There we go, the next debate. Now it's time for somebody else to do it. You know what I'm saying? Daniel Israel, who you produced for, I talked to him, and I was like, yeah, man, I just met up with Jay, the producer. I see you did a track with him and stuff. He went and put it on his show this morning and told people and everything else. He didn't say nothing about no price, none of that. Mikael ben Israel didn't say nothing about that. He said, I'm going to tell people at the class this and that. So all my Israelite family in Chicago, all of them to go to the Israel of God, the Church of Israel, the House of Jacob, Israel, the Church of Jesus. Ain't none of them said nothing about the price. I ain't heard now one of them say nothing. Either they going to show or they ain't going to show. Then I'm hearing people call me talking about, they over there talking about your prices and you trying to be Sinetta and Pharaoh this, that, and the nut. No, I put prices up that I think if people really want to see it, it ain't going to hurt them that much to participate in it and taking that money. As I say, next month I'm going to be in St. Louis, and after that I'm going right back to Chicago. Who going to finance that? And who going to go along with me?
All right, so you need finance on the business. My question to you is, what is the goal concerning the gospel of Christ?
Oh, that's simple, for everybody to learn what the true word of God is.
So why would it be turned into an event or a performance if the goal is to teach people the true gospel of Christ? Why would anyone charge anyone or make any kind of hindrance for someone to possibly hear the gospel because of a performance or whatever?
It ain't none of that. That ain't none of that. Event is an event. That's like you selling gospel music. If it's called gospel music and it's the gospel in the music, you shouldn't sell music.
That's a totally different subject.
No, it's not a totally different thing.
That is a totally different thing.
when these gospel Christ
do you have to produce anything? Hold on. Do you have to do any? Yes. Do you have to produce anything?
Yes.
Hold on. Listen, I'm not talking about buying a building. I'm talking about the product itself, meaning the gospel. Did you have to produce anything in terms of that gospel? No, it was freely given. To understand, it was freely given to you if you're in the gospel, and you shall freely give it out, just as the apostles did.
Listen, that's what the whole thing, though. The rest of the stuff is not just the gospel. A room is not the gospel, right? Whatever else.
Well, why not just put your money into a room if you just want to do it in a room? Listen, pay for a room, have the event, and let the people hear the gospel for free.
No, that's why they go to the church house, because they already pay tithes there. The church house is built and everything. That's why you do that. That's why you do that. That's why you do that. You get a congregation. Come up, LeBron. You get a congregation, you get a 501c3, and you get tax-free money from people, and they come and give you 10% or more of their earnings, so they can come sit in that plush building or whatever building and get the gospel for free, and they pay their taxes and tithes to the Lord, so you can take care of the Lord's business. Now,
you use two different scenarios. You're charging people at the door to hear the gospel. Listen, the church is not charging them at the door. And once they've heard the gospel, they then give their money to keep the building there.
The Lord charging them off the back 10%. The Lord charging them off the back 10%.
Bruh, first of all, you gotta understand that.
Taxes ain't a part of the church, and the taxes ain't there to take care of the Lord.
You're not listening to what you're saying. You're using that example, and it doesn't even match your scenario. Your scenario is before they even hear the gospel.
Hold up, it's simple.
Before they even hear the gospel, you're charging them to hear it.
At the end of the day, the workman is worthy his height. That's it.
You ain't did no work. You charged them at the door.
Hold on, let me say something. Can I say something? Because I've been listening to y'all, and I think
like I said, that's what. Look, listen.
Hold on, Israel Doctor.
Hold up. If you don't want to be a part of the debate scene or something like that, then I understand what you're saying. Don't never get in no debate or nothing. That way, won't nobody get charged for you saying you dealing with the gospel or whatever.
Bro, I've been in a debate and it was free.
No, I'm just saying if that's the way you feel about it. Right, you can get on the street corner. That's just like the people in IUIC and other things. Some of them got buildings, some of them just want to stand on the street corner. You could be the type of artist that could go out and play your music on the street corner and never charge anybody for that. Once again, if it's gospel music, but then you saying, "Well, I produce something." Well, the Levites and the people that was in the temple produced too, and they got paid for it. Why?
Bro.
Because the tithes and offerings came into the building.
That was after the work. That was after the work they had done. And two, it wasn't concerning them hearing the word of God.
After the work, you don't think it take time to sit down and study the word of God and get it clear, crispy, clear, and this and that. You can hear the gospel. Somebody can tell you Jesus died for you and your sins is forgiven. That's the gospel. You can hear that he atone for you. That's the gospel. Yes. But when you got people out there lying and stuff, and you have to combat for the word of God, and you have to travel to a place to combat somebody and do this and do that, then you telling me the church or the people can't take care of your expenses?
Bro, if you were saying, hey, let's put some money together to help me get to this place to defend the gospel, I probably wouldn't say. I remain silent regardless of my position on it. But what I'm saying to you is this. I'll use the same scenario you just used. If you got people out there, like, for example, IOIC and all these other camps, pushing another Jesus, another gospel, and they're out there lying, and they're putting out this stuff for free. They're not charging nobody to hear these heresies. And then here I'm like, I'm going to defend the gospel. I'm going to charge you $30 at the door to hear my defense.
Hold up. Are they
doing misunderstanding each other, man?
Hold up. Are they taking it for free, or are they taking tithes and offerings? I think they 501c3, so they done got them.
That's the point I'm trying to make to you. If they're taking money on the back end, like when they boost the club and stuff, that's them. And even though I disagree with it, I can't gripe in terms of hearing the gospel. They don't teach it regardless. But what I'm saying is a church that's 501c3 or something like that, who they don't get charged any tax or whatever for the money that they generate from, congregation, wherever that people put money into to keep the lights on and all that other stuff. I'm not talking about that. When I'm talking about strictly about the gospel, I'm not talking about logistics. The logistics or the example that you're using is these people are taking money on the back end, whether they are, whether they're not, whether it's against God or whether it's not. You're taking money. You're putting money
Y'all playing this on each other. Hold on, let me say something, y'all, because I've been listening to y'all. Let me say something. Hold on, Israel, because I've been listening to y'all.
Let the brother talk, man. Let Yehochanan talk, man. Go ahead.
Hold on, I've been listening to both of y'all, right? Carl, they wasn't bad mouthing you. First of all, they wasn't bad mouthing the event, but they did have some concerns about the pricing. Okay, like I see what they're saying. They're more concerned, but I see what you're saying too. Okay. Maybe, you know what I'm saying, you're trying to build a platform. Christians.
That ain't got nothing to do with it. Cause
let him finish though, bro.
You see what people saying. Look, now I'm talking to him now. I come here to talk to people. I ain't come here to listen to no damn lecture. If y'all want to lecture me, then I'm gone, because you ain't finna lecture me about what I'm going to do. Faith without works is dead. I'm doing what I'm doing. I put my faith out there that God...
Israel out of here, man.
Yeah, that's the problem, man. He don't understand.
But see, I think y'all misunderstanding each other. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to calm the situation down because I see what everybody's saying. I mean, I don't see y'all bad mouthing him. I think y'all being more concerned. Y'all want the event to go in a good way. But maybe, you know what I'm saying, with this amount of time, the promotion is not there or whatever. We don't, but I hear what he's saying. We don't know who he got coming. Maybe he's trying to build a platform to where, you know what I'm saying, like me, like good, decent Christians and good, decent Hebrews can come together and have some kind of dialogue. You know, who knows? Maybe that's what he's trying to do. But I hear what you're saying. You know, yeah, when it comes down to the gospel and the good news, so LeBron just want to put the information out there. I see what G-Con's saying. He just want to get the information out there, period. But, you know, I ain't going to lie. Some things do sound a little high as far as a $30 live, you know, watch something live fee on a thing. Yeah, that's kind of high. But then again, we don't know who he got backing him.
But listen, bro, listen. Let me tell you something. And you got a little echo. But listen, I've been doing this thing for a little minute now with Izzy. And I'm telling this brother, he's stubborn and he going about the wrong way. Now, my name is on this thing. I told him, I said, listen, bro, I think you should lower those prices, bro. You can barely even get 30 to 40 people watching you for free on YouTube, let alone paying for an event. Now, let me point this out in this in this room. You got TMHC TV, right? Let's see if he got his ticket. Let's watch and see. Let's make him buy a ticket. Let's see if he got his ticket since he complaining, right? You got also and we're gonna watch. We're gonna watch and see if he gonna buy a ticket, right? We got who was the other person in here? Allah, whatever that is, and some type of tongue. But let's see if this person gonna buy a ticket. We're gonna watch and see. Because these are the very people that have been knowing Israel doctrine for the longest. And every event that I went to, guess who was there? I was there, and Israel doctrine was there, or William Bell and his congregation. And the other event, it was just me and Israel doctrine. And where was IOG when he was out there then? Or those other brothers that he knew in Chicago? Where was they at? So my problem is this, and this is not just dealing with Israel doctrine, but this is also dealing with people and just general. And now you're talking about the debate is off. It ain't got to be off. You can still have the debate, and I'll debate you. But one thing is I'm telling you, you doing this the wrong way, fam. And then not only you doing it the wrong way, my name on it. Now, if you did it right, then we could have made it to where you could have established something, and then it could have been a bigger event for the next time. But you starting off wrong because you try to compare yourself to a young Pharaoh or a Sinetta. That's retarded, fam. So all I'm saying is whatever the brothers and sisters you talking to, they have never been there, never supported. So when you got people that's telling you, I'll support you, but these people who we looking at now, they just all this, they all talk. They get out with you when you going against Sinetta, or you say, well, I'm gonna do a conference about Sinetta and what the schemes that they got. They money gonna be in it because they love drama, but they never there when it really matters. So then when you got brothers that's really dealing with this information and saying, listen, bro, we can do this way. We want to create this platform, but right now you doing this wrong, bro. And that's what I'm telling this, bro. And he ain't listening, man. And so we only want the best for you because I'm telling you, we can generate as Christians our side. We can do that. I can generate some Hebrews But if you charging them prices, bruh, it's not gonna work, bruh. It's not gonna work. And then you got 4 hours, you ain't giving people no food or none of that. I guarantee you they probably was feeding the people. Sinetta and them feeding the people. So you trying to do something that they is not doing, bruh. And you going wrong about the doing it, bruh. And me personally, I don't care. I'm not asking you for anything. I'm just showing up, bruh. But at the same time, my name is there. And because my name is there, I want people to hear this. And I don't want you to be overcharging them. So I asked you that. Then you're going to say, well, maybe I'll cut the prices down today or tomorrow. No, you should have been did that. Because what you try to do, you try to wait to see what people going to do. But bottom line is, none of them brothers have never been there like they say they're going to do. These brothers just coming around. TMHCTV. Let's see if you're going to pay your money or everybody going to pay their money. Let's see if they going to do that. Because as it was stated earlier, you got only 2 people or 1 people that bought a ticket. So black people always waiting to do stuff at the last minute, and they be lying, and they never support you. And you should know that, bro. But when it come to drama, guess what? They there. Now, Sinetta and them, they could generate that type of people like that because they deal with that, and they've been in the market for a long time. You just not getting it started, and you gonna come in overcharging people and overpricing, being overpricing, and then get mad because somebody tell you that the prices is up. Well, hold on for a minute. You talked about Jordans. Jordan gonna make sure that his product look nice, right? What you doing? What you got is something nice. You ain't so bottom line is this, is just, brother, you got to do that better. So when brothers ask you to do it better and you don't want to do it, you just being stubborn now. You ain't got to put the debate off. You can have it. I'm just telling you, bro, it would be wiser if you lower the price. If you don't want to do that, that's fine. We could do the debate, but guess what? Like I told you before, I ain't putting my money in that because I got a baby on the way, other things I got to take care of. You can blow your money and do that if you want to, but I'm telling you now, it's not a wise decision. Now, if you would have did it right, we could have got the people to support you as far as dealing with the Brother Faithful, Vocab, Jay the producer, because we could have got people to put $5 to $10 in to watch it and got it done and started the whole debate league to where we could have had this stuff popping and going. And what we really just want to get the information out, bro. I'm not even tripping off what the proceedings or what the take-ins is in, but I want people to hear the information. Ain't nobody for to pay no $25 to $30, brother, do that. Nobody. You're going to lose more people than doing that. So you just out of pocket with that, bro. You didn't already relate this to what young Pharaoh did. Look at this. Look, Pharaoh got over 40-some thousand subscribers. You got only 1,000. And he could turn on his chat right now and generate within a minute 300 to 1,000 people watching. You ain't even got that, bro. And you trying to overcharge these people, and it's not right, fam. And that's his bottom line. But you could do what you want to do. You the one gonna lose out. I'm telling you, you could do that the right way, and people would have got behind you and supported the league, bro.
Richard Tucker and oh, I don't know that. Oh, okay, cool. About letting a man speak, and you find out the tensions of what somebody's doing something comes out when they're speaking. I made this. Me and Brother Faye, I was going through a video the other day, trying to see if this guy believed on Christ or not, because in the past he denied Christ being the Messiah. And this was like a 30-minute interview and a whole speech he gave, and not one time he mentioned Christ. Not at all. Not even the word Christ. And I said, a man that really follows after Christ, there's no way he can have a biblical discussion or a speech in front of a congregation of so-called believers without ever mentioning Christ. It's impossible. You read in the Apostles' Letter, I don't know how many times they referencing the Messiah. This guy didn't reference him once. And so I said, this ain't a man who really following Christ. It's the same thing when you let a man, let him speak and stuff. This is all about business and all about money. When I asked him about the gospel, the answer was slow, and it was barely a formed answer. It's kind of like a general one, the truth. It was just a general answer, man. It was nothing thought out, like he was explaining the business. So I understand, like you have like Sal Showtime. He takes donations as far as keeping his platform going, but I haven't seen him charge somebody to hear the debates. Yeah, he about, okay, this free debates, you call in or whatever, ask you questions, listen to it, and but to keep the platform going, donations type of thing like that. I don't got no problem with that if you're trying to just simply build a platform. My problem is when you're charging people at the door to even, if you're there to defend the truth or the scriptures or the gospel, like he said, and you're charging $30 or charging people money, period. Because even if it was $5, for some people here in America, that's a lot of money for them, especially if they got 10 kids or whatever the case is. So if you're supposed to be defending the truth of the gospel in this building, even if you had to pay for it, the people that are coming that you're more concerned about than recouping your money for paying for this building, the people that's coming that you're more concerned about their souls, of why you're supposed to be showing them the truth of the gospel, you're charging them, you're putting money there before they even hear it. And if your outlook is, well, they don't want to pay $30, $20, it's cool, blah, blah, blah. Like, that doesn't sound like somebody whose intentions is for somebody to learn the truth. And it came out in his own speech when he said, give a good performance. And then next month he'll be here. And then this is a circus, man. His intentions is on platform, building his name and money. As the gospel is not in the forefront. If it was, it would be in his forefront about, dang, man, maybe I shouldn't be charging people just to hear this. But he is. And then use the example of churches being 501c3, just like I try to tell him, I ain't seen a church yet. They got the offering table or plate or whatever the case is at the door. And before you can walk in, you got to put something in it. I haven't seen it yet. Now, there's crooked stuff that goes on in the midst of the service or after the service, but for people to enter in to even hear what the preacher got to say, I haven't seen it.
Right, and so it's just crazy to me, man. And I keep trying to tell him, like, this brother is stubborn. He won't listen. I told him, I said, Israel doctrine. I said, if you do it, I said, listen, you can throw the debate. I said, I'm not asking you for any money. I'm getting there. I'm gonna be in Chicago anyways. I'm in Chicago every weekend. If not every weekend, but every week, because my base is out of there. So I pick up out of Chicago. I'll be in Chicago probably Monday. You know what I'm saying? So I'm telling this brother, I say, listen, man, I say, if I can get the brothers to get some support behind this and really push this thing, but you're gonna have to lower them prices. That's what I told them. I said, charge between $5 or $10. I said, and now we can get it cracking. I said, we could possibly throw a lot of this, throw more events to where we're having these debates. And then also, if that's something that you want to do, I said, I wouldn't mind supporting your debate league. That's not a problem with me, because I really just want to deal with the information. And if somebody got a platform where we can get on and deal with the information, I'm with that. I have no problem with that. You know what I'm saying? I've been offered by several other people to where if I wanted to do something on their platform, that I can do it or whatever the case may be. And like I always say, I'm always telling people, hey, I'll pay you to get on your platform. Because I don't want to get on your platform for free, and then later on you tell me some crazy stuff. Now if you come out and you say you come out and you start telling me off the get, oh, you got to pay to be on this platform, then I might have a problem with that. But then at the same time, in my mind, I'm just saying where you at anyway. So I'm gonna tell you, hey, listen, I'm gonna look out for you. If you bring this person on the platform or you do this and that. But if you telling me, oh, if you give me this small fee and I'll let you on the platform or this and that, then hold on for a minute. You didn't ask nobody else for no cash. What you asking me for cash for? But if this the business that you running, then I would do that. You know what I mean? If that for me, if I'm doing that to promote what I'm trying to do, I have no problem with doing that. I have no problem, because I realize that if I want to get on television or do things out there, them services do cost money. So I have no problem with that. So that's why I've never done anything to where I feel like that I'm not going to give somebody for something, even if they don't ask for it. And you could come on my platform. Okay, brother, I'm going to look out for you, because you know what? You didn't have to put me on your platform. So that's the type of person I am. I'm always looking out for people. So when I'm telling this brother, I'm looking out for you. I'm telling you, you need to do this the right way. You're doing it the wrong way, man. If you're trying to make this to where you're doing this or you making this permanent, just do it the right way. Because some people like me just want to get up there and demonstrate the gospel and really give people the truth. And if there is a platform to where we can openly do it and you allow me to do it, I'm getting on your platform. Like I told them, y'all knocking Sarnetta, but if Sarnetta told me, hey, I can represent the gospel, or he want to question me or give me an interview on his platform concerning the gospel, I'm gonna do that. I don't care if it reaches 1 or 2 or 3 people. Somebody gonna have to hear it, because that 1 or 2 or 3 people might go out and touch thousands of people. So I don't really care, and I've seen it happen before. So I don't really care what people say. If people gonna get up there and misrepresent what the gospel is, and I got the opportunity to represent the gospel in front of those people and sway the mind of the people of the audience, even if it's 1 or 2 people, let's get it popping. Let's get it popping, Sarnetta. Let's do what we gotta do. So that's all I'm saying, man. The brother with what he's doing is just, it's not correct. It's not sound, and he trying to be. Take off so fast. No, brother, start with study steps. Take off a little bit, you know. And so the very people that say they're going to support Israel doctrine, they be lying, man. I watched them do it. I've watched them do it. So you got this, I'll pay my $30. Well, put your $30 in there right now then. And why y'all waiting so late to do it? Because if you was going to pay it, you would have been on done it. But I've watched them when the event comes. And even if you talk to Michael Edwards, not Michael Edwards, but Mikael Ben Israel, he probably gonna say the same thing. He probably gonna say, man, I don't know is IOG gonna support that. So it's not about, it's just telling you, bro, it's not about trying to rain on your parade. I'm just telling you, before you got the event, which you got it this week, I told you, lower your prices. Lower that stuff, bro. And you said you was going to cut it today anyways. Lower your prices, fam. And that's what you should have been doing from the beginning. You charging people $25 for at the door, and then $30 for the live stream. Why would you be charging them more higher for the live stream than at the main event? What kind of stuff is that? That doesn't make any sense. Only people that do stuff like that is people that's not used to marketing anything or promoting anything. And that's what you're showing. You're showing your lack to even promote something. Right. Then you waited to the last minute. So then you want me, so you put me in an uncomfortable situation. And that's what Brother Jay was mentioning. You put me in an uncomfortable situation when I told you, bro, I feel kind of uncomfortable. I can't really promote it like I want because you overcharging people. And I told you about the problem, and guess what you told me? Ah, man, just have faith in God. No, you mean have faith in you, because that ain't God. And so definitely, I got to put out my point of view and represent, hey, this Israel doctrine doing this. So my name won't get put in the backlash and people saying that dude LaRon a scam. He was right with Israel doctrine. When in all honesty and truth, that's not me. That's not my character. And these brothers know that's not me. I be the one that trying to give and really help people out here. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to figure out what you trying to do. Because I know what my motive is, what I'm trying to do. And like I told you before, if you get out here and you get some type of thing going and you're doing right and you teaching the people correctly, I don't have no problem with supporting you, brother, at all. I don't have no problem with that. I've talked to you about this 3 years ago. I said, Israel doctrine, man, if you get out here and do things like you're supposed to, I support the huddle. I support the other things that you got going. But you got to change your mindset, bro. You can't be out here doing stuff the way you want to do it because how you feel. You got to be doing it what the Bible say. It is Israel doctrine, right? Or is it really Israel doctrine or Carl Albert's doctrine? That's all I'm saying, bro. If you wanted me to get involved with it and you wanted me to promote and get my people that's in the Christian community, which you a Christian too, but that's what you say you is. But is you really teaching that? Is you really doing that? I understand that you can't muzzle the mouth of the ox, the treadeth out the corn, but you doing this wrong, bro. You doing it wrong. Then you got the 50C down. You got this and that. No, you doing it. You ain't even working with the 50C or whatever it is, 501 and Levi Jeans, 501, whatever you talking about. Just doing it wrong, bro. That's just bottom line, man. Now, if you can get everybody that's in this room that you got in there in that room, let's see those people that you got, 26 people, tell them to buy their tickets right now. Tell them to buy their tickets right now.
Yeah, wait till I get paid.
Let me my mic, go ahead.
No, I was saying, you know how when you pressure black people like that, they be like, I gotta wait till I get paid, bro. And they'll never get that check. I'll just mention this, man. Why nobody's talking. Brothers and sisters, man. This like you know, I know the brothers mention it as well. This is why, like, you know, sometimes when brothers talking and stuff, like, you want to always hear them out for a couple of reasons. One, just so they can explain themselves, so they, you know, they can't come back and say you don't let them talk and all other stuff. But a lot of times, like I said before, you find out the intents. You know, it's kind of like what Christ says. Let me get that scripture. When Christ talks about where your treasure is, your heart's there, will be there also. So a man who's really got his mind set on the things of the spirit, like the scriptures say, you know, they of the spirit, things of the spirit, they of the flesh, things of the flesh, be carnally minded as death. All these different things. When a man is speaking, like, for example, when you read the letters of the apostles, you can tell these men had the spirit of God and they were speaking through the spirit. Because a lot of times, especially like Paul's letter, a lot of times when he did come down to the carnal level to make a point, he always mentioned he speak as one carnally thinking, or he speak as one, and then he'll make that distinction. But a lot of times, just like Peter said, 2 Peter 3, that Paul wrote in all his letters concerning the gospel, he wrote with much wisdom that the Lord gave him, which some things are hard to be understood by those that are unlearned and unstable in their thing, they're double-minded. So therefore they twist the scriptures. You know, you got brothers, like one brother yesterday said he was in Christ, but then when G-Con asked him what covenant he was under, the brother said old covenant. So how is that even possible? You can't even mention being in Christ and old covenant at the same time, in the same breath. Usually when you mention being in Christ, you're making a distinction between the new and the old covenant. But that's the first time, period, in my life that I've ever heard someone say they was in Christ and then said they was under the old covenant. And say the new covenant wasn't established yet, or it's like halfway there or something like that, the stuff he was saying. So when we let people speak and hear them out and stuff like that, one, they get their thought out. Two, from what they're saying, we can start to understand the intent behind it. And that's the point that I was making concerning, you know, this thing being more driven about money and platform and name versus the gospel, because it's a certain way that you do things concerning the gospel. Hold on, let me shut my door right quick. Concerning the gospel. And like the point I was making to him, you know, he tried to use the example of me, you know, being a producer and stuff like that. First of all, me as a producer, there's a, you know, what we call supply and demand, right? So some seasons I may be working all day or every day, and sometimes I may have clients sprinkle in here or there, you know, stuff. So it's a supply and demand. My price will obviously fluctuate. The more people that I have and somebody come with a bigger budget, my price goes up, and then that's where I stay at. So, you know, there was a time when my price started at $200, then it went to $300, then it was $500, then it was $750. So, you know, per production, you know, the full out thing. And so the price goes up as your demand goes up. But when you're dealing with the gospel, something that's not business, but it's free gift to God, the gospel, and you didn't work for this, God established it, and the knowledge you have in it, yes, you sat down and studied, but you didn't understand because the Spirit is what revealed the gospel to you. So even though you're sitting down reading pages, you're not doing the work. Even us living before God, the scripture is clear. Even Paul said, the life that I now live is not I, but Christ that live in me. There's no good thing in us. Everything that we do good is because of God. Even us living, the just shall live by faith. the law of the spirit. It's not our spirit, it's God's spirit. Everything that's being done, even down to the mortifying the deeds of the flesh, it's not us doing it. Romans 8 tell you if you believe on him that raised up Jesus from the dead, him by his same spirit will mortify the deeds of his flesh. So even that is the work of God. So everything, all the glory goes back to God. All the work is being done by God. But when you're dealing with this gospel, yeah, you sat down and you studied, but the understanding did not come because of you. It came because of the spirit. So, because there's times before that, when you read the scripture, they ain't understand a thing it was saying. Just like this brother, though his goal is to come to, show people the truth of God, he don't even know what the gospel is. He's still teaching people they got to live by the first covenant stipulations. He don't even understand what the gospel is. So how could he possibly defend it? So that lets you know what the intent is. And not to mention, I ain't believe it because G-Con said it. I believe because I've dealt with the brother myself. And that's why, sometimes I try to calm myself down, but that's the reason why I speak the way I speak when he comes in the room, because he constantly cuts people off. So I speak loud so I can get my point out, and then I can be quiet. But that's the point, man. When we dealing with the gospel, the Lord freely gives you the understanding of the gospel, and you freely give it to the people. You don't charge them at the door to hear it. That's called making merchandise of people. He's no better than the pimp pastors. That's it. I heard somebody unmute their mic.
Yeah, and that's brother. I'm listening to the brother man over here, and I'm telling y'all, when we came to Chicago, ask Israel Doctrine who all came to that event that he had. When Israel Doctrine had that event at William Bell, I brought my family both places, up to Chicago and down also to Memphis, right, to support Israel Doctrine. So he can't say that I'm not about to support. I'm just telling this brother he's doing this wrong. And so then you got all of these people, like you got as I stated before, dude TMAC. I say, well, buy your ticket right now. Guess what he said? It's the Sabbath. So this is what I'm talking about, man. Like, these people just come out of the woodworks. So I'm telling them, you got 30 people watching this dude right now. Buy y'all tickets right now. I guarantee y'all it's other people that's feeling the same way, but they scared to say something. Because why? They know Israel Doctrine is what they call the bully. Because before y'all knew Israel Doctrine, that's what they used to call him. You can even ask Alvin. He was called the bully because he will bully you or persuade you into some type of thought. And like I told him, I'm like, dude, I'm at a point in time, I'm gonna have to mention to people that, because he asking why I'm not promoting it. That's why I'm not promoting it, bro. This is something that you doing. I told you that I disagree with how you're pricing the people. It's too high, bro. I have people come to me and tell me, hey, I want to support y'all, man, but right now I don't really have that money. So then he's saying, well, he said he was like, but they say, well, I can do about $10 at the most, man. And I agree with that, bro. And he don't even have to pay the money that he's paying for the event. It's like this brother seeing what these brothers is doing online, and he ain't learned from that. You got to get up to that step of what you see where Sinette and them at. You trying to start off all big, you're going to take the little money that you do got with that job that you're working 3 days a week that you say you got what you just said online. You're going to take that and go mess that up and blow that and then go be complaining about that, telling people, talking about nobody support me. Of course they're not going to support you. You charging people, you head busting $25 to $30 a pop. Come on, dude. That's ridiculous, man. So yeah, I'm gonna say something because my name is involved in that. And it's not me who you really wanted to get at anyways. You wanted to get at probably somebody else that was bigger than me, but they ain't going for that. So you're gonna try to use me to do it because you know that I could generate the crowd. But I'm not gonna generate this crowd like that among these Christian believers. And I know that they hungry for the information. They want the information. They love to see SOG and the Shield Squad come out because that's really what you want. Y'all want to see Christian apologetics mixing it up, right? and really bringing out the information, because y'all seen what took place with me and Dan priest with Daniela and also Hashar and Vocab on Joel Benjamin's show. Y'all seen what took place. So there is some things that's there that we need to mix it up about. And we ain't got no problem with doing it because we're teachers. But at the same time, you're not finna try to play on our intelligence and overcharge the people and try to use both audience because you see that there's contention there when you ain't really looking out for the people. You looking out for self. That's what you doing. So you can't attach my name to that and then think that I'm not going to say something about it when I told you from the beginning, you overcharging the people, bruh. Then telling them they can come out there and get some food if they want to or whatever. Nah, Brother Sinetta giving you, telling you that it's $25. They're going to have food in the building and all types of stuff. Now, I don't know if they charging for the what's called or whatever the case may be, but hey. And Tazariak and them got the nerve to say they preaching on these corners talking demonically, but they got a nerve to get out there and have cookouts and giving the people free food.
Can I throw a little nuance in there?
Go ahead, bro.
Just a little nuance. So when we talk about the law, I think there's a nuance of things like what we see in I think that's like Leviticus 18, the sexual prohibitions, like, you know, having sex with your mother or your close family members and things of that nature. Those are elements that are a part of the law, right? But if you go to the New Testament, and I swear I've been looking for this verse all day, there's literally a verse that specifically talks about Gentiles, how the Gentiles were never under the law, but what they need to do is this list. Like, it literally had a list. It was sexual immorality, adultery, I guess that was included. It was like kidnapping. It was like a whole list for the Gentiles, you know. And I'm saying that because there's evidence that at least Jews were still practicing Judaic law who were claiming to be Christians even after the resurrection, specifically Jews. Now, when it comes to Gentiles who were never given the law in the first place, me personally, I don't think it would be mandatory for a Gentile to practice such a thing, being that it was never a covenant made with them. They have a covenant under the umbrella of Christ. But I think there is evidence of Judaic Christians still practicing the law even after the death of Christ.
I got a question right quick. The debate is off?
It's still live.
No. I'm talking about the one Israel Doctrine and Laurent was do.
Oh, it's already off? Damn.
Nah. Israel Doctrine just put out a video 30 minutes ago. He says the debate is off. I'm changing the 30th to another type of event.
Man, Israel Doctrine always be changed the debate, man.
That's crazy, man.
He was supposed to have a debate with LeBron like 3 years ago. I ain't surprised, but you have.
But the debate is next week, right? Or it's supposed to be next week.
I mean, I don't know, but you hear what I'm saying, LeBron? It's not that the law per se what give you salvation, but it's a thing there that guides you through those things. So it's not this thing of if you follow the law but don't have if you just have the circumcision of your member but not the circumcision of your heart, that circumcision of your member doesn't mean anything if you're not pure at heart. But at the same time, there were still Christians who were Jews that were still getting circumcised afterwards. So I think there's a little nuance in there when it comes to this.
I just came back in. Okay.
Yeah. You hear what I say, brother?
Hey, repeat that last statement. I came right in when you were talking about
Okay,
this.
so basically I'm saying that I think there's a little nuance when talking about the Old Testament law on whether we should or should not be following it, because there is this thing where the circumcision of the heart trumps the circumcision of your member, right? Being that if you're circumcised but not pure to your heart, it doesn't mean anything. But at the same time, you still have Jews who follow Christ that were still getting circumcised. You know, also because the law was never given to Gentiles, I don't see the purpose of Gentiles ever following the law, considering their covenant is under the umbrella of Christ. So, and maybe y'all know this verse, but there's a specific verse where it says, where the Jews are like, man, we could barely follow the law. It wouldn't make sense for us to give it to the Gentiles. And then they give a list of things for Gentiles, like sexual immorality,
Acts 15.
kidnapping. It was like a whole list, right? But I think in the scriptures, there's evidence of at least Jews still practicing Judaic law even after the death of Christ. But I think what it is that they're not saying that the law is what's giving them salvation. It's through Christ, but we're still following this because of the promise given to us specifically. You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. What you was quoting, it was in Acts. It's in Acts 15.
Oh, just a second, bro. I'll be right back then.
All right, no problem. Well, till you get back. Just make it clear concerning circumcision of the flesh. We understand what the gospel says concerning circumcision. If anyone goes and becomes circumcised after the manner of Moses, meaning they're going to get circumcised according to the flesh, try to, granted, if you pass 8 days old, it's kind of late, but you go and do it, for the manner of Moses, that you can be circumcised, similar to how Moses' son was circumcised, not on the 8th day, but afterwards. If any man goes and becomes circumcised after the manner of Moses, there's in debt to do the whole law. That's what the Apostle Paul let us know. Because becoming circumcised after the flesh, after the manner of Moses, is different than somebody who, for example, when Paul, I believe it was Timothy, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe when he circumcised Timothy, it wasn't because of Moses, where they were trying to keep the first covenant law, or keep the law to be justified in the eyes of God, so therefore they went under circumcision, similar to what we see in Galatians 3, the rebuke that Paul was giving to the Galatians. But because they were amongst Jews or going into the synagogues to hopefully win some to Christ, and therefore, because of that, and being that this guy was an uncircumcised Gentile, Paul circumcised him to bring him into the temple amongst the Jews. So we know we got to take, the context part of that as well. But the scripture is clear. If anybody goes and becomes circumcised after the manner of Moses, then they're indebted to do the whole law. So
right, and that's basically the argument I'm making. If you're Jew, if you're a Hebrew or a Jew, a descendant of Abraham or whatever, your parents are probably going to circumcise you, right? And then from that moment, as a Jew, you will be following the law, as opposed to a Gentile whose ancestors was never given that covenant specifically. It wouldn't necessarily apply to them. So when you see Paul, for example, I understand Paul's frustrations where you have people following the letter of the law almost to a T perfectly, but they failed to get the circumcision of the heart. So you'll see oftentimes it's like, you know, he'll do things and say like, I'd rather deal with these Gentiles who are at least pure of heart than some of you hypocrites who's following everything but not right. But I don't think it's necessarily, especially within himself culturally, to totally banish it. And an example of this would be in Acts 21:21. Now, and he's very specific. The people were actually pulling up that verse about the circumcision, and they were concerned, like, hey, Paul, people are saying that you're telling Jews not to circumcise their children. So even back then, they were trying to figure out what Paul is trying to say, you know. And remember, they didn't say Gentiles. They specifically said Jews. So they made that distinction right there. And Paul actually did an Old Testament ceremony to demonstrate that he's not forsaken Moses. And as a Jew, being that he was a Jew, he's still dealing with it, you know, because he did this ceremony. I think it was like the shaving of the head in regards to a vow. They wanted him to do this to show the people that he hasn't forsaken Moses and telling Jews not to circumcise their children. So I think there is a little bit of nuance. I think that it's not this thing where you can just follow the law and then that's all you need and then that's it. And you could even go as so far as to say that if somebody has the circumcision of the heart, you know, we can go back to Jeremiah, I think that's 17:10, where it says he tests the hearts and minds of people and judges them according to their deeds. So I do think there is somewhat of a gray area there, but it's not to the point to where like if you follow the law, if you don't follow the law 100% to how it is, then you're like destined to hellfire. I just think there's extremes to both sides. It's really like somewhere kind of like in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, I'll put it this way. Like my kids, both my boys got circumcised. Not, of course, not after the manner of Moses. Now, my youngest, was it my youngest son? I think it was my youngest son, because right when he was born, I had just came out of IUIC, and but I was still holding on to that doctrine that you gotta keep the law, be safe. So me and my wife was like, we was like bypassing the hospital procedure part and all this stuff to make sure he got circumcised on the 8th day. And then right before that, before we got the circumcision done, is when the Most High revealed the gospel to him. So, and then at that point, it was like, it doesn't matter. So we just got it, for medical reasons, whatever cases, like most children. And so, understanding that if we put our confidence in the flesh and was so anal and ready and he's not gonna get circumcised, nobody that ain't gonna let him get circumcised on the 8th day, we'd be all like that because we're trying to keep Moses, then we have just made ourselves, or at least made our son, for the time being, or as his parents, debtors to do the whole law. And and then at that point putting confidence in the flesh. But I will say, in terms of like Acts and stuff like that, writer Hebrews said in that Hebrews 8:13, because we do see after Christ's death and resurrection, Jews are still dealing with the Sabbath, as it was written in Moses. They were still doing the ceremonial acts. They were still, doing all these different things that was required in Moses, the cleansings and all that different stuff. When we read Acts, Hebrews 8:13, it says, and that he said, a new covenant he have made the first old. Now that which decayeth and waxeth old is ready to vanish away. So, we do read throughout the New Testament, the Jews still dealing with, living under under the guidelines of Moses, you know, the schoolmaster. But we see, you know, according to the scriptures, that was soon going to vanish. You know, Christ prophesied about that as well when he was talking to the woman in Samaria in John 4, when he told, you know, not in this mountain, neither at Jerusalem where men worship the Father, you know, but the true worshipers of God will worship God in spirit and truth. So that right there, you know, Christ was obviously prophesying about, you know, the feast days, you know, like, you know, atonement and ingathering, all these things pertaining to the land, because the land would be trampled on, they would be not there. And so therefore, they would no longer come there to worship the Father as it was prescribed in Moses. But now, under the new covenant, be spirit of truth. So, I mean, we do see them dealing with it after Christ's death and resurrection. Just like how you mentioned, you know, you referenced Paul and the ceremony that he went through and all that kind of stuff. But that was going to soon vanish.
Right. Because when you look at it, and see, that's why I say that a lot of people, that's why I say it's about really getting into the details of the covenant, which they don't want to do. You know, they want to say that they Israelites, but then when it comes to really learning these people's customs and the details of what a covenant is, they won't do it. For instance, there's different terms and conditions of the New Testament that we see than what we see in the Old Testament, which contrast each other. There's a lot of things that contrast between these two different covenants, right? And we can see that there are better promises is even with the New Testament overall with the Old. Now, when you look at it, as I stated before, there are 4 things that come up under the blood, and whatever is up under the blood is in the covenant. We can see this when dealing with the circumcision, as well as also dealing with the when you start dealing with the things that was mentioned over in the law, which is Exodus. It's dealing with the tabernacle, also the vessels, the book, and also the people. They are enjoined into the covenant. So if you don't have the vessels, right, and this is why Paul's saying that it's ready to vanish away, because the last thing to come up under the blood to be in the covenant is, guess what? That temple. So when you start dealing with that temple being destroyed, where's your covenant at then? Because 75% of your covenant is dealing with sacrifice. So the law is contained in ordinances. You don't even have where's your sacrifices at? So then when you start talking about, well, we can do it up under the New Testament, no, one of them continued for a short space of time until the seed was confirmed, which was Christ. So these people that's talking about law, terms and conditions, they deal with these things every day in their regular lives. Every day they dealing with it. When they conducting business, we're dealing with taking out loans, or if it's financing their car, or if it's dealing with their phones. But when you talk about the testament that's in the book, they don't know anything about a contract. Anything. No, nothing. See, this is what we do in real life. We'll look at a contract, and I'm guilty of doing it too. We'll look at it. We'll look at all the good things about it. We won't look at none of the things that's in small jot or detail about it, and we'll sign our name on that line. All of the things of the Lord, what he said, we will do. And we do the same thing in our everyday lives. But when it comes to looking at the details of that agreement, once we get into the judgments and the penalties, we don't want no part of it. Well, you signed your name on the line right here, buddy. You signed up to it. So that's all I'm saying. If you're going to talk law, really know law. Don't be playing with me, because I ain't got time to say, to you talk about, well, he just took away the sacrifices. That's your jot and your tittle right there. So something been fulfilled. And so when you say heaven and earth, what that meant to Israel is the tabernacle and also the outer courts of the tabernacle. They don't know that because they don't know the cultural context, and nor do they know anything about the Hebrew idioms concerning what heaven and earth was. But when you start reading Josephus, he tells you what their heaven and earth was.
So I agree with this notion. You're correct. There's no temple, so it's almost impossible to do the complete law if you don't have Levites, the temple, the Ark of the Covenant of the Holies of Holies. Obviously, it can't be followed to a T. But it's kind of similar to what happened in Babylonian captivity, where They didn't have their temple or anything like that. So, but they were still doing the law in some degree, even though they didn't have their temple and their priesthood, and all the prophets were like separated and stuff. Hey, hold on just a second.
So we're not teaching people lawlessness. What we're telling people is that the law and the commandments were contained in ordinances, right? And all of this is binding. It's not separated. That's why he said that's why he said the law and the prophet.
So what I'm saying is, when we're talking about the school teacher, okay, let's deal with what a school teacher is, okay? When I was in high school, the school teacher is right there in my face, okay? I'm dealing with it every day, like directly in my face. I'm learning my ABCs and my mathematics and all of that stuff, and she's teaching me all of that, okay? But guess what? My school teacher is no longer around me, but I remember 1 + 1 = 2. You know what I'm saying? I remember how she taught me to read. I remember the guidelines, but I don't need it directly in my face. Like, I don't have to still do homework today, you know, and turn it into her like tomorrow. Like, I'm not doing that right now. So the best example to see somebody teaching the law without a templeless law, basically, is what you see with Yeshua. Because at the time, all Yeshua had to deal with was the law. You know, there wasn't, you know, any epistles of Paul or any gospels at that moment. So he was basically a Jew teaching Judaism to Jews. But here's the thing, though. The Jews were getting outrageous with it, specifically the Pharisees. And Jesus basically came to bring a level of common sense. No, you're not supposed to work on the Sabbath. But if your ox is in a ditch, be logical and get your ox out of the ditch, even if it's on the Sabbath. Okay? And so it's not the banishment of the Sabbath, but it's like, it's not this thing. If you understand, it's kind of like, okay, here's an example. In the NBA, right? There's a rule that if you cross that line, if there's a fight on the court, you're going to be suspended automatically, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes when a fight breaks out and the player get up and he'll see he crossed the line, he'll go right back to the bench. And you know what? A lot of times they won't suspend him. Why? Because he get the guideline. Even though he broke it, it served its purpose. This is what it's trying to get you to do. Don't go out to the court and make the problem even worse. So that's what I look at when I see the law. It's like the school teacher gave you these things, they're guidelines. We still follow all the sexual prohibitions in Leviticus 18 and other things in the law that a lot of Christian churches still follow. But since, like Laurent said, we don't have a temple, it's not exactly the same thing. But just like I'm not doing school homework anymore in my 3rd grade class, but I remember everything that my 3rd grade teacher taught me. So I think it's more along those lines.
Believe me, I understand exactly what you're saying. The only caveat in that situation would be is that, you know, just like Laurent said, you know, these were, you know, which each covenant is given terms and conditions. So even coming under the new covenant and not being under schoolmaster as far as the law in the first covenant any longer, the difference is that when you're operating under a new contract, even if you remember the things from the old contract, you can't bring them under the new contract. So, like, for example, if you know, me being a producer, if I'm on a contract, you know, for a label, or the case is one label, and we're working this type of way, and maybe my contract says, I don't know, I can't talk about the song or put the song out, or whatever case, without their permission and all that kind of stuff. And then when this new contract comes, the terms and conditions going to be different, and they might be like, freely do what you want. And then I'm like, well, my last contract, told me not to put anything out without their permission. So I'm writing them letters under this new contract. Hey, can I put this song out? Can I do this? Can I do that? Operating as if I'm still under the first contract because I remember the terms of that one, but I didn't need to because the terms under the new one says just do what I want. So I don't have to operate the way I did under the first contract. So that's the same thing with this, even if they remember in their mind, because nobody went brainwashed. So I'm 100% sure when the temple was destroyed, when they were driven out of the land. So therefore, of course, you can't do ingathering and those different feasts. It was still in their mind. For those that hold to the Apocrypha, you have the situation with Tobit, and when he was burying the bodies of the king that was basically killing and leaving on the ground. And he went and was leaving them on the ground. I mean, he went and buried the bodies, and then the king found out, so he fled for fear of his life. But then when he was restored into his family, sometime later, it was around the Feast of Weeks, I believe it was, or Pentecost, one of them. And he remembered, even though he was in captivity, he couldn't keep it. As is written in Moses, he didn't go brainwashed. He still knew what time of the year it was and what they would normally be doing had they been in Jerusalem, or in his case, tribe of Ephraim, so traveling Jerusalem. And so nobody went brainwashed. So after this, the temple was destroyed, after all this stuff happened, and it was the final end of the first covenant, these people still knew exactly the life that they were living. That's why you see situations like in Babylon Timbuktu, it says when Jews left, they took their laws and their traditions and stuff with them. I mean, these people were very knowledgeable in the things that they were doing, but they were still operating under the first contract. Though God destroyed the contract, but they were still operating as if they were still under it. So when it comes to the new contract, we don't have to operate that way of the first contract, even though we may remember some of the things that were there. Like for me, coming out of IUIC, we quotation mark kept the feast to our best of our ability and all this kind of stuff. So when I came out, I was still conscious of the time frame of the year. So when September came around, I knew they were doing Feast of Pentecost or wherever the case is. But me, under the new contract, I know I'm not bound to have to observe times and years and months. I esteem every day alike. So even though I'm conscious of it and remember in my brain, that doesn't mean I'm under those terms. That'd be the difference.
Well, I would say you consider yourself to be a Gentile, right?
Yeah.
So it wouldn't even apply to you either way, right?
Well, in my case,
you would be under the umbrella of Christ from the jump street.
Well, no. Well, remember, if me consider myself a Gentile, I would be technically term-wise, I would have been a proselyte. That's what I would have been. I would have been a Gentile who, basically adopted the ways of Israel and became one with them. Symbolically.
Okay. So I'll say this. Okay, so when we go, I may look at the contracts a little different because when we look at the various contracts throughout the text, it's like it seems to be more like add-ons. Like you have the Noahide contract, right? And then you have the contract of the circumcision with Abraham. Then the Abraham and Noahide contracts then go into the Moses contract add-on, right? But there is something different that happens when we get to the New Testament because now there's no temple. So you can't do the law exactly how it is. But to me personally, throughout Yeshua's life, he's speaking to Jews and only to Jews, and even tells the Jews to only teach this to Jews. But after he died and resurrected, it's almost like, okay, now you're ready. I've trained you guys, spread it to every creature. This is the gospel. Now tell everybody, a Gentile and all that stuff. So to me, it's like the gospel is an inclusive add-on to where it's not just specifically Jews all the time, all day, every day. Now, through the blood of Christ, there is an inclusive element to what was beforehand rather exclusive. And I think, again, like what I said previously, many of the things in the law are not in the New Testament, but we still follow them because we know that's right. Like I don't know if there's a law against incest in the New Testament, but when it says sexual immorality, where do we go to see what sexual immorality is? We go back to Leviticus, we go back to Deuteronomy. But then does that mean that because we do that, now we have to have the Levitical priesthood and the temple and all that stuff? So basically what I'm saying is that I don't even really disagree with you per se. I'm just saying that there is elements of the law that even the most commercial Christian still follows.
Right. But see, when you look at it, this is the thing. Okay, when we look at there are universal aspects that we look at this of the law that we see that it says that in Romans chapter 2, the Gentiles which have not the law do the things contained in the law, and they're coming to bear witness inexcusable.
It's a law unto themselves.
Law to themselves, right? So we see that there's a universal aspect there, but we see that there are some things that come from the Old Testament into the New Testament. We can see some of those things. And so
that's the only point I'm making right there. I don't think it's a full inclusion of the entire old law, and I also don't think it's just a complete destruction of it entirely. I think if you really want to know how the law is done, just look how Yeshua lived his life, and that is basically how it's done. It's not like the Pharisees today. They do stuff like they get like a goyim or whatever to on their light switches in the house because they say, hey, I can't start a fire on the Sabbath. Turn on a light is like starting a fire. Like it started getting ridiculous. Like they took a law in the Old Testament where it says don't cook a baby goat in its mother's milk. And then they took that and they amped it up saying don't eat milk and meat all together. See, it's like stuff like that where Jesus came and like, look, y'all, this ain't what this was made for. How y'all doing this like this? I'm going to show y'all how to do it. I'm the template. Follow me, And I think that's basically my take on it.
Right. So when you look, and so like for instance, when you look at Hosea 2:11, it says, I will also cause all her mirth to cease, her feast days, her new moons, and her Sabbaths, and all her solemn feasts. I will destroy her vines and her fig trees. Now, this statement right here is a butt-naked statement. And it's basically saying, just out in the front, listen, I'm going to cause that to cease. If he calls that to cease, that should let you know right then and there, you ain't up under that other testament. Something.
But I think it's I think it's a little bit more nuanced than that. Again, it's not that we're, like you said, there's no temple, so obviously it's not like the 100% Old Testament. But I don't see anywhere in the New Testament where it's saying don't observe the Sabbath. Again, now if you want to worship on Sunday, I mean, you can worship any day you want. Okay, it's not a thing, but I haven't seen a thing where the Sabbath is no longer a thing in the New Testament. Even within the early church fathers, is like, it's there. And here's the thing: even Christian preachers, conservative, mainstream Christian preachers understand that the Sunday worship is just the day they choose to worship. They understand that's not the Sabbath, right?
Right.
So it's like, and then again, I go back to the Oxen edition.
It's also looked at as a holy day too, just as well.
Well, later on, the Lord's Day or whatever.
Right, and it's not even later on; it's actually earlier. Because if I told you and I said, well, and see, that's what I'm saying, you got to know culturally what's really going on here. But if you don't know, you look at it from a Western perspective. The eighth day.
I'm familiar with the Lord's Day.
Right. It's not even so much the Lord's Day. It's the eighth day. And so when you look at the eighth day of what it meant in Israel, even the eighth day of circumcision, then you start to see why he was resurrected on the eighth day. Because he was not resurrected on the seventh, he was on the eighth day. And so the eighth day deals with, guess what? The new man, resurrection. And so this is the day that they begin to take account for. But this is not, but early before then, they was the eighth day was a holy day just as well when you look at Leviticus chapter 23.
Yeah, so, I would say that I don't have an issue with people worshiping on Sunday. I'll just put it like that. But everybody acknowledges it's a different thing. Even with the eighth, it's just a different thing. But I think that totally, I mean, I think it's almost impossible. And I'm talking about mainstream Christian. I'm not talking about Seventh-day Adventists and all of that. It's damn near impossible to follow Christ and just abolish everything out of the Old Testament.
Right, and so like for instance, let me bring something out real quick. Hebrews 7:18. Watch what it says. There is verily a disannulling of the commandment going before for the weakness and the unprofitable thereof. Now, hold on for a minute. Why would the law be unprofitable? Basically thereof, unprofitableness thereof. Well, let's go to Romans and see why what the problem is and what he's talking about. He says, if thou keep the law, let's go to Romans chapter. Romans chapter, where is it at? Chapter 2, I believe. Watch what it says. I mean, it's 1 Corinthians. No, hold on. Romans chapter 2. Let me go there real quick. That's what it is. It's Romans chapter 2. Romans 2. And jump down to, I believe it's 16. Okay, it says, therefore, okay, I'm sorry. Romans 2:25. Watch what it says. For circumcision verily profited if thou keep the law. But if thou be a breaker of the law, the circumcision is made uncircumcision. I mean, the circumcision is made uncircumcision. So we see from the get-go, if you was keeping the law, right, and then you doing the things that the law that is contained in the law, it would be something that is profitable unto you. But if you're not doing the law, then guess what? You're a breaker of the law, and thy circumcision is made uncircumcision. So when he goes back and he says over and he tells you basically about the law, he says Hebrews 7:18, he says, for there is verily a disannulling of the commandment going before for the weakness and unprofitableness thereof. For the law made nothing perfect, but the bringing in of a better hope did, by which we draw nigh unto God. And so when we look at that very scripture, we read 25, verse 25, it says, wherefore he is able also to save them to the uttermost that come unto God by him seeing he ever liveth to make intercession for them. So what I'm saying is this is if we look at the text, if you're keeping the law, then it's something that could be profitable for you. But really, in honesty, if you was keeping the law, it should lead you unto the seed, which is Christ. And the perfection is in Christ. That's why after he said it, if you notice, he told them.
And look, check this out. But you see that right there, what you said is the root of Paul's frustrations. have the law without Christ, I mean, what good is it? You know, and that's basically what he was dealing with the whole time. It's like people following the law, but they never accepted Christ. So you could fall all 369 of those, but if you don't accept the testimony of the Messiah, then it's worthless. This is the root of Paul's frustrations in dealing with people. And if you do look at this at Romans 3:31, okay, it says, do we then make void the law through faith? God forbid. Some say certainly not. Okay. Yea, we establish the law. So this doesn't mean that, again, we got the Levitical priesthood, you know what I'm saying? We got the unum and thummim, where we're doing all this temple worship stuff like in the Old Testament. It just means that guideline is there for us to go back and look at, if something comes up. If there's an issue coming up and we're saying, is this the right thing to do? We can always go back and look in that law for guidance. It's not void, but it's there as a reference. When's that Paul said all scripture is what did he say? What's that verse? You know that verse. All scripture is divinely inspired and for teaching and correction. What verse is that?
It's for edification.
Yeah, edification. Right. So
I got a question for the LaRon. My bad, Alvin. I don't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
No. I just got a question for LaRon. When you get done, go ahead, brother.
No, that was it. I was just saying, but you see what I'm saying, LaRon? It's this thing where it's not void. We're not making the law void through faith. It's still there, but
because he came. If you look at it, he came to fulfill the law. So you can't.
Yeah, it's
like
right.
When you say to establish the law, the only way we've seen the law that was being established and fulfilled was through Christ. So, for instance, when you say, like, for instance, if I ask you, if I'm talking to you, we having a conversation, and this, and say, for instance, Paul is really rhetorical here, and he says, well, do you make void the law through faith? And Paul says, God forbid, we establish the law. In other words, that's not what we doing. That's what y'all doing, basically. We establishing the law by faith. And how do you establish the law by faith? By fulfilling it or believing on Christ to fulfill what we couldn't do, because we couldn't even do the righteousness of the law. So Christ fulfilled that. So when he fulfilled that, and we couldn't keep that covenant because that covenant was rent, we come up under the New Testament. So that's how we fulfill or establish the law or fulfill it by, guess what? Recognizing Christ as the one who the law was really concerned about, by including moral and spiritual principles, and also looking at the righteousness that it demanded that we couldn't do, and also looking at its ceremony, and Christ being the subject of the law. So we're not doing that. That's what they was doing. They was making void the law by not believing on the subject rights of the law, where we was establishing the law. And how do we establish the law? It says it how we establish the law. We believe on Christ and we believe on his instructions, and his instructions takes us to, guess what? The mercy seat, because he's the blood. The other way we did it, we can't do it anymore. There is no tabernacle. The people are scattered, right? The words of vessels to
there's also no prophets.
Well, the apostles were prophets, but for example,
I'm talking about like today, like there's no prophets,
Well,
I don't know.
Yeah, we can't definitely say that. We're just here.
I guess that's a different topic. I always felt like John was the last prophet until the last days, but I don't know. I guess that's another topic.
Yeah, but just to prove what G-Con said in terms of, it's the subject matter. It's the same as with I think it was Paul or Peter, one of them, when it was talking about how they believe everything that was written in the law and the prophets. Now, somebody like these One West camps, like IOSC, they do it. They take that phrase where Paul says that, or Peter says that, and say that, see, we're supposed to keep the law given to Moses. No, he believes everything that's written in the law and the prophets because they were all concerning Christ. Just as Christ told the Pharisees, You know, you search the scriptures, for in them you think you have eternal life, but they wrote of me. And just to prove what G-Con said as far as how we establish the law is by place our faith in Christ. When you read verse 27, that's the exact thing that Paul says in Romans 3:27. It says, where is the boasting then? It is excluded. By what law? Of works? Nay, but by the law of faith. So when you get to 31, he said, do then make void the law through faith. Just how you say it's rhetorical. God forbid, yea, we established the law. We established the law. What law? The law of faith. Whereas the Jews were operating under the law of works that was established by Moses.
I don't think we have to. I don't even think at this point there's even really a disagreement amongst us. I just think when in terms of Paul, I think
I disagree with you, Alvin.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that when it comes to Paul, we have to understand where his frustrations lie. People are not willing to accept Christ and saying that law is the key to the salvation. So with that context in mind, when he's dealing with these people, some of what he's saying would appear to be anti-law within that, because I myself would say something like, even now, I would say, what good is it following the law? It's worthless if you don't believe in Christ, if you don't believe he died for your sins and resurrected. There's no purpose of following all these laws. Now, me saying that sounds like I'm anti-law, like it's worthless or void, but that's not really what I'm saying. I'm just saying the testimony of Christ is what gives you salvation, but that doesn't mean the law is completely banished. And it also doesn't mean that we're back into the temples and doing everything in there. I think there's a nuance there.
Right, but what was see, and another thing that I wanted to bring out too that I haven't brought out yet is that there is in the law that states that if you marry a whore, right, and I mean not a whore, but if you have a woman and she commits whoredoms, right, when that woman commits whoredoms and you give her a bill of divorce, you're not supposed to take her back.
Correct.
The only way you can take that woman back, except you bring that woman back up under another testament, or that woman has to die. I mean, it has to be the conditions of, you couldn't do it under that first testament, the covenant. You can't do it under that covenant. It would have had to been another testament. So when Israel broke that covenant, that made it possible for God to establish another covenant to bring them back unto them and graft them even back in and bring them into the bonds of the New Testament. They broke that.
You see, there's also an element of damn, I forgot what I was about to say. But there's this go ahead. I think Kevin was about to say something. I forgot what I was about to say. And it's
not to say I disagree with you, just to say it. But what's the topic?
We're talking about this. This is basically my argument.
Get your hairline, boy, how it's sliding all the back.
Come on, man. So look, I mean, Kevin, this is basically my argument. I'm saying that I agree largely.
Hairline sliding back like a church sock on the kitchen floor.
Oh shit. But basically, and it doesn't seem.
With chalk trace, nigga.
But basically, we basically is digging into the nuances.
Like etch a sketch your hairline, boy.
Oh shit.
Okay. Why your hairline look like the New York skyline, man?
No, he don't put his hairline up there no more. He put that live button. You know that heat his ass when he got the line. That's why he put that.
Hey, the hair on your face look like arm put hair, boy.
Man, look, man, he got a whole bunch of dreadlocked rat tails and glued them together and put that under that hat. That's what that look like. Little rat tails coming under.
LeBron be having hair locks on them.
Hey Kevin, did you see that video where he roasted the Hebrews on there, yo? Did you see that?
Roasted
on So Real channel, with LaRon was roasting the One West Cats.
I was on there with him.
Man, that was.
Yeah.
That was funny.
They called them Israelites Eddie Bauer edition because
oh my goodness, man.
That was the other one that we was on that I had to get rid of that one because it was going and I didn't really want to put that out.
Nah, man, you know what? You need to stop getting rid of the best ones, man.
No, really, I just did that to really teach Michael Edwards a lesson. I didn't really want to put that out, but I just wanted to let him know that, listen, stop playing with us because we ain't playing games and we're not doing what you're doing. We're really out here trying to do this. So we did that, but that was just the mockery. But if you notice, I erased that video and I didn't go to YouTube and really report Michael Edwards because that's not what I want to do. I just want that brother to stop. Every time we start a hangout, he got these bots that's putting up 21 dislikes already when we just started the hangout. Right. I want him to stop doing that and stop trolling the what's called and just go about his way. You know what I'm saying? And be peaceful, as the scripture says, and that's what I believe that he made the decision to do.
Got you. And you know what, Laurent, you 3 subscribers away from 666, man. So don't be surprised of Edwards walking in here with 3 of his.
I'm about to subscribe right now.
Now I was already 666 and they somebody subscribed to somebody unsubscribed so I can get up off that number. I was hearing him talk about it in the what's called. But I wanted you Hukana because he wanted to ask a question about that. And like I said, we're not teaching lawlessness because you're not supposed to sow to the flesh, because if you sow to the flesh, then you're going to reap of the flesh. And we just talked about the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life. So we definitely not teaching that. We're just telling you that this law, when it says blotted out, you got to understand these people are writing on parchment, animal skin, and papyrus. And so, you know, a lot of this whole thing that was the law that was contained in the ordinances, this stuff had to be blotted out. And to blot something, you have to culturally look at what is that talking about. You know, what do they mean when they say blot out something? Or if something is contained, the law and the commandments that was contained in ordinances, it's all together, it's binding. So you just can't take one thing out, and that's what he's saying, and diminish or diminish from it. It's just because you feel that you can't complete it or whatever the case may be. You gotta put it all the way to the side, and then establish a whole nother covenant. Even if it's some of those principles is taken from that old covenant unto the new covenant. Now, when you start talking about fringes, you start talking about ceremonial things, then you got a problem with that, because a lot of them things were ceremonial that you start dealing with. The people are trying to put customs on the people and say that this is civil law or and it's not. But go ahead, though.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do this, man. And I think this is something that is desperately needed. I'm gonna make a nice PDF with graphics for the illiterate, with an explanation of the law, works of the law, what was changed, because I think people need it. Because when you guys have conversations like that, and you say law, and you say this, no one's using the same nomenclature. Nobody's using the same type of wording. They're just, all in their own definition of what everything means. I'm going to make a chart. I really am. In fact, you know what? I'm about to start it right now because I got time. The littlest one who was driving me crazy all day, he went with his mom to go do something right quick. I got the 2 older ones on the laptop, so I'm about to do that.
Right.
And I'm really about to. And then
we ain't gonna hear back from this brother probably about a month or 2, man, because the last time this brother told me he was about to do something, he started drawing it. I ain't heard from this brother for about 3 or 4.
No, you know what that was? That was a logo for you, and you never really.
Oh my God! Hey, listen, I wasn't even calling about the logo. I was just trying to reach out, trying to find the brother.
Right, it wasn't nothing going on. But when I say I want to do something on my own, like a project, it gets done.
All right,
it gets done, buddy.
All right, so cool. So basically, I think Yahukana, you wanted to ask something.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to be difficult because I heard y'all was talking about whether the Messiah rose on the Sabbath or rose on the Sunday. Now I don't really know when he rose, Sabbath, but this is the thing. As I look in the Gospels at the end, they don't really say that he rose on Sunday. Now it said that they went looking for him on Sunday and he wasn't there.
Well, if he's saying that he's going to be, where they look at it saying that he's going to be at 3 days. You might have to mute your mic. You got a feedback. going to be, I believe, 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth, right? That's what they're saying. And so where they come up with the 8th day is what's significant about the 8th day. Even when you look at the Passover, right? We know this is around Passover because he's doing step by step and walking what we see according to these high holy days that we see. And so really what will take place at the ending of the evening of the Pesach or the Passover, the next day will start what we call the Feast of Unleavened Bread, so to speak. So right between that time of that passing over, which would have been that last night until that next day, would have been the 8th day. Because remember, when sun, it says 3 days and 3 nights. When sun go down, I believe that's the argument, because I heard people arguing about the sundown is basically when that day is over with, and then that next day proceeds on, so to speak. Well, that's the crossover, because when you look at it, they're told to eat the Passover while they on the run or while they moving about. And that Passover that we see they're told to eat at that time, when you get into the details of it, you're going to see that it's an in-between portion to where it's passing over from one day to the next day. And so that's what we did. That's what we're saying been done with Christ. Now there's some technicalities there are some things that's there, but for the most part, we know that he said 3 days and 3 nights. And so we believe that the 8th day has a significance to it, and it does, because when you start looking at the feast days, and then when you start also looking at the circumcision, why was it on the 8th day? It's more than just the K cells clot, or so to speak, on the 8th day or whatever. The K cells come, and then that's when they clot, during that time. It's really more than that. It's way more than that. The 8th day in the seed, and also the putting off of the circumcision and the shedding of the blood, and also those that pass through the mark, because that's what happened from generation. They passing through the mark. The mark is in their flesh. What is the mark? The mark is the sign or the token is pointing to the covenant, which is concerning the seed, which is Christ. So all of that means something. So that's why we say the 8th day meant something, and it also meant something in Leviticus 23 when you read that. That was also considered a holy or a high day, because even when you count 50 days after the Pesach, the Passover, when it's the day of the Pentecost, and that day of Pentecost would have fell on guess what? The 8th day, or what we call the first day. So you got the first day, which is also looked at as the 8th day just as well too, because if you're saying that the Sabbath is on a Saturday, then that would be considered the 8th day and also our first day. So the Israelites was always counting the days of the month, and so it's a lot of technicalities is there, but for the most part, we know that the 8th day, which is also known as which can also be known as the first day, is something that's significance in Israel.
Yeah, 8th day is supposed to mean new beginning.
Means next week.
Right. It means power. We've got power on the
means next week.
Y'all be watching Power. Y'all gonna watch Power tomorrow, or either The Walking Dead that come on when the season starts. That's what it means. It means football. It means football. That's what it means.
I ain't watching no doggone Power.
Right.
Yeah, but what you gotta understand though is that when you use the word ordinance, you gotta understand what that word ordinance is really saying. And when you understand what ordinance means, then it will make it more clear the responsibility and what was done away with very clearly.
Right. And so mainly there is some things that I wanted to bring out in my portion of the debate of that debate, that there's some contrast. For instance, under the law, there's a division that's made between the Gentiles that was even with Israel. There was even amongst Israel. There's certain things they couldn't do. They couldn't come nigh unto the priest when they was in service, but the children of Israel can do so. So now he's telling you up under the New Testament, they have that privilege to come nigh unto the priest, and also to come nigh unto the Father. Whereas only the priest, the high priest, can go into the holies of holies on the Day of Atonement, where he was the mediator between God and men. Now you can present yourself as a living sacrifice before the Father yourself, according to Romans, I believe Romans chapter 14. So you're able to do that now. I believe it's Romans chapter 14 or 12, one of them. So you're able to do
that. Oh, my bad, man. I think Bleedo wants you to send him an invite, if I'm not mistaken.
Right, but yeah, I'm gonna let Bleedo come in and say something, but we finna end this, man, because I'm supposed to really, it's 5 o'clock. I need to get rolling here. And hold on, let me see. Yeah, so that's basically just looking at certain things that we see that is contrasted there. The law had it. That's why Paul is saying that it was the law that was causing the division, and it was the law that it was supposed to, because that's what kept them separate from all the other nations. But then when you but then when you got people that come in and join themselves to you, what's going on, Bleedo?
What's up, LeRon? Peace, everybody on the panel.
What's going on, Bleedo?
So you say you finna end this, LeRon? You just let me know the next time you do this. I'll just jump on there with you next time.
Okay, cool. Because yeah, I had sent you a link yesterday, but I don't think you made it yesterday.
Yeah, I just set up this Google like when you just sent that to me, I had to accept something and everything. So I just set everything up. So next time I'll get it from you.
Yeah, you know, man, I just learned to basically accept, man, that my hairline just gonna keep on going back. So I have accepted that. What you think about
that? Hey man, you might have to go bald, LeRon.
Right, but I think that, like I told my wife, when I go, man, just keep a hat on my head. Put a hat. I'll be in the casket with a hat on my head.
I'm gonna tell her to take it off that way, and put some baby oil on it. That way it be shined up.
Right. Hey, but yeah, man. So Bleedo, I think you wanted to add something to say something, brother.
Yeah, I just chop it up next time on that. When you can, I was just listening to y'all a little bit, man, trying to see what was going on with the debate. I had seen Carl say it was off. He had put something up. Then I seen y'all talking, so I was kind of back and forth between y'all channels. You know what I'm saying? Just trying to see what was going on with that. So y'all gonna still do it, or is it off now, or what is it looking like?
I don't know Carl, man, but to be honest, as you know, I said it before. You know, I said it, Bleedo, that. You know, bottom line is that as I stated, you know, you can't. The price is just too steep for me. Now I don't know. You know, they saying I'm wrong. I guess I'm wrong. I don't know if they're taking up for Israel doctrine. I ain't really looked at it, but you know how they do. What was those people when they supposed to come out and support Israel doctrine when we came up there the last time? You see what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yeah, so, I think he was talking about he was gonna have food and all that. Now, you know, it sounded like he was kind of putting it together, right? I just think the way he promoted it, which I'm gonna try to reach out and holler at him, is the way he kind of promoted it and he going about it. I think is what's really the problem. You know what I'm saying? 25 for a debate for 4 hours with food included. I don't think that's too bad. You know what I'm saying? But if it's not,
that wasn't on the menu at first. There wasn't nothing on the menu. So I was telling him, like, dude, like. You ain't got none of this on the menu. This is just sloppy. People gonna sit there for 4 hours and watch me and you duke it out, and you know we ain't popular in the community like that anyway. So come on, dude, like be for real. Right. So that's what I was trying to tell him. You could do that a different way. You can promote this a little bit better, but he didn't want to do that.
Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, hopefully y'all work it out, man. I think that the concept, the debate topic and everything will be a good debate topic. Both of y'all are, you know what I'm saying, rounded and y'all understanding as far as the topic go. And then by it being live and not just, like a debate talk on the phone and being live, I think it'll come out pretty good. You know what I'm saying? If y'all could somehow meet in the middle on there, I think it'll be worth it.
Right, and that's what I was trying to get to him. You know, and like I told, and everybody know already, like they can say whatever they want to say about me, but everybody know that, I really don't beef for the stuff. You know what I'm saying? If y'all don't see me, really with the stuff and playing these games and Israel doctrine, you know, he got a certain way on how he used to doing certain things. He's setting his ways, man. He getting old, he's stubborn. And so when you try to tell the brother the correct way, and he get to doing all this crazy stuff and talking crazy to people and people B words and all types of stuff, you know what I'm saying? This dumb stuff. So it gets to the point to where you shouldn't even be trying to preach the gospel if you ain't even got your mindset right. Because you already got it in your mind, God gonna succumb to your terms. And you ain't trying to change anyways. So you need to be trying to change yourself, you know what I'm saying? As overall. So you can talk about it. We can sit here and talk about this thing all day long. But we need to start making sure we've been an example before the people. So it's time for Israel doctrine to start giving account for his actions and what he's doing in the community. And so let's not just say, well, I got to give account. I got to answer to God. Well, hold on for a minute. People watching you. And so them people's blood is on your hands. So don't sit up there and just say, it's all about me. No, it's not all about you. People look up to you and they watching you and they respect you. And they might be picking up on your dirty ways that you got. So we got to start holding these people accountable. Like I say, I love the brother, you know what I'm saying? And so he can get mad at me. I don't care, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, when whatever happened, I try to keep close tabs on brothers. You can even ask Kevin. I keep close tabs on probably 3 brothers in the community. That's either Israel Doctrine or that's either Lex Vortex or Kevin G. They'll tell you that. You know what I'm saying? I'm always calling them brothers. Also, I talk to Faithful God a lot. I'm always calling them a lot and talking to them. Them the brothers who I mainly talk to all the time. So I keep tabs on these brothers. And so besides if I'm talking like the vocab, but mainly I'm talking to these 4 brothers all the time. And so when I ain't hearing from these brothers, I might get mad at them. But guaranteed I'm going to call them and see what's going on with these brothers and what they doing. Because I had this, you know, like I told them, you know, if I come up, I'm going to try to do my best to help those brothers out because that's what I do, man. So for this brother to be getting mad and talking crazy or whatever, he already know me already, you know, so it ain't even that, don't even take it that far, you know what I'm saying? And that's why I be trying to tell him, like, he just stubborn, man, but I still love him, you know what I'm saying? It's just like family or whatever the case may be. So that's just the whole thing, man. It's just doing stuff the right way, man, because, you know, they know already that I go the distance, man, and I believe that, you know, they will go the distance too, but they need to start carrying themselves and being more responsible in this community, man, and especially when we're dealing with people's lives is at stake, man. People looking at us and they can take it either way. And I just think a lot of people is hypocritical, man, because if we're talking about drama, then they own it. A lot of these brothers be on the drama. As soon as we start talking about something that's decent or whatever the case may be, where they at? So same people saying that they'll support Israel doctrine, you need to pay for your tickets right now, man. You need to put them tickets down right now. He didn't have to cancel the event. If those people that's in that chat room and it was like 20 to 30 people, pay for your ticket right now, then, because THC or whatever his name was, he was in there talking about, I'm gonna pay for my ticket, but today the Sabbath. But he's sitting up there walking around with
I like, brother, you ain't gotta work, your Visa card could work for you.
right, exactly. He's sitting up there. Look, this brother's sitting up there walking around. He's sitting up there walking around with leggings tied around his head with a choir.
Man.
You know what I'm saying?
Man, did you just say leggings tied around his head?
He got leggings on his head. What?
With a choir robe on. That's what it looked like.
Oh man.
Yeah, I see some people in the comment section saying that the event is free now or something like that. You just make a donation.
Yeah, that's what I heard him say. He say that it was gonna be free, and if you want to make a donation, you just make a donation. So, I mean that could work too. The whole thing is the where he gonna have to debate at, and can he cover the cost? You know what I mean, or the place or the venue that he's trying to book it at.
This is what I would have done. I would have called the church in that area, asked them if you could rent the space or have it for free for the sake of discussing this issue. You might have gotten it in for free or at a major discount. Send a flyer out with the information, charge $10 at the door. That would have been it.
Right, and see, this is what I was trying to tell him, right? Because my company
is it gonna be on. Can y'all
The
live stream
only way
this?
you can live stream it is if you get a laptop or some type of IP device that can stream it up to YouTube and just do a paid event through YouTube.
Yeah, can y'all do that? Because I can't go to no Chicago, bro.
Right, what you whispering for?
Y'all didn't want to consult a brother.
Hey, look, I told the brother, listen, this is what I told him. I said, listen, bro, I can get more support. You know, I told him that if you lower them prices. I've been said that. Because when Bleedo and them called me and they was talking to me about it, and when Bleedo called, Bleedo, didn't I tell you that? I told him, I said, I told him he need to lower them prices, man, and I can get more support.
Yeah, I even told you $10 was 10 to 15. You know, $10 whatever. That's more reasonable.
That would
Of
be
the
real
price.
nice. Because think about all that you have in Chicago. You have a lot of Israelite groups in Chicago who would have been interested in looking at that. And
Exactly.
my thing would have been like, you could have just simply went to you actually, if you would have suggested to me like weeks ago or a month ago to plan the event, I would have been like, there's a lot of Israelite groups in Chicago. They probably would love to have this venue under their roof or whatever like that. I would work something out with them.
But Israel Doctrine, this is what he then did though. Israel Doctrine then burnt his bridges with a lot of people. He didn't burnt his bridge, and that's what I was telling him in so many words. Like, bruh, reason why people don't come to your debates because you didn't burnt your bridges with a lot of people. You just starting to build that stuff back up again. And I'm telling him, listen. So a lot of people feel that he doesn't really have the information to even really give them this in these little IOG or these camps. And so when he's dealing with his camp IOG, it's certain things that you're doing under that they disagree with that you're doing. Make it so bad you're not fellowshipping with them like that, you know. So it's just a lot of stuff the Israel Doctrine has to do to establish those bridges with these people, man. And like I say, I stand by him. I'm just trying to tell this dude, you need to do this a better way than what you doing it, bro. Because I told him, listen, if you did it right, I could have probably got you about 50 to 60 people that would have been dedicated, that would have paid their money up front, and it would have been right there. I said, if you did it right, I said, but because you ain't doing it right, dude, I'm not going to put my name really on that like that and try to really promote it and stand by it because you're not doing it right. And you ain't had in your mind, this how you going to do it, but then you going to talk about me and you going to debate and you'll take care of it, but then my name is at stake here. Instead of you saying,
but this is the oddest way I've seen things going around, man. Especially in this community, like I don't understand. Like if that was the okay, who did you ever agree to a debate with him?
Yeah, I told him I will debate him. He came to me and he said, LeRon, me and you got to mix it up. We got to mix it up. He said, Christian apologist against a Christian Israelite. That's what he said. I said, okay, that's cool. We can do that. Okay. I said, I have no problem with that.
So after that talk, did anybody say, okay, what's the terms? How are we gonna do this?
Look, we was working that out, and I said, okay, what's gonna be the title? I said, because really, it's a lot of stuff that we don't we agree about, but mainly when it comes to certain things that's concerning the law, that's what we have a problem with that. And so we had to deal with that as far as we talk about the Godhead, and when we talk about the law, and also when we talk about the spirit is Gabriel, basically.
So not the topic of the debate. I'm talking about the business side of it. Like, okay, these are the places potentially we can have it at. This is
So then he said, well, I was looking at this place and I was like, okay, well, find out about that. I was like, but I might can get this hotel that my company that we go to that we can get for dirt cheap. I get a discount there because that's where we hold all of our orientations at where I knew people coming to town to have orientations there at my company. Okay. So I was like, maybe I can do that and also get, I can work with that. And so then he went and got the Hard Rock Hotel. And so we talked about that. So then we talked about the prices. And I was like, Israel Doctrine, I said, how much you talking about charge? He said $25 for the door and $30 for the live stream. And I was like, man, I think that's too high, bro. I was like, I think that we should forget about.
Wait a minute. The price of the live stream was higher than the door?
Yep.
That makes no sense. Yeah, he should have. What he should have done is, what method was he going to use for the live stream?
And you know why he did that, though, right? Israel Doctrine is very smart. I'm gonna tell you why he did that. Israel Doctrine
trying to pay his rent.
Right. But let me tell you why he did that. Israel Doctrine knows that nobody showed up for his events prior to. So he said, listen, I'm going to get my money with this live stream, basically, if anything. And so what I was telling him is this. I said, Israel Doctrine, I said, if you really want to make some money or you really want to get your money or do it the right way, I said, how about we just have a live debate at either Bleedo, because Bleedo offered to give his place up. I said, how about we do that? I said, or we could do a live debate on YouTube and just have a paid event where we charge people probably like $5 to $10 to view it. I said, I guarantee you we probably get about 100+ viewers, you know what I'm saying, if we market it if we promote it right. I said, I would promote it. And then I told him he didn't have to even give me anything. But with the situation he was doing now, I said, I'm not putting my money in this. I'm not doing that. I said, because that'd be a waste. I said, it would be a waste. I said, right now, I got stuff that I need to take care of. I said, right now, I got a child on the way. I can't be spending my money on this, because the moment my wife say, you spend all your money on a debate, look, and you already know she gonna go in. So I can't do that, man. So I'm telling him that. So I was like, okay. So he said, okay, well, don't worry about it. I'll take care of that. He wasn't really asking me for anything, but I just told him I think he making a bad investment if he was trying to get something up off of it, or if he was just trying to pay for the hotel. The hotel is high. That's his business, but that's high. And I understand you want to.
Hard Rock is actually a decent hotel. But my thing is, I don't understand that. Like, you say, okay, let's do a debate. He does debate. He buys his ticket for a megabus. He goes to Chicago. He's already prepping for it. He's going to the Hard Rock Cafe. He's got this price set, and nothing was agreed upon. That is like beyond sloppy. And I won't just say for him. I'm talking about like the whole thing. Like, it should have been, all right, this is we're going to have the debate. Let's have a couple of teaser debates on YouTube to promote it. And basically, the little discussions could have been a way of promoting the debate, so that everybody will know this is what the topic is, what's at hand, and what's going to happen at this debate.
Well, we actually was doing that, because when we start having these talking about this law, this is what been doing. This is what really has been initiating it about that. But I told him, I said, Israel Doctrine, a lot of people want to see this stuff, but you with them prices is really too high, man. And a lot of people don't have that stuff like that. So he'll say, well, they'll buy this and that, they'll buy it, and they probably would. But that's you got to make this interesting. You got to promote this a little bit better. You trying to look at young Pharaoh and then Sonnet and them and trying to promote that like that. No, you doing that wrong, bro.
Yeah, that's not a good way of doing that.
Right. It's not, and so it's always, and it's, to me, Israel Doctrine be doing bad investments. I'm just keeping it honest. And I'm telling him, it's time. You're getting too older. You're getting older now, so where you got to make everything count. You can't be making these mistakes and they time consuming and you creeping around here now. You ain't getting around how you used to. So you can't be making these mistakes like that. You got to make it count. And like I said, I will support it. If I'm not knocking that, but y'all know I'm a teacher. I teach the gospel. THC in the chat room right now, he talking stuff, but that's all cool. THC TV. He in the chat room talking stuff to me. I got more jokes.
Yeah, I mean, but was there any discussion on other attractions to the event? Like, for instance, it's going to be held in Chicago, right? Is it like a different types of groups in there? Like, is it Nazi in Chicago?
Man, ain't nobody. I mean, listen, it's a lot of people there in Chicago.
Yeah, it's a big. Yeah, it's a lot of. It's a lot of.
You also have Mikael Ben Israel. He's a part of IOG too, right?
Right.
Yep.
Right. So I'm saying.
I can. And you're right. Mikael Ben Israel, but the situation.
He don't get out with Carl.
Huh?
My bad. I say they don't really get out like that. I don't believe.
Well, they talked and made it back up, but at the same time, it's just like the situation he did with the IOG, I don't know what that was looked at like, because you got to understand these people was like a regular church. they like as close as these people are Christians. And even though they believe certain things, they still Christians. And when you go to their services and you look at their services online, because I've looked at their services online before, and it's just like a regular church. And so
right,
when you
right. So what I'm saying is, okay, so you saying that Israel burned his bridge with IOG.
Right. Oh, okay. So hold on for a minute. THC TV. I went over there and I put $30 in the chat and I paid, right? I put $30 in the super chat, right? And I told everybody there, hey, look, if y'all supporting this, pay y'all $30 right now. Then I just paid my $30. THC. Now listen, bruh. You listen, let me tell you this, bruh. Number one is you don't have no information, first off. I let you on my panel before. You was talking crazy, getting crossed up. You know, I just let you talk because I felt like this dude is just so silly that I can't even engage in no conversation with him, and no intellectual conversation. So, anyways, like, dude, I went over and I did that to show them, because black people always be lying a lot. They tell you they gonna do something, then when the event come, they ain't doing it. Well, if you gonna do it, pay your money right now. Then pay your money right now. Go over there and send your money and pay it right now. It shouldn't be to when we look at the event, these people talking about they gonna support him, and then he only got one person that paid in it so far. And then talking about you just found out by it today. You just found out about the debate. You knew about this debate the whole time. They're gonna talk about you can't pay it because it's the Sabbath day. You do everything else on the Sabbath day. Ain't no telling what you're doing on the Sabbath day.
Yeah, that Team Most High dude, I think that's claim, yo.
That ain't claim. That's
not okay, because he called himself that one time.
Yeah, that ain't claim. That's one of the other brothers. He been on the panel before, man. He ain't got no information, man. He been here, man, just basing his scholarship off of feelings.
But here's what I suggest though. This
got
the
a PhD, man, in feelings.
But hold on, this the best way to deal with this, for real. This the best way to do it. Cancel the debate for the 30th. Postpone it into a later date. Get it. This is what you need: shelter. Get a building. I will try to get other attractions there, such as Mikael ben Israel. I will give him a ring, see what he's able to offer as far as like a lecture at the beginning of the debate, so that people will have more of a benefit. So here's the thing: if Israel Doctrine wants to charge that much, you have to offer more of a product to the people. So, okay, let's say you guys are going to debate just for $35 to walk in there or live stream. That's not really worth it. Okay, it may be powerful information, but just to go in there for that is not enough. To meet and greet and do all that. So what I would do is this: postpone the debate, put it for a later date, change the flyer up. There's nothing wrong with that. I will check with Israel and say, hey, what is the rules with the Hard Rock Cafe? Do they have a cancellation notice? Can you cancel the room ahead of time? It's a hotel. Chances are they're going to be able to book the room anyway, so you can just simply cancel the booking of the room. He's there standing with a relative, as far as I know, because it's not too much of an expense for him. If you guys want to discuss that between yourselves on who's going to get compensated for his trip to Chicago being wasted, he could just use the trip as an expense of he visit his family, whatever, because that's what he's doing right now. He's basically visiting his family. So what I'll do, I will try to get a building. I will call IOG. I will call Mikael ben Israel, and I will also call Nasi just to reach out to him. Say, hey, we want to host a debate right there in Chicago. What are your suggestions? Get the suggestions out, look at the prices, and then weigh in on that. Then I will ask and add in extra attractions. I will ask, okay, did Nasi want to come down and do a lecture on something? Did IOG or someone from IOG want to come down and do a lecture on something? No, I'm not saying that, even if you disagree with it, Laurent.
No, I agree with that. I agree with that. We talked about that, and I asked them, listen, we can have some more people on the panel. Let's do that. Let's see if we can do something like that. The Israel Doctrine, man, he got his mind set up. He pushed it too fast. And I'm telling him, I could have listened. If he would have did it right, that's all I'm telling this brother. If you would have did it right, bro, you wouldn't have to worry about nothing. I would have had the money. The baby would have been here. School would have been, I got to get school clothes, school stuff, and all of that. All of that stuff would have been taken care of, and I wouldn't have asked you for a dime because he know how I am. I would have just said, bro, we got this event going on. Here's the money toward. Do what you got to do. I don't care what you collect. Just go ahead and do it, man. I just want to make sure that the gospel is being heard. And then once we start this, we get the debate leak started. We get this discussion started, then we can start talking about well, let's start we finna start taking in these proceedings, and then because I want to start paying a lot of these archaeologists and also people that got these PhDs to come to these shows and teach these people, because a lot of people out there lying, like the Armor Rock Squad. So when we start getting these doctors that got these degrees that's coming out, that's in the field, not with Garfield just driving the cab all day and talking about this the Dagger Squad and I'm coming with your credit report to give you a financial analysis. We ain't talking about none of that. We talking about people that's dealing with the information. Garfield stick to credit repair, bro, and that's cool. As well as to the brother Allen, man, stick to gym bags, and also Meru, stick to your cable guy. Stick to your cable guy, bro. Stick to you can even get technical with it. If you want to be more professional, call yourself a communication technician. In reality, you really just a cable guy. But you
I know you
Stop
talking
it,
about.
Hey, LeBron.
I was thinking, I was like, who the heck does cable? And I was like, oh man.
Yo, LeBron.
What's going on, brother?
G-Con.
What's going on, Peter?
Yo, when you get those, like, when you start doing that, when you start getting these archaeologists, man, you're going to have to get some black and white, because you already know how some folks going to be like, oh, man, I ain't trusting, the white man's information. So you want, you do it. Do you
need to get that degree?
Yeah. Yeah, you do how you feel led, but I'm just saying, I just know how some people are.
And you're right. That's definitely correct, because, and one thing about it is we're not biased to the information. Now, when we talk about scholars that's not biased to the information, or we know the truth has no face. So if there is scholars that's out there, whether they black, white, Chinese, or whatever, and they teaching good information, we're gonna get them. We're gonna get them. We're gonna bring them to the panel. We even gonna have a brother to come in who deals only with the Old Testament, which name is Michael. I'm gonna get him in here to teach us biblical Hebrew, and he's a professor. So we're gonna get this brother in here to teach us biblical Hebrew once a week and get us that information. And I inboxed him a while back because I wanted him to come on and talk about some certain things. And he really only deals with the Old Testament, but at the same time, the brother really is good at teaching the Hebrew, and so I think that we're gonna do a lot of those things, and that stuff does take finances, and we're setting that stuff up. But for the most part, man, these brothers, man, they ain't doing it right. Israel Doctrine ain't doing it right. I told Israel Doctrine, I've been told him, I said, bro, if you get some stuff started, bro, I'll support you, man. But your heart gotta be right. I said and talked to this dude personally about his heart. I said, bro, you need to, do you feel you need to change? His brother telling me on some other stuff like he don't need to change. No, you do need to change, bro. And it seemed like that as time proceed and go on, you're starting to get worse, because that's what the community do to you. It gives you a stony heart. So, like I say, me and Israel Doctrine, we got our problems and we get into it, but at the end of the day, he'll tell you, what I'm saying? Usually time, hey, look, bruh, this what it's gonna be, or this what it is, and that's what make when brothers is dealing with each other, that's what make that conditional love is there, because you can get into it with somebody and say, hey, it's all good, bro, whatever the case may be, here it is, what it is that. Even though you didn't call me out my name several times, which is retarded, because I ain't even called you out your name, but you didn't call me out my name. So you're dealing with a whole league of people now. When you're dealing with brothers like on this panel, a lot of these brothers, they don't use foul language. So why would you be cussing them out? So then when you get to talking to me crazy, I will cuss your behind out and be like, God, I need this brother just got me in the flesh. I'm finna cuss this brother out. He didn't got me in the flesh with him. And I try not to make sure to where I'm being an example before the people to where I'm not doing stuff like that, and so you got to stop doing that.
You good people, G-Con, you good people, man. Let me tell you, I don't even deal with Christians like that, man. Bleeder will even tell you, man. So for me to be on here with you, bro, you know what I'm saying? And Bleeder, he knows me, man. He know how I am, man. I know you good people, man. I don't even really deal with Christians like that, bro. Like you and really Sister Sherry are so real. Y'all like the only Christians I really deal with. So I know you good people, man. People know you good people, bro. You draw people from both sides. You draw people from the Hebraic side. You draw some of the wicked ones too, but I ain't trying to say you wicked, but but I'm just saying you draw people from all sides, bro. So people deal with you for a reason. You drawing people for a reason. So just use it to the glory of the Most High, you know?
Right. And THC, I appreciate that, brother. THC, he paid his $30 in the super chat. So y'all get over there, man. And since y'all was complaining,
hold on. Why are people paying?
No, listen. No, they just supporting basically. So what I'm saying is I never said not to support. No, support. But I'm telling you that he need to lower them prices. Now, if the people want to pay $30, go over there and pay it. That's fine. Do your thing. I'm not knocking that, you know, but I'm telling him if my name is on it, I'm not the one. I have to clarify to people that I'm not the one charging people that. If it was my event, I wouldn't do that. This is Israel Doctrine doing that. Because when I'm telling them $25 to $30, they probably in their mind like you must. Or some people came out and said it like you out your dang mind. So all I'm telling Israel Doctrine is, and those that is going to support it and is talking stuff against me. But I'm from St. Louis, the Show Me State. Put your money up, then. Put your money up. And put that money in them funds. Don't talk about it because in a minute I'm finna go over there and look at the event and see if there's any donations is over there. And that THC said he paid his. His name is THC from now on because he high for that dosage of them plants.
Oh man, I was just wondering, man. Okay, donating is fine, but I'm just saying, how are you going to track that? Like, I was just trying to think of how it was tracked and everything like that. But I guess, hey, y'all handle it the way y'all want to handle it.
Right, and that's all I'm saying is, listen, I'm not trying to hate or trying to be any. I'm just telling this brother he needs to do it better. Do that better. If you do it better, it'll work. You'll get the better support. But he just jumping and he just moving too fast because he want to do something because he's looking at other people. You know, and I'm pretty sure he just need to do it better, man. It's time for us to start making better moves, man. Because we be making ridiculous moves, man. And I be doing it. I'm guilty of it. But just slow down. And that's all I'm telling you. Slow it down, bro.
Yeah, well, Young Pharaoh got an event coming up. He's about to do it with a UFC fighter or something.
Right. And you know what we could have did, to be honest? This is what we could have did. We could have had through a conference. And if we would have threw a conference in Chicago, and we could have made it could have been a panel to where we had Israelite theology, you know, up against what we see, what they see against the Christian theology, or so to speak, or well, I'm gonna say Christian apologists, because everybody got a problem when you're talking about apologists. We could have did that. We could have got these brothers out. We could have built this event, and we could have did it the right way. And it could have been an event to where you saying to where they had that event that everybody was talking about down in Florida with the Christian apologists that was down there, and they flew Marcus and also brother Marcus and Faithful. I mean not Faithful, Vocab, and they wanted to fly me down there and also what you call down there before first Faithful to God. So you know I just so happened to pass on it, but it could have been something like that. But we could have held it, and it would have been something that was nice. So I see the identity, and he is trying to just start dealing with the Bible because he need to come up out of that atmosphere because it has corrupted his heart a lot. So he is trying to come up out of that scenery, and I don't knock him for that. And to be honest, I'd rather be talking about the Bible, having a discussion about the Bible any day, than to be dealing with these brothers that ain't really dealing with that. Now, will I smash on some information? Yeah, we got some stuff on Garfield. Garfield then barked up the wrong tree, and I told him, I said, if I start digging in on this information, and once I get my sources all together and get them in one place, it's a wrap for Garfield, because his reasoning and his logic is pathetic. He just reads stuff and he don't really look at it and really think about it before he read it. You got to look at all the things that could have happened and weigh your options, process of elimination, and say, well, okay, this person can say this, they can say that. Oh, I'm going to have to throw that out because that ain't going to work because it has too many holes in it. So he'll get to reading some information and misread the information and get caught up. And I told him, once I start digging into your information, bro, it's over for you, fam. You've been lying on Sinetta, sitting up there with them silly Kango hats on, lying, and then every Wednesday like it's cool. Like we supposed to sit up there when you try to destroy people. This basically, you know, that's lying, man. Like I said, then you allow Meru to sit up there and yell all day. And Meru talking about he got a career, but all day this brother is on the hangout. How you got a career, bro? You couldn't possibly have a career. That's just like Michael Edwards saying that he got a job. And every day you do got a job working with them AdSense. Hey, we're gonna get off this thing, man. Peace and blessings to the family out there, man. I'm sorry I went on this rant today. We've been on this thing more than 7 hours, I believe. I'm really supposed to been Audi 5,000. I've been live all this time. I know, man. I'm finna hear it at the house, but I'm gonna make it up to my baby and my kids. But yeah, man. So make sure y'all subscribe, man, and be tuning in, man. Like I say, I don't know what's to come, man. Israel Doctor, he got a little attitude, but he'll be all right. You know what I'm saying? He'll be cool with it. Like I said, I got a lot of things going on. You know, but we're gonna see what's gonna take place and what's gonna happen. And I'm gonna see if black people gonna do what they say they do, because I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Like, I don't put my trust, man, in a lot of men out here at all, man. Whether they black, white, or whatever the case may be. But mainly, I'm starting to realize that when people is lacking in their community, they'll tell you anything just to survive, man. They'll tell you anything to survive. And so I can't put my trust in that, man. So mainly, I get hurt by my loved ones that's in my family. I don't too much deal with people outside of friends that's out there in the world. You know what I'm saying? But I deal with a lot of my family. So whatever somebody say about me that's in the community, I too much don't really care anyways. But when it comes to my family, you know, that's what it is, of my friends and my loved ones that I do love, that I consider as family. You know, it bothers, it hurt. But at the same time, this brother, man, he gonna have to get his mind right. And from a younger brother to an older brother, not on my watch, bro. Not on my watch. Because I know if I got to tripping, you'd be saying the same thing. Brothers would be saying the same thing. And sometimes I'd be listening and be like, yeah, they is right. I need to cut that out. I can't be down there getting into it with this person and coming to this person's city and arguing with this person, and this person just for strife and controversy in the community. So with that being said, man, I just want to say peace and blessings to y'all out there. I appreciate you brothers on the panel. Appreciate you, Bleedo. Also, Yehukanan, Faithful. Faithful that went to sleep over there. And that's about it, man. Peace and blessings.